We're live.
And we are live.
Sky-hung colors, we behold mountain
dissolving the matrix.
me whispering,
While Balderson smokes.
time ripples, it folds, unfolds, an orchard of stars,
Slaying the demons.
Won't name it, won't tame it. This wide world, too wild.
Showing you who to trust and who not to trust.
A hymn unbounded, Genesis unwoven. We're all the same.
Angering the gods one by one.
Carve up the air, flashes of stardust, mind stripped bare, voiceless and silent, echoed like prayer, gardens of shadow,
supporting our local Odinist.
Ego creation. We ego creation. We birds. It turns. Ever it yearns. Wheeling out fire. Far out there enduring. Won't name it. Won't tame it. This wide world, too wild for fame and creation. Is yours, a hymn unbounded, unwoven Genesis. We're all the same. The song of the wind in the trees, in the leaves, solar thoughtless memories beyond all sight. Beyond belief.
All right. We're here live. Microphone check. That was the first time we played the intro. The Great Mysteries. Everyone else is muted but me. The Great Mysteries. Decoding the Mysteries every Wednesday, live 9:15. We're going live. We've got Mr. Balderson. We have Clay.
What's up, guys?
Myself.
What's up?
We're going live on Instagram, YouTube, and X. We're taking live questions. Q&A. We're going to have a link up later for an open panel for people to join. This is a deep dive into the great mysteries. We're picking a subject on a weekly basis. We covered Lucifer. We covered the Logos, which would be the Greek concept of many things. And tonight, I believe we are discussing the Tree of Life, right? Collectively speaking, this is not a debate platform. This is a panel discussion, right? We're having conversations. We're doing deep dives into things. We're pinpointing things from Tree of Life, from the Celtic version to the Kabbalistic version to the Nordic version, et cetera, right? Piecing things together for your viewing pleasures. Welcome.
What's up, Santa?
Right.
Yeah, this is absolutely one of my favorite subjects, and one that I don't think that in the occult world, if you don't have a good grip on this, you're probably not going to understand most things. There's too many things in the occult world that the micro and the macro might mimic each other, but you still got to understand it's a micro and a macro situation. So something like when you split a plant into its component pieces and you start out with a masculine and feminine, as soon as you split it into a masculine and feminine, inside that masculine, there's a masculine end and a feminine end. And then so on and so forth. You can keep separating and dividing, and that's just the way that's always going to work. So when you're talking about these things, to have some kind of a mental grid work to kind of lay out over it so you can understand what's going where is big key, in my opinion. And then also, I think most Tree of Lives have been truncated through the I'm a big believer that the occult world went through, just like so many other things, some twisting and some hiding of the truths. And I think most of the Tree of Lives are broken trees of life, and there's reasons I think that, but we'll get into that later.
Just like all the origin stories too.
Yeah.
If you can give someone a half truth and just get it past the first generation, then they will teach this next generation that that's the whole truth. You just have to fool the first generation. Usually that's why you have the combination of the priests and the kings, right? Because they've got the swords, and they can, all they have to do is really just fool or just suppress something for like one generation. And for those who realize just how important it is to keep the things going, this is when what once was normal information becomes occult or hidden for survival. Not just survival of the information, but survival of their very lives. And you can see this throughout all societies in the history of the world. Ben, how is there a way for me to allow you to control the screen, or like, is there something for me to click for you to be able to co-control the screen situation?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up so we can share some of the things I've got.
Or you want me to click one by one with the screen?
I'm not sure yet. I'm figuring out how to do it.
It's not me this time, guys.
No, it is not you this time.
So we're gonna be I'm sure
options.
Yeah, so
Yggdrasil, which one is it?
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil. So
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to be using, Ben's going to be using the Yggdrasil as the visual assistant, but the sigil for the explanation of the Tree of Life, which would be like the underworld, the plane we're in, and the higher dimension, or you would say like the outer world, so to speak, and everything in between. I'm going to pull up, I like the Celtic one a lot. The Mesopotamian one's good. Definitely going to tap into the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, which is the Sefirot. And Clay,
did that pop up?
Yeah, I'll just say this, that ultimately this isn't going to be my strongest subject. Mostly you guys are going to kind of be teaching me things here. I'm going to be maybe asking a few questions just for understanding. I mean, with the Abrahamic faiths, you know, there's not a whole lot of philosophical things that are like parallel, except for maybe you could say some of like the parables are, or you could make up some parallels to the Tree of Life itself. I kind of have an overview of it, but like I said, I'm probably going to do more learning here than explaining when it comes to this type of concept. And you know, like I said, the Abrahamic faiths don't have necessarily quite the same parallels, whereas I do know that like some of the other religions, you know, like Hinduism or Hindi do. So yeah,
the Abrahamic Clay have the Kabbalistic Tree of Life.
That I was seeing that. Yeah.
Which is relatively new. We have to, you know, the Kabbalists would tell you that the Kabbalism started at the Garden of Eden, you know, when Adam was running around naming things, right? They say that's like the big, which like I understand the idea. Okay, got it. But it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, but it
Right,
doesn't,
right.
you know.
So
That's
so
just the truth.
basically in the Christian world, the Christian mystics, which were fairly common, the Gnostics and whatnot. This is the that is the setup that they use, is the Kabbalistic setup.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
when we bring that up, obviously then also one of the big key elements, because most people are only taught about just the standard Kabbalistic tree of life without understanding that they've cut their tree in half and separated it. Yep. So they got a second tree that most people don't realize that they call the tree of death, which makes sense given their story, you know. And in order to make it a proper tree, you have to actually merge the two. So the two are meant to be merged.
Gotcha.
And most people don't have that understanding at all. But I put a slide up for you to
yeah. I mean, there's a mention in the Abrahamic faith of the tree of life. Like there's like a mention, you know, but there's no like depictions and sigils of it, right? The tree of life is, but and the Gnostics pointed it out and also rejected it because they basically said like this is like the control mechanism of the archons, right? Like basically, but ancient societies had it, and so let's start this dive. And yeah, Clay, for me, this is not like my highest level specialty either, but I think the goal of this is like is you know, is the tap in, you know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
the older had a tree of life. And when I say sigil, I'm referring to an aesthetic where you could use as a point of reference, a teaching tool, a symbol that could be taught upon, right? That's where like tarot, for example, used to be a teaching tool that they hid behind the tarot card. Those are called sigil. Those are sigils for many ways. All the old societies had them, old cultures, Mesopotamia especially, but they went away as the time went on. So let's dive deep into that. And here we go. We have Balderson's. Okay, is that clear? Visible?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's beautiful.
Okay.
That's beautiful. So this setup is what most people understand as the entire tree of life, actually. So this is going to be your basic tree of life. You can see that there's 7 points on it. Your very typical chakra setup. This is representative of basically a human for the way most people see it. There would be 2 lines on the very outside connecting those 2 outside edges. But yeah, I couldn't for some reason find it in the computer. So it would look like overall like that. So, and while I was trying to figure out how that worked and whatnot, this is actually the one time that Odin actually spoke to me. Although speak, I don't know if it is a particularly correct word, because I don't know if I heard it with my ears or in my head. I'm not really sure.
Right.
But Odin told me flat out. He said, I'm not one tree. I'm not one tree. I'm 3 trees, not one." And so what we have then is this being one of the trees, but in the typical occult fashion, as above, so below, all 3 of the trees are built exactly like this. So this one that's being shown, we call the Odin tree, because this is your high mind. So this is going to be your more etheric thought. As an alchemist, this is going to be your sulfur, your oil, your sulfur mind. It's very chaotic, feminine. This is fire, heat. The future, it's where all your thoughts, your higher thinking comes from. So then you're going to end up having a second tree, and this is part of when I talk about 3 minds. The tree is the entirety of the mind, and you have 3 separate pieces. Why is this not? There we go. Video, not video.
I'm actually pulling just Ben, to let you know, I'm pulling up also to see as ChatGPT to create a comprehensive image of Yggdrasil. Curious to see.
Go ahead and pull that one down.
Okay.
And then throw up the next one.
Yep.
So as you can see, then you're going to have, and it's off to the right here, you're going to have 3
speed.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know we're gonna be good at this like by like 5 or 6 years. So you can see that we have 3 trees, and it's easy for me to do this like this too. So what's going to happen is you've got your Odin mind, your higher tree, and your Vili mind, and these are the actual true pieces of you. When you're looking at the rituals where they have like the 2 towers or the 2 pillars or whatever, that's what these
left and the right side.
That's what these 2 are representing. And so what they're going to do then is they're going to lock on this one right here. This is your heart center. So these 2 trees are locking together right here. Now the problem with this setup is this tree being the fire tree or the etheric tree, it wants to rise. And this tree being the salt tree or the ice tree wants to sink. Hot rises, cold sinks. So these 2 things don't actually want to stay locked together. So this is where your ego tree comes in, your 3rd tree. And like you can see in the picture, the 3rd tree is going to come in like this and lock over top of the other 2. One of these should have had all the diamonds on it, and lock over the other 2. So this is what's actually, and this is going to be your carbon body. And the carbon is what's actually locking these pieces together. So they're stuck together. So when we look at that, now we've got the representation of the typical 7 chakras, and it's sitting over top of your body. Where then as an occultist, and when you're what you learn through the Odin trials is there, as you can see the way this is laid out, there's not a dot in this one nor a dot in this one. This one is the high mind that Odin is opening up, that he's opening this up, and then when he throws it down the well, this is to open up this lower mind. And when Odin ends up taking and completing the 2 things, then these 2, when he hangs himself on Yggdrasil, get locked together, and this becomes one thing. So when we're looking at these, the way they're built as an alchemist, this far left one, this highest one, is going to be your sulfur tree. And your low tree, your lowest one's going to be your salt tree. And then the center's right there is going to be your carbon tree. And we have just your typical, your 3rd eye, your throat, and all that in your setup in here. You can literally lay a human body over top of this, and you can see how the entire thing's laid out. I have a slide like that somewhere, actually. No, I do. It's I don't remember where it is in my stuffs. It's in, I think Mario made it for me. What the fuck was I just saying then?
Where it lays over the body.
Yeah, where it lays over the body. So you could see then the chakras. So the idea then is you only have availability to these 7. And what you're trying to do is open up your Godhead and your Titan root. And these are the things that are close to us that are keeping us from accessing the fullness of our power of who we are. Now, again, when you look at that, anytime that we're doing this first tree, the Odin tree, it's got a masculine side and a feminine side. This upper diamond's going to be feminine. This lower diamond is going to be masculine, and the center diamond, which you can see when you overlay the ego, is going to lock in there. That one's going to be the mercurial diamond. So each of these, as above, so below, breaks down. It's the same basic component pieces, all building the same exact thing. Yeah, you can go ahead and pull that down, Omar.
Mm-hmm. I don't see another one.
No.
Oh shit. Balderson, I just accidentally kicked you. Oh man.
Ben, come back.
For that one.
You're fired.
Whoops. That was obviously an accident. It's like, well, thank you so much, Ben. Oh man.
Ben, come back.
I'll wait for him to come back because that was Ben.
Yeah, I need more. I need more.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, I'm out of here.
No, that was me. I did that. I got booed off the stage too. Okay. That was the last slide.
Hold on, let's see what else the wife's got cooked up in here.
Anything else?
Minimize the screen. If it's not safe.
So I think one of the important things for people to understand is that when you understand something, you'll be able to apply it to other things, right? So it's like if you understand like the concept of creation, from the highest understanding down to the, from the highest understanding, which would be like from the perspective of the first creation, like from nothing except a supreme creator to something that has been created. Let's call it the universe, right? Down to to us, as above, so below, A to B, B to A, right? Then we're able to take other sigils of other understandings and put them in front of something else. You can take the sigil of what Ben was showing, and you can put it over a Kabbalistic tree of life. You can take and put it over the Celtic tree of life. You can take, and these things, if they're comprehensive, should at least have a full understanding within something. Now, of course, obviously, there's a lot bigger understandings and different cultures that explain things further, like the Chinese one. Have you ever looked into that? That's like a whole, that would take years to even comprehend, because it attaches also to the human body, which taps into what Ben was referring to pertaining to the elements. But then it goes into this whole, it goes into everything else, acupuncture, the points, it's crazy. So, I mean, when I say a couple years to understand, I mean to understand, to be able to utilize 20 years, and acupuncturists who are classically trained in Chinese medicine understand it fully. And those people train for 10 years minimum. So, it can go as deep, it can go as above, so below, so within, so without. It can go as deeply into something and go all the way out, all the way up, all the way down. That's a complete, oh, here we go. We have an image.
So, and this is the, when people are talking about like the caduceus or things like that, the energy flow, this is what's happening, is you've got a right energy that's, you can see making a curve back and forth. And the same thing with your left energy. Again, you can split this into masculine and feminine. And you can see that each one of these is creating, this is what's creating your primary chakra points, your actual main heads. So you can see on the ends, they're actually touching each other, but then they leave this whole center open. So that took me down as a road. And what really, really caught my attention, I was trying to tie the planets or the wandering stars into this system, because that's the way that's supposed to initially work. And where I started initially having a problem was at the heart center. And the way that they align things up on normal systems, it's straight up and down, but it's definitely not. So around the heart center, the heart is actually going to be Venus and Mars. And so that's iron and copper. The copper side's your blue side, the iron side is your red side. And the same thing happens in your blood system. This is literally then just your blood system. The copper side is your hydrogenated side, and your iron side is your oxygenated side. Oxygen pulls in, iron pulls oxygen to it, copper pulls hydrogen to it. It's those two things together that are making, in those opposing forces that are making the primary heart chakra that's happening. You have the same thing in your third eye, where it's your left and right hemisphere, and those two things are fighting. That's your very first, a lot of your very first stories, where it's your left and your right. Your right, it's the gold and the silver, and the right, the one hemisphere is controlling your motor movements, your masculine thoughts, your precision, your ordering, and then the other side's your creative. And then in between you have this thing that's the two opposing forces. And then you have the same thing in your genitals. We're men, we have testes, or your gametes, and with women you have your ovums. So you have the two separate things, once again, making this third item that's actually more powerful than either of them. And you get, like I said, part of that through the actual energetic flows. Now, when you look at them like this, and actually I again used to have a slide. Anybody that wants to see the real big bad presentation of this, go to Flattoberfest, the one in Vegas, and I did a giant presentation about it with professional slides and everything. But this turns into the flower of life. So when you're looking at things, the round is the female, and the hard angles are masculine. So the tree of life is your masculine side of your energetic flows, like the grid. And then the female side is your round parts. What? Yeah, the flow of the energy. So this would actually, and if Omar takes us down, you can see in the background of the thing right here, they actually have up on the top, in between Clay and Omar's head, we have what I'm talking about. And you can see, if you lay the tree of life over top of that, you see where the dots start popping up. That's the masculine side of it, where those intersections are happening. And then where the energy is flowing, the way the energy is flowing is in the circles. That's the feminine side of things.
Yep. See, Kundalini. See if they have any good images.
Yeah, Tony Coriolis was there.
Get some good images. Let's see here. Let's see if I can add some. See, share screen. So I guess you could start off like on the inside of somebody. Everyone's heard of chakras, right? Chakra means wheel. I want to use an image that's not the most. Something not so artistic, not so Hindu. Yeah, there we go. Let's use that one. Let's see if that, something not so, there we go. Let's see how that looks. No, it didn't work. Let's see. Okay. Anyway, the correlation I'm trying to depict here. Let's see, this is retarded. That doesn't work. Okay. I guess you can't, when you start roaming around screens, it doesn't necessarily work. All right. Why is that still showing? Okay. So I think the most important thing for people to understand is the lack of separation, but separation is important to teach, right? To use a teaching tool. So it's like, well, how do you start with yourself? Okay, so you can start with the classical 7 chakra system, right? Which is depicted as we just saw in the caduceus, right? Which is the symbol for medicine. Actually, let's pull that up here. Let's see if this works. Caduceus images. See, I don't understand when we use images, it doesn't really load. Let's see if this works. Actually, that'll work. All right, let's see if this works. Share screen. Not share. Okay. Share screen. Let's see if this works. All right. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's fine. So it doesn't matter. This is an artistic rendering on the left. Someone's trying to look like super cool. On the right is a kind of a classic scenario, right, of a medical caduceus. Most people have seen this because it's a symbol for medicine. Became the symbol of medicine during the Greek times. Where did they learn it from? The Egyptians, right? Although the concepts of chakras, the way we understand them, is more spelled out in the Hindu paths. It is something that's understood through the ancient worlds. So on one side, you would have a serpent that would represent masculine, and on the other side, you would have a serpent that represents negative, right? And each place where each serpent touches, with the connecting point is called is nadi, right? And in the center of the circle, this would be called a chakra. Chakra means wheel, right? In this image, what we're basically showing is the force of the masculine and feminine, or the dark and light, going up, right? Where it connects would be your temples, right? And then the highest one, which is usually representing in a solar disk, let's see here, which is a solar disk. This is a horrible image. This is a horrible image. Okay, with a solar disk. Okay, whatever. There's always, you see the circle, and see the circle right here. So there's a circle, which is, yeah, which is the solar disk, right? Now the solar disk represents, most people would like to, when they call it like Gnostics, oh, they're worshiping the sun. Okay, well, no, the sun, the sun represents light. So this would mean the ascendance of this energy through the body from the root, which would be the underworld. The Kundalini means coiled serpent. It means that you have unlimited amount of pure potential energy that's sitting coiled, like the unleashed potential, right? Because the serpent's sitting there. And then when the serpent rises, it's fully risen, right? And so when this energy rises, between the temples lies our key, our third eye, and then rises up to the next, which would be the solar disk. This means two things. Number one is the transcendence of the energy risen to a higher version of self. It means enlightenment. Buddha means enlightened one. Christ was the title bestowed upon a man named Jesus. It means anointed. Anointing can also mean liquid. Liquid can also refer to the secretion of the golden nectar, right? Which could be referred to as the cerebral spinal fluid, which is the Christos fluid, which is a DMT release from the third eye down the cerebral spinal, and so on, so on. And that alone, Kundalini, by the Kundalini and those energies is something we should. That's a whole different realm of a subject, right? The point I'm trying to make, bringing up the caduceus, is that, and they say it comes from Hermes Trismegistus, right? And Hermes was the Greek god of wisdom and medicine, but it comes from thought. So anytime you see, for example, like the 7 Hermetic laws, which is written by Hermes, also has a version that was written by the Egyptians, which was usually called the Thoth, right? The law, the god of wisdom, right? And so on, so on. Let's see if I'm able to pull this up here. Let me see here. Remove.
Cutest, you need to stop.
Remove that. Why? They say.
See, okay, and from your standard perspective, that sun disk isn't even included. What you're calling the sun disk isn't even included in your chakra set, and that's because you don't have access to that yet. You're not accessing that.
That's why the body.
Yeah, and so you're not reaching that epitome. You're also not reaching the epitome of your root. And so this is one of the things that Odin understood, is that you had to open up both sides. The salt side is where your memory lays. That's your going to be your ancestral memory, and this side's going to be your higher thought. You need access to both of those This is why it would seem like Odin went on two missions that are kind of the same if a person doesn't understand these things. Where when he went and took and sacrificed his eye in Mimir's well, that he gained knowledge, but then he needed to gain wisdom. He needed to have both, because these are two very separate things. And one is a very dense thing. Wisdom is something that's actually happened. You have experienced this. The world has experienced this. It's not a new thought. It's a given answer. You already know it. This is where emotion even comes from, because this is something that you've actually experienced. Where on your higher thought, this is something that you're inventing, you're imagining, you're bringing out something newer. Two very different sides.
Yeah. I have images. It's not letting me load images.
I put something in the
Clay.
back. I put something in the back. I don't know if Ben, you want to do it, because it'd probably be.
I can't see it. I don't have keys to Omar's
Oh,
car.
I mean the private. The private.
Oh, in the privates?
Yeah. Down in the private.
Privates.
Down in the private parts. Yeah. I don't know if that would help. It's just something I had pulled up. I don't know if it's accurate or whatever. It's just like I'm doing like a little bit on my phone here, and then I went and pulled it up on the computer, and I don't know if that's accurate or.
I don't know why that's not pulling up. It's just giving me a blank white screen, and then in the left it says Yggdrasil tree structure. That's weird.
Huh.
Oh, I sent you one in Discord, if that's what you're talking about.
Doing that.
Just because it looks like it may be awesome.
Our computery skills are not top notch. That is a fact.
All right. Let me try it a different way.
Cutis, you need to stop.
See if this works. See if this image. Desktop. See recent.
And yeah, those acupuncture points would just be because that's only the center line tree of life. It actually goes out into a full diamond in and of itself both ways. And so each of those points then would be all the different meridians of where these different energy lines are meeting. And what they're tied to. And this is part of what Omar's talking about. You have to study these things for a very long time, and this is part of why I really appreciate the actual diagrams of it. Otherwise, you don't understand why poking a needle in your foot is going to help you with headaches. You don't see how those two things are actually connecting together, or why does the back of your right knee hurt because your shoulder's messed up, or things like that. If you actually have the diagram, you get to understand why these two things are connected.
Yeah, picture's worth 1,000 words. Can you try that one there, Ben? See if that one pulls up.
Well, I have one up here real quick. So if you can see that, should be pretty clear. This is like from our organization. This is like a combination of the basic understanding.
That's fascinating.
A consolidation, This symbol is called a triquetra. As you can see, there's the circle in there, which would be like an Ouroboros, right? There's also a pyramid in there, obviously, right? 3 points, which would be 3 destination points. So it's not necessarily that something is like up or something is down, because you can turn it in any way. And in the highest level of understanding, things would just be spinning at all times in every direction. So everything would just be existing at the same time. You can see, we have the 3 kingdoms, right? We have the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, and the mineral kingdom. You'd refer this as animal kingdom would be like the children. Father nature would be the mineral kingdom, right? The mountains. Even shamanically speaking, which this diagram is used to help. They have father medicines would be peyote, San Pedro, which is known as chuma, which are cactuses. And where do those grow? Those grows in the mountains and the deserts. And mother medicines would be from the plant kingdom, right? So
buttons.
Yeah. And of course, you would even use those in the day, like generally speaking, peyote or San Pedro is done in the daylight, in the sun's presence on a mountain or in the deserts, and feminine medicines like ayahuasca is done at night in the moonlight, right? So in the animal kingdom, the children of the earth tap into the mother nature and then the father nature to create another triangle, right? Then we have the body, we have the soul, and we have the mind, right? The mind, body, the spirit, right? This is an inner, notice it's an inner circle here. By tapping into this, we utilize this capture. So by tapping into mother and father nature, you have an upside down triangle, so to speak. And then here, mind, body, spirit, which would create a new symbol. One triangle's facing up, one's facing down, just meaning unification, right? And the center is the one source of all existence, which exists inside of us, which is what we're trying to understand, right? Inside of the infinite samsara, the birth, death, rebirth, right? And once we tap into this center, or us, you could say, this is like looking down from the crown down to you, then you have a fully awakened and unified, that's a very good point, fully unified, awakened mind, body, and the soul, right? And you would become ascended, so to speak, right? Doesn't mean you're going anywhere, obviously. It just means that you're awake, right? And then from there you have, and by the way, from there, then you have a whole new set of problems, okay? So.
Yeah, when he's talking about the two triangles, once again, this is when you're looking at that, that's this one, and then this one. And when they overlap each other,
Merge them together. Exactly.
That's the merging. This is where you're completing the circle. You're opening up, because it's one of those interesting things. The highest epitome is also the lowest at the same time. So those two things actually become one thing.
And when you put those together that you just did, that's also that was showing like dimensional planes, and that's a whole nother thing where we're talking about degrees of consciousness, which kind of taps into that Kabbalistic, which maybe I pull up. Clay, thoughts?
No, I mean, this is kind of generally what I'm understanding it to be. Like what you guys would refer to as the higher mind, and how to achieve that. And that would be essentially the purpose. Like, so for purpose-driven mind, what the purpose would be to achieve that higher mind, and it being more or less cyclical if you achieve it, but as a necessity, no, right? Like, so the use of these understandings to deal with the real world, the two sides, as well as the movement upward and the movement downward. But if you achieve that higher mind, you can, use it in a cyclical fashion to essentially move to the next whatever, in a sense, plane of existence, or just within the cycle of life itself. Would be a benefit. So the cycles, like when it comes to seasons, right? And I know Ben's a farmer, and this is where I really kind of fully get it, because with agriculture, if you understand the cycles, you achieve a bountiful crop. This is like a necessity to being a farmer or anybody involved in agriculture. If you don't understand it, you will never ever get it. Like that is the purpose. Like, it's not necessarily to achieve the higher mind, but it is to apply it within the boundaries that are set.
Yeah, back in the day when everyone was farming their own food, it would be easier to explain things with that type of information. Now no one even knows how to make their own. They don't even know how to like kill their own animal, let alone grow their own anything, right? So now we have to like utilize other things, because they don't even people don't even understand the planetary, like the way planets affect things. Like, that's kind of the reason. That's why we're diving into this stuff. Hold on.
Howard on fire over here.
Yeah. Symbols are hyperdimensional reality tunnels that affect and reflect our consciousness. creating egregoric resonance that enable our consciousness to interface with them. This is not easily understood. Yeah, hyperdimensional, meaning, again, that's a perfect example of saying that they're actually technically moving in every direction. A sigil would be like a static image of that to teach off of.
So, and I like where Clay went with that. So so when we step out, and this is why I talk about, you're not just trying to reach the higher mind, you're trying to reach the lowest mind also. So when he looks at those two triangles, the one was your lowest triangle and the one was your highest. The thing you're going to achieve with your lowest triangle is opening up your ancestral memories. So imagine part of the way that you get through understanding seasons is just having experienced them. And you start noticing real quickly that summer has a certain season and winter and whatnot. But now let's open that up to your entire ancestry. So now we're talking about, you have hundreds and thousands of years of access. And now all of a sudden things like 100-year floodplains, those become very normal and something you understand and you can expect and you can plan for. And this is where the higher mind aspect comes in, is now I have all these wonderful ideas. I can implement them into the things that are there and understood, and I can start creating something better for myself. So if I understand that if I plant on this day, if you know, you get the knee high by 4th of July, well, that's because you had to meet a planting schedule. And that means that you're also going to meet a harvest schedule, but so on and so forth. The further that you can extend those understandings out, whether it's to the higher mind or the thinking forward, or the lower mind and the thinking backwards, the density that's already happened, you're only going to further how much better you're going to do. It starts becoming like looking at gambling statistics, where eventually when you do something over 1 billion times, you start seeing little statistical anomalies and where they fit and all these other things. And you can start making real bets on the outcomes of things because you've got the mathematical basic setup in order to say, well, this many times it's going to work out like this under these conditions.
Right. And it does leave room for error as well, obviously.
For sure.
You know, I look, I'm just going to take it right to the point, right? Dung, poo, a doo-doo, right? That's like really kind of the lowest, you know, form of what you can apply to your crop, but it is one of the most important, if not the most important. You know, you have to have this, the fertilizer. And if you don't have that, you're not going to have a crop. So if you don't understand what the point of it is, you know, the cycle will be broken and you will be going hungry for sure. You know, and losing that sight is going to be, you know, it's literally this tree of life concept is understanding where each thing lies, applying it, and then if you achieve that highest goal, you know, recycling continually.
You know, everything works in a cycle. There's small daily cycles, yearly cycles, and even greater cycles. Yep. Everything is in a cycle. Yeah. The inhalation and exhalation, everything in your body, everything is, works in a cycle in this world. And it's always an oscillation back and forth, one side and then the other. This is literally the energetic representation we showed you is an oscillation. Sometimes the red snake's on this side, sometimes over here, they're oscillating. When you look at the way your heart works, you don't want a center line. You want up and down, up, down. You need that oscillation between the two opposing forces in order to actually have life here.
Yeah, and then there's also the consideration, and I'll look at it, I like you brought up the heart, would be like the consideration of strength at the right time. Not necessarily strength or strength on a side or this side, but strength at the right time on a side. Like, you know, if it's heat to one side, it needs that strength, right? But if it needs a cool down period, you know, then obviously you need a cool down period. That's, you know, little less strength. So you would allow this side or that side to be strengthened accordingly. Yeah, I mean, it completely makes sense to me. I mean, that's literally
Omar's over here reading this guy's fucking chats that fucking this guy, I don't know, he showed up like 3 or 4 shows ago and just spams the chat with fucking Bible verses.
No, I haven't. I haven't. If you see me going like this, that's the chats are on this side.
Just spam. The dude just spams it with Bible, and which I'm fine with Bible verses, but I don't know why you're spamming it. Like the dude's done this like every day, and it doesn't match what we're talking about or anything. He just comes in and starts putting Bible verses and shit.
Revelation 22:2 in the midst of the street. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
which bear 12 manners of fruits. And he, okay, hold on, let me put it here. Okay, what? And he should me a pure river, water of life. Okay, proceeding out of the throne of God and the Lamb. Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think the guy's actually even listening to the show. He just comes in and spams the chat with fucking
Bible
but who?
Listen, Revelations is a great book, but the thing is this part you have to understand the author of Revelations is a believer in a specific thing. So he had a vision of how that thing would materialize itself. Okay.
I don't have a problem with the book again. But that's it's up Asfaroon.
No, I mean like
or talking about Bible verses and what they could possibly mean.
No,
the Kabbalistic tree of life needs to get brought up here. I just don't understand what this guy's spamming.
But like the Asir would bring up the and have visions of telling everyone, even if it was his own, or he would tell a story of the Asir, right? Like the mystic. What was it in the Viking lore? The Asir.
The Asir and there's the Asir and the Vanir, which are about the same level, but then you would turn around and you would go like the ice giants and the gods are opposites. Well, actually fire giants.
Yeah, but the Asir is like supposed to be someone who materializes in the human flesh, right? But they thought was divine or eternal or
They are eternal and divine, as are the Vanir. Neither of them are from our level of existence. So the Vanir
talk to humans.
They can talk to humans, yes, but they don't. So the only ones when you look at it that actually really visit Earth is Loki and Odin. Like and this is another thing that brings the tree of life up. Like Thor would be the bottom tree, the dense tree. Thor can't go to them upper levels. Like he can come here, but he can't go to those upper levels. Asgard's as high as he can go, which if you lay those out in the worlds, and it's because he's too dense. He's in the stories, it's because he's too fat. Like he weighs too much. He can't go up onto these upper levels. And this is.
Well, no, I was bringing that up, meaning that someone who is telling a story or as a psychic, right? Every town would have their person that they would share visions and they would tell stories of visions. It doesn't necessarily have to be that person's vision. They would tell the story, like for example, like a believer in the end of the times, according to like the Christian eschatology, right? The priest or anyone would tell the story to transmit the energy and the understanding of the importance of this story to their town or village, right? And that's been the case since the beginning of time, and every culture had them, right?
It could be
they have stories of the end, and which is called eschatological stories and theories, right? And these were oral traditions for the most part, and someone would share that. They wouldn't sit there and just be like, and then what's going to happen is that the dragon will come. No, they're like, and then the dragon appears and it has 7 heads represent. Okay. And that's how it's written and that's how it's taught. Right. So, if Revelation's scaring you, I would say it's doing its job. I mean, that's what it's supposed to do.
I like how the modern world, they've tried to like fucking make everything super fucking like angels or cherubs and shit like that. Have you guys read the book? Have you seen the descriptions?
Bro, my favorite is when they say that the dragon is a helicopter.
Nice.
Yes, I've heard that before.
That's
It's wild. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
they knew what a helicopter was. No, they didn't. But they, I'm sure, would have known the difference between a dragon and a piece of machinery. They would not have called it a dragon. I don't think. They might have called it a great chariot with spinning blades or something. I don't like. Yeah. But yeah, no. This, what you were saying there, Omar, about that these people would come to the village and tell the story, and whether it was an actual seer or just somebody passing the message along, or even just a crazy guy, right? And then the idea of purpose, which I think is really, to me, the highest thing here, achieving understanding with this stuff. When in these different cultures, people are beginning to have these understandings, whether it's through revelation or whatever, just a storytelling. These people are taking these stories and making the story that they heard, whatever the purpose of the person was, their own purpose and story, which I think is doing it a disservice. I think that a lot of people are taking in and just saying whatever that person said is what I now believe, and not doing it real justice, and not saying, oh, now you had this understanding, you understood this purpose, but understanding what I am and who I am, and having my own understanding is, to me, a better usage of your own body, your own mind, your own purpose.
Yeah, your own independent consciousness.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like maybe think about it a little bit. Like, be very weary of those who would try to tell you that they know for sure pretty much anything, but let alone when it's all coming to an end, because they're selling you something. Like,
Sure.
like that's one of the problems with Paul. Paul told you there's no chance that any of you are going to die before this thing's going to all come to a head. So follow me to the promised land. And they do it now, so many. And anyone who's telling you they know for sure, remember, every generation since the beginning of time, isn't it funny that since the beginning of time, every generation has been telling you that it's going to end in their generation? Why is that? The answer is because we're the stars of our own reality show. So of course the world has to end when I'm alive, because that's how the movie's written. Why else am I here right now? Of course, the biggest things ever have to start and end while I'm here. Of course, this is the most ... time in the history of the world.
Well, I mean, also they don't understand the cycles inside the cycles. So, like,
Yes.
you throughout the day you can have a cycle that matches the year, and these people don't understand that that they might be experiencing similar events to what the end times are, but that's going to be 100-fold compared to what you're experiencing in this small cycle.
For sure. There's, here we go. Hold on. So this person, Jarl, listen.
I'm telling you, you just got to ignore that
No,
person.
this is a different.
They
Yeah. So
are.
I just want to tell you really quick. We already went over this on Saturday, and I would just tell you that if you're bringing up John 1:1, it's actually Genesis 1:1. So, and you should, you know what I mean? And John is Greek, and you should look what the word you're saying, which is logos, look into the definition of logos. And I would say that you're off from the beginning because you're saying John 1:1. Oh, you mean Genesis 1:1, Moses? Maybe you should, maybe if John's referencing Genesis, you should just read Genesis. So I think that you're starting at the second half of a book and really getting excited about the second half of a book, right? Of the part 3 of a story, and thinking that's everything. So what would you do if Baal offered you immortality? Baal? Oh, Baal?
Baal, yeah.
Baal? But
Baal,
I would say Baal doesn't have the opportunity, and
I would
have it.
I would say take your stinky desert ass back to the desert. Why are you out in my fucking mountains? Because I'm sure not in your fucking desert.
I already have immortality. If God is eternal, the supreme creator, the all father, the El, right? If El, God, Ahura Mazda, is uncreated from which all creation exists, the he or it who spoke the first word of which creation came out of, then we were created in that creation from the essence. Now, sure, my physical body is a part of that material. My physical body is a part of the seed or the universe itself. And this physical will diminish itself. But what will not diminish is my soul, because my soul is a part of the eternal truth, which is one eternal life collectively. So I'm already immortal. And you are too, even if you don't know it. And that's
I like Howard's point, serpent, as in, you know, it's a current of energy,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
And that lines up with what we see in reality, right? I mean, when you witness the lightning strike, you know, it goes up as well as it goes down, and then it meets in the middle. And the reason for this is because it's simply a current, and there's two streams meeting in the middle.
yeah.
You know, and you know, just having the full understanding of just some of these basic things in physics definitely leads you to the better understanding of how to apply it in real life. This is, you know, to really bring up one of the better inventors or discoverers, I should say, because really he wasn't so much an inventor as he was a discoverer, Tesla, right? So like with Tesla, you know, the guy discovered such power, and you know, he recognized that his inability to not be able to control it, which essentially drove him mad. You know, he was completely done a disservice by the patent office, but you know, that's a story for another time.
Also by Thomas Edison.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see if this works. I pulled up where we have this somewhere. Okay, so here let's pull this up real quick. So we'll just dive into it, because it seems like we have some people are really trying to get excited about the Bible. Oh yeah, you're right. He is spamming it. Malachi 3.
I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't. There's not a rhyme or reason. He just spams fucking Bible verses
because they think they're doing the Lord's work. Like they think that if I can convince one person today, you know, they're trying to save their soul. They believe in eternal damnation, and they're trying to save their damned soul that's damned because Adam and Eve ate from the apple. And if you even look at it, they say that Adam and Eve were created and then kicked out of the garden in like 6 hours, bro. They were created and kicked out the same day.
That is not
Isn't that great?
Long.
And
they fucked that up quick.
Yeah, but the oldest interpretations, like the oldest, say 2 days. Like basically the rabbis that say like, oh no, it wasn't that quick, is the second day. So even after even after 2 days, it's just not. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like 2 days is not great. I mean, let's be serious here.
Wait, which if it's that quick, that would have to bring up the portion of the story where, just like as a parent, you know that if you tell your kids specifically not to touch something, as soon as you turn your back, they are touching that motherfucker. Like they have been plotting it. They are waiting for you to turn your back because they're like touching it. Like, how would he not know that was going to be the reaction? Like, fuck, you know, like if you really didn't want them eating those apples, just say those are bad apples. I don't eat off that tree.
You reminded me of the long ass road trips that we used to take cross country. See, when I was a kid, we still did that. I don't think parents really take their kids cross country anymore like they used to. But we had the big station wagon, the big wood grain 5.0 Ford. I mean, it was a beastie. And you know, we're in the back fighting. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. He's looking at me.
Exactly. Won't stop looking at me.
Breathing.
Which inevitably was followed by, "Don't make me stop this car."
Oh my gosh, yes. And I heard this so many times, and it did stop a few times. It never did turn around though, because we were going somewhere.
Yeah. Never are they going to actually turn around and go home. That was just a ridiculous statement. Yeah,
I'm gonna
everybody
turn this
knew it.
car
Now, when
around.
they threatened to beat you for it, now that had some bite to it. Like,
It did.
you might beat me on the side of the road right here in front of all the oncoming traffic while they cheer. That might
Yeah,
happen.
that would happen.
Yeah, so this is along the lines of the Kabbalistic view
This is
of
the
it, right?
Kabbalistic.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So
I was seeing that when I was doing my thread. Yeah.
yeah,
And
the
you're gonna-
Kabbalistic-
This is
Huh?
the Christian version, and you're going to see that most modern occult, they have attempted to tie into this particular system. And you can see, like where I'm talking about, if they literally removed the bottom tree, see how you can see the diamonds in it, see the
Yeah.
diamonds, and then they remove that bottom tree. They call that the tree of death. And so there's another tree that's reversed, and they even admit that the two are mirror of each other, and they overlap then on the Tifra. And number 6 there is where they're going to overlap, and then you're going to end up with 2 more diamonds down below. So this is part of what I call the demonization of the root. And so they call that lower side the demon side. And Omar and I got into it a few weeks ago about that. And I understand where that's coming from. It's real easy to take your root thoughts and think about all the nasty things that happen with the root, but the same amount of nasty things happen with your higher mind. And the root has advantages just like your higher mind. Without your root, you have no density. That higher mind is useless without the parts house. It's like a fucking engineer. An engineer, they come up with really cool ideas, the most amazing things you ever heard of. Only about a quarter of them actually work. Like most of that shit.
Yeah, but
like, and the person that tells them that it doesn't work is the root, because as a construction worker, you go to that engineer and you go, "Hey, dumb fucker, have you ever stepped outside in the world? You dumb motherfucker. Have you
Fucking
ever actually
engineers.
built
Yeah.
anything?"
Oh my God, bro! Now you're talking my language.
Yeah. Oh God.
Fucking
One time I
engineers.
was in like a almost month-long running fight with an engineer because this is when can lights first came out. And so he had engineered this arch, and the arch was basically just sheet metal, right? And there was nothing above it. So the arch in and of itself was like the roof. And so he wanted me to put these recessed can lights through that bottom part. And I'm like, but dude, there's nothing above it. Those are not watertight. Those are meant to be in a fucking like house to recess up into your rafters. There has to be something for it to go into.
Yeah.
And this dude would not get it, and he was so pissed off. And I'm just a dumb fucking punk making fucking $20 an hour, and he makes fucking $500,000 a fucking year. And I'm like,
Right.
yeah, well, I understand that fucking things that aren't made to be out in water and are electrical and get wet are a real problem. I did that just off of fucking high school education.
Yeah. Designing
You
a thing
motherfucker.
is, like, and what's worse is the architect. Like, don't get me wrong, I wanted to be an architect when I was in high school, right? And then I learned, oh wait a minute, the engineer knows more than he does, and then I realized the engineer don't know shit.
Yeah.
Like none of these guys are these, like they have their own complications at these quote unquote higher minds. I call them highly uneducated.
Yeah, well, because that when you disconnect that higher mind from the root,
Yes,
it gets ridiculous. All of a sudden, you can make things that don't work in reality, and that'll definitely work in this little world you invented in your fucking head. And so this is why this is a fucking system that goes together. And this is why alchemically you're trying to come to the epitome of both sides. Because if you come to the epitome of the higher mind, you end up a crazy ass engineer that what he's talking about is nothing like reality. When, without that root of reality, of that thing that's lived here for thousands of years and knows how this world works and knows the rules of this world, that higher mind's useless, and the lower mind's useless also. The two things are meant to be symbiotic.
They have to work together. I was thinking logistically with military strategies too, right? So the general comes in with his great and wonderful plan and then ends up losing on the battlefield because it was just absolutely logistically incorrect. I mean, he ended up attacking in a valley, and in a valley where the armies were camped out on both of the ridges. This is like classic
Dude,
military
George
logistics.
Washington, his first battle got the fuck knocked out of him.
Right.
Fort Necessity, because he did all the wrong things and he had a good idea. He's like, well, I put the fort in this flat spot in this clearing of this valley and it's going to be great. And they're like, yeah, except for when it rains and it's getting ready to rain. And then the trees are on the outside and they're still too close and they're going to just hang out in the trees and shoot us. Like, and that's what they did.
George Washington wasn't a British elite. George Washington wasn't a general elite. He became a general.
Correct. I wasn't saying that he was. I was saying his first battle was exactly what Clay's talking about. He was actually.
You guys have been going on a straw man about like the engineer's an idiot and the guy breaking the bricks.
No, the engineer's not an idiot. The engineer is an idiot when you don't balance it with when you don't balance it the actual low mind.
I get it. This is not an argument I made when you're talking about 2 weeks ago. I was starting out explaining the thing that is the most abstract to people because it's not inside of them, and you stopped me there and went on this tangent about the new age, about like that's not the argument. Like that's not
you specifically went on and banged on for 10 minutes about all the evils of the low mind and how we're supposed to reach our high mind.
Yeah,
and how we're supposed to reach our high mind.
Yeah, by itself, exactly. That's the problem.
Like even by itself, either one by itself is horrible. That's what we were just explaining.
The world is not in a high mind by itself. The world is in a low mind by itself. All the chemical drugs, all the porn, all the shit that we have is keeping us in the low self. The problem with the world is not a bunch of
they aren't stuck in their low self. Most of them are stuck in their higher self. They couldn't connect to their fucking root to save their life.
The physical body. Okay.
So could I because this
the
is
world the world's stuck in their higher self. That's the problem.
Could I? Because this is what you get.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Because this is what you guys.
Hold on. But again, this is not. I'm only saying the opposite of something.
Right.
Yeah, not yet. Because I just sat there silent for 7 minutes, so you guys kept on the same tangent. I'm not saying that I'm just pointing out that.
Listen, Omar, I fucking sat for like 5 hours and listened to you fuckers bang on about fucking meanings of words that I don't know nothing about. You can listen to fucking things for 10 minutes. Okay, you're all right. You'll survive.
Okay. So did you not say everything you wanted to say about the lower self, higher self?
We weren't excluding you from the conversation.
Okay. So I'd like to talk about the lower self, higher self. The entire premise of the whole thing is that without being unified, that's everything I've ever talked about, is a unification, which is the circle around the whole thing, right? We have to connect ourselves, the higher, the lower, etc. The whole thing has to be in. There's 6. Everything in the 6 in the body has to be to reach the quote 7th, right? I also said specifically, just think if this is top down. Imagine if you're in the sky, so to speak, looking down through your head and looking at yourself. That's all inside of you. So I'm not disagreeing with what Ben's saying. I'm saying that he's saying, oh, remember earlier when you said I was in the middle of explaining that part of it and the A to B and then the B to A, and then the conclusion is everything is unification. So that's all.
I agree. Everything is unification.
Yeah,
I know that I know we both land there.
That's all. That's the whole point of the entire subject matter. You guys were talking about like the difference between like, the architect or the engineer is a fool compared to the guy who knows on the ground, which is true. But then on the other end of the perspective is also true. That's the problem.
Well, I 100% agree. The guy on the ground, your basic work, your root worker doesn't have them cool higher thoughts, because some of those engineer things are really fucking awesome and have given us like indoor plumbing and shit like that, which we're all kind of fond of. Like, it's pretty cool stuff. Indoor electricity, all those really neat things that the higher mind had to come up with. That the lower mind is like, no, I know how to do this. This is how it works. This is what I do. And it doesn't have any of those higher thoughts. Explain that side too. It's when the two come together and merge in that middle, and you get the epitome of both. I agree. It's the union of all of it. That's when we open up everything.
Which is the entire essence of know thyself. Like we have to know ourself in every aspect and component of it, and which way we lean towards it.
And the purpose of the heart is for everything to merge through.
Yeah, it all merges there.
The middle is just as important as well. That's the trial ground. That's where you try out the good ideas and you combine it with the experience. That the middle, the now, the present, the heart, that's the only thing you have any control over. The thoughts are for the future. The experience is from the past. Now is where you have the power. But if you're out of balance on top and bottom, your now is going to be out of balance.
Yeah, that's why like the solar plexus, right? The energy, the unlimited potentiality that comes from the roots, right? The kundalini stores in the roots, moves up to the second chakra, the sexual, then up to the solar plexus, which is like considered like the nuclear power plant. And that power is created and rises directly up to the heart for the purification.
And this is part of why I wanted to do this series, because then you understand, like when we're talking about things, if we switch this to a god and this to a demon and this to the earth, well, we understand what Omar was just explaining. So this is the earth level. This is the center. This is your will. You understand that this angel tree does not reach the will chakra. It doesn't reach this area. This is earth, Midgard, the center. And so only things in this tree have higher thought. Only things in this tree.
We need to put this in an AI that can create a video.
Right?
That's what I was
Dude.
Yeah.
We have no money to do.
Yeah.
Dude.
We need a video. Spin is the guy.
This when I was originally putting this presentation together, this was not available. This is what needs to happen.
Sure. No, of course, because we need the. I didn't realize that's still up. No, we need that because you just need to outline it in like Word format. Boom, 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 boom. Upload it into the AI, and then it'll be able to explain. You can modify from there. What did I have here?
This is part of why I wanted to do this one so bad, is because then you understand when we talk about angels don't have free will because they don't own this chakra. Their body doesn't reach that far down. Their center doesn't go that far. Here's your free will. And this is part of why like your dense titans, they don't have that higher thought because they only reach up to here. They don't have access up here to these higher thought items. So they might seem like they're smart because they've done something 1,000 times. That doesn't mean that they will conceptualize new things based off of that. That's higher thought where, okay, here's the things I know. Now I can conceptualize these new things. That's higher thought. These are two very different subjects.
Yeah, I didn't. So the tree of life, which is known as a Kabbalistic tree of life, is like I think it's like, again, it's not from the Garden of Eden. Maybe, it's like at the oldest, it's like 300 AD, but it's really like 600. I think it was created completely during the Babylonian exile. I think they picked it, and I can show you why I think that, because I like to just pull up. Yeah, they learned it from the Babylonians, which was Mesopotamia, when they were being ruled by Persia. Right. And so, but again, I'm not saying that's Persian. It's not. It's Babylonian, meaning Mesopotamian. And when you pull up the concepts of the tree of life, I mean, like I have one tattooed right here on my freaking arm. You know what I mean? Like when you pull up the Sumerian, you can. I'll pull that up after. But what they did do is they explained it really well, right? And so if you see like the top one, which says Keter. Keter means crown, right? And so naturally, of course, we would say, oh, the Keter is the crown, it's the highest. But look at the symmetry compared to the others. All 9 of these Sifirot in this are all in like one collective tree. On the very bottom, right, you see the Malkut, right? Malkut is just number 10. But the thing is that the number 10, Malkut, is also representing the Shekhinah, which is in essence the divine feminine, which is also the most powerful because that is the essence or the kundalini or the prana that moves through the whole thing to even get to the crown, right? And this goes right to what Ben was just referring to, right? Because without the force or without the awareness of that, you will never ascend to whatever. And if you do, you're going to most likely be a crazy person, right? Which is like, and there've been a lot of like true genius crazy people. Usually they're great painters, okay, but they can't they can't even bathe themselves, right? They can't even feed themselves, but they can create, and that's not good. But at the same time, this is actually the perfect thing. I can't believe I didn't think of it earlier, because this tree, the Kabbalistic tree of life, gives a perfect example of not saying that the Shekhinah, which is the essence, which is a newer Jewish version of the Ruach, which is the breath, right? Not saying that the essence is different. It's just saying that you have to pull it up, right? Because the number 9, the Yasod, is the foundation. That you could say that's your roots. Let's just, the number 9, I don't know if you can see that. 9 is the root, right? So that's where you're sitting, right? If you see a person here on the left, that would be where you're sitting. Okay, so everything that is in the Malkut, which is the Shekhinah, is the divine essence, which the essence inside of you is the soul, the spirit, the connection, what brings life into the physical realms, right? The manifestation of the reality, the reason why the consciousness can be conceived itself, the expression of the divine through you, right? That goes up and permeates throughout and into the 9, which is the Yesod, which is your foundation or your root, right? This is like the funnel, or like the source where things come through. In Kundalini, there's like practices where you tighten your asshole and breathe, for example, right? And that's called the Uddiyana Bandha. And Uddiyana is a place that's in modern day Pakistan.
Nobody wants to shart while they're meditating.
Yeah, that's a good point. And so, yeah. And so you see, there's only one way to pull up this divine feminine force, right through the Yesod, right? And then it was Yesod, right through the
Killing me, man.
Right, and then
up.
and to the left and to the right, right? To the left, you have the Hod, which is the majesty, the language, the intellect, right? The masculine side, right? Which we'd say like is like the intellect, and the right side would be like your ambition, your what's it called? The netzach, the force to keep moving, the emotional force, right? This is like foundational stuff. Then where are we at? 7, you get 6. The 6 is like, notice the center line, the Malkut, the Yesod, the Tiferet, the Da'at, and then, which by the way, Ma'at is the Egyptian thing we're always talking about, and then the Keter, which means crown, right? So let's go down the center first. The 6, the Tiferet, and which this whole thing is called a Siferat, is the balance between mercy and justice, between destiny and fate, the balance between empathy and hate. You know what I mean? Like these divine, like we would almost say objective moralities, right? Sit in the 6 in the Tiferet. It sits in balance until it goes left or until it goes right. Then what do we have? The crown, etc., etc. Where are we at?
See, pull up the tree of death, and see what I'm saying is the Yesod is actually the will chakra, and they cut out the vast majority of the root tree. And so everything for Jews is very etheric. Their entire system is etheric. The Tiferet would be your heart center, and this is part of why, like, you have 8 paths in the same, or it's, you can explain this from a Norse position so well, because that's Midgard, and from Midgard you've got 8 paths out. There's 9 worlds, but you're standing on one of the worlds, so there's 8 paths leading to the others. And that's how Midgard sits. So this bottom tree, if you pull up the tree of death, the chakras of the bottom tree would overlay it, and then this would look like a complete tree, and it would be just like mine.
Yeah. How so? Yeah, I mean, again, how is the tree of death is a clipot? Yeah, actually, so the clipot is it means like the clipot it means shell, like an outer shell. So this body is a clipot. This is according to Kabbalistic Hebrew. This is a clipot, which is just a shell encasing my soul, right?
So this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and so you're in. The reason it's not mentioned is because you're inside of you. This is inside of you. Yeah, like they don't show you the shell.
See that this is where they're getting it wrong. And even
well,
the Christian occultists, their system, like the elemental system, is wrong. Fucking because they cut out the salt side. And even in the Bible, he's not just the light of the God, he's also the salt of David. The salt side has to be accounted, and they're cutting out the salt side. The thing as an alchemist you're trying to cut out is the carbon body, the thing in the middle, so that way you can perfectly overlay the top and the bottom, and because without that carbon body having to be acting as like a referee between the two. And then that's when those two are aligned, that you come to the pure power of yourself without the interference, right? So they're completely disregarding the crystal tree. Like when you look at the fucking elemental systems, it's stupid as shit. It takes out the crystal side. They according to them, fucking fire and water make air, and the three of those things coagulate together to make earth. That's not how shit works. You can't make it work like that. But if you go instead and look at it as earth as the 0 point, the Midgard, and then you go water, air, fire. Well, now we've reached these three elements. Now instead we go down below and we go unorganized crystal, pristine crystal. So this highest mind, this highest fire would go with what you would almost call with what you would call a superconductor, because the more aligned the crystal is, the better the conductor. Where with a superconductor, you have perfect alignment in the cold, and then energy is able to pass through it without even time. Whatever energy you put on one point exists on the other point, and they cut this entire system out.
Well, okay. We're halfway through it. We're not done with it.
Most people never even heard of the Qlipoth. Thank you for that word, Howard.
Yeah, the Qlipoth means the shell, like the shell. It's basically like meaning that the body is just like housing the casing, right? The shell. That's what the word means, the shell, right? So, where were we even at? Da'at, and then the
you were at
crown.
You were at Tiff. Yeah, you were moving on to
yeah. So we finished the center line. Okay, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the Keter is the crown, right? So the bottom left, you have the Hod. The Hod is like the intellect, language. We touched on that. So hold on. I need my glasses, bro. I can't see this shit. And then where we at? The Netzach.
Getting old.
Netzach is like, and the Netzach on the right is the drive, the endurance, like the will, the power to move it, right? And the left, the Geburah, which is like the discipline, the restriction. All of it has to do with strength, but the applications of strength. The Chesed, which is a good word. This is like the mercy, but mercy not necessarily just mean in like mercy when someone does something wrong. Like it's like looking. It's actually quite beautiful. It's looking at like love is mercy, generosity is mercy, expansion is mercy, and therefore like receiving as mercy, like receiving a bounty, like receiving abundance in life would be like a chesed, like, you know, now what they would say is the reason this person has all the $1 billion is because they're such a good person. Now we all know that's complete bullshit. Okay. So that's where it gets tricky, and the top number 3, Binah, is like the understanding. It gives now we're getting into the mental component, because it gives structure to everything below to form it to ideas to materialize and or create. And then the number 2, the chokhmah, I think it's called chokhmah, is the wisdom, which would mean like the wisdom obtained through that journey to then not only have the wisdom to act, but have the wisdom to create something that would be an idea. On the left would be like an unmanifest concept or an idea. Aha, what if? On the binah. But on the right side of it, this is also, by the way, where principle of polarity comes in true, because the Hermetic principles lie directly over this. That's how I know where this originally comes from. They didn't come up, but they have a great way of explaining it. On the right side of Chokhmah is like, would be the Bana would be like the structure to create the idea. And on the right side would be like how to do it, right? And then of course you have the crown, which would be like your highest potential, your divine will, whereas on the bottom would be the other perspective. And if you turn this thing sideways or turn it in any direction, it doesn't necessarily matter. But the reason why they put the 10, the Malkuth, separate is just to show you that the spirit is unlimited potentiality. This would, in the tree of life, by the way, guys, they would usually like show that the earth would be in between that 9 and 10, and the 10 would be like the roots. And so roots can be unlimited drawing from, and that would be another example of like the Kundalini, right? The unlimited potentiality or force that goes in that. But that's also the interesting part, guys. Last thing is that the Malkuth is specifically talking about the Shekhinah, which is the divine feminine, which is directly drawn from Asherah, which is the wife of El. But they all forget about the God's wife, which is the essence, but they rename it and put it here and pray to it every Friday also, by the way. But then somehow it doesn't exist. It's funny how that works. That's the end of the Kabbalah. I think that's
pull up the Quipath.
Klippa?
The Quipath or whatever.
Yeah, it's Klippa. I don't know if there's an actual, let's see, Klippa.
Oh no, they have it. You'll see what I'm talking about once you see it. It's literally just the reverse of this tree, and you overlay the two, and then you end up with an actual complete tree. Because you understand that their whole story comes from angels. Everything for them is one-sided. This is why I know that their religion's goofy, because everything's one-sided. Images.
Klippot is like individual Hebrew word meaning shell, husk, or peel.
No, go up to the images so you can see
images.
what that tree looks like. Oh no!
Yeah, yeah, they don't really have this. Technically, that's right. That is a klippa. Technically, that is his klipot. This is funny. This is hilarious. Why did this come up? They don't really.
Put tree of death after that word. Put tree of death. There you go.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So this is technically not Kabbalistic, or they would say it's not, but this would be the Kabbalistic tree of death. Got it. Hold on. Oh, that's retarded. It shows like anime figures. Hold on. I'm trying to pull tree of death images. How do we find a good image?
Yeah, those weren't even good ones. They were just putting like evil symbols over the same thing.
Yeah,
it should be upside down. That's hilarious. Yeah, it should be upside down.
Yeah. Let me see. Does this even show?
Like this is why I say that they pick one side of the polarity, and that's how like as a hermeticist. You understand that the way to rectify is step away, and then the two polarities become one thing.
Yeah, that's the balance. This is the tree of death. I believe those words. the words. I think those are the names of some of the. I can't see it. Yeah, so some of these are the names of.
Yeah, and anytime you try to click on these fucking things, it takes you to a site that makes it smaller, and it like wants you to have permissions and shit.
But that just started, dude. It used to always work. Now it doesn't.
Yeah.
Look.
See, now here you go. There's the image right there. This is what we're talking about. They didn't connect them right. If you actually take and you overlay them and you move, because they don't, people today again they don't realize things from an alchemy point of view. So that the way that they're overlaying is like that. And this was that number 6. So then this tree ties in and burp, 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 which I wish the line was there.
So it's like the antithesis, right? As above, so below. Like it's principle polarity, one side left, one side right, one side light, one side dark, one side male, one side female.
Yep.
But it leaves
they match.
Yeah, it leaves no room in the middle for movement, though, right?
Well,
so that's the issue, right?
Well, the funny
the movement's the energy flow, which oscillates back and forth.
Right. So if you don't have movement there in the middle, then you can't adjust between the two sides. So then I see what you're saying. It's absolute shit.
No, but
you can't.
It matches in the middle.
Well, but you can't move between the two. What I'm saying is there's no energy between the two. Where's the energy?
It does, because where they're touching. But the Malkut is the Shekhinah, which you can call the divine essence of the light. And the bottom part, the Lilith is what they call in English. I can't remember the Hebrew word, but it's saying the material darkness. So it's like the density. So the spirit's moving directly through the raw density and then creating, right? So that's where the spirit and matter merge. You could call that the Big Bang.
Yeah. See, if instead of doing it like this, where they just make the two touch dick tips or whatever they're doing,
wrong.
If they took that tail of the bottom one, or upper point of the bottom one, and overlaid it over the number 6, these two would become one singular unit, like my tree of life. It would be one burp, 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 burp. And then I don't know why they have that 5-pointed star in the bottom. That's just fucking weird. That would also be
the whole thing's a little retarded. Yeah. I mean, the reason also is 10 is the number of perfection and creation. But if you notice the 11th, the last one is not a part of that because it would be like the Ouroboros, the serpent biting its own tail, you could say. But it goes through as opposed to around. But if you just add an Ouroboros over each one of these and add one more serpent biting its own tail over the whole thing, that would probably be and turn it sideways, by the way, turn it left to right. That would be the more proper way to alchemically explain the whole thing, I would say. The up and down part, that's why Ben keeps bringing that up, is because it makes you think of lower and higher, and everyone's afraid of the dark. So everyone's like, so how do I get to the higher? It's like, well, without the balance, you never will. Like a tree can only grow as high as its roots, right? And so the real way would be you put a serpent biting its own tail over the top one, serpent biting its own tail over the bottom one, and then turn it sideways, and then put a serpent biting its own tail over the whole thing. That would be a really
wouldn't this be a vine then, not a tree?
Well, the thing with the tree is you want to get to the top. Like I'm saying, not to teach, right? To teach, you can teach either one. You would teach the tree up, meaning going into the dark, or teach the tree up, going into the light, right? You see how it shows you the lower and the higher? That alone. If you were asking me, I would teach the tree by itself to the Malkut, and then I would take the next slide and show the tree of death, starting at that bottom and going to the top, and then I would show them sideways to show to be in the middle.
So you would flip the bottom one on its head to teach it.
You have to teach each one individually,
right?
Yeah.
Individually, right?
You have to teach each one individually, so people don't presuppose and prejudge.
Yeah. So when you're looking at that, so again, this is part of why I like being able to do the individual trees too. So here you got you got 3 diamonds. Okay. Now, can you get me salvation and the salts of salvation, please?
Let me see if I can find the tree of death. Oh, here we go.
Yep, there you
I
go.
found one, but it doesn't have.
It's
But
a blue hard book.
Yeah, it's just
if
turned on its head.
if you look at what they are, right? So like the bottom, the Lilith, as it says, but there's a Hebrew word for it. It's like material darkness, meaning like the substance. You could call that the ma'at, because without the soul, there's the ma'at is just the unlimited potentiality, right? The brilliant darkness of which light can be created upon. But without the ruach, the breath, nothing exists except potentiality. This would be like the substance of the womb itself without the seed, right? And you go up would be like corruption, like meaning that's a foundation, but like distortion, sexual perversions, etc., etc. And straight up the middle, I don't even know how to pronounce that, would be like the opposite of the other one, which would be like the false, like the pride, as opposed to, then the lil, and so on. I can't remember what that is, but the top one is basically like, is the duality, the crown of the duality of a conflict against like the divine union. It would be like the antithesis of the other one. So in essence, this is just the opposite. So to summarize this part, it's very simple. Where one side says justice, the other side says injustice. While one side says hope, the other one says no hope. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily a way to, it's the polarity.
So that's because it's weird Satanist Jews that are doing that. So that bottom tree is actually, and this is again part of why I like being able to do that, is then this is going to be your salt tree, your crystal tree. And so you're going to have 3 different levels, just like you have 3 levels in the rest of you, in the overall of you, like Omar was talking about with the having to put a snake and then an overall snake. So this would be the bottom snake would be doing the same number in here. Okay. And then each of these is 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 12 cell salts. Now, so this block is going to have 4 different cell salts. This block's going to have 4 different cell salts, and this block's going to have 4. So this is your 3 lower levels. Now, when you look at the cell salts, you got caliphos, natrium sulf, calimur, calcium fluoride, magnesium phos, calisulf, natrium phos, calcium sulf. Well, now all of a sudden you're starting to realize, God damn it. You're starting to realize that the same word, the cali shows up. It's caliphos, calimur, calisulf. So this is what's going on, and this is your cali one, and then it breaks into 4 different aspects of this one diamond. Same thing applies to this one, where it's your natrium, then your natrium, boom, 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 and you've got the 4 different aspects of this one diamond. So this is all your crystal tree, and this is what is supposed to overlay that etheric oil tree. And I realize that they give it an evil connotation, but as an alchemist, we don't have that evil connotation. Like of course they have it. They believe fully in just one side of the polarity.
Yeah,
like
so
that crystal tree is strong. That's where all your.
So
go ahead.
I think I'm seeing that difference, which is essentially the actual usage of it where we're at, versus like a spiritual death through condemnation. That's the two. Like, so there's
Quit
2 different
over my light.
Very different trees in the what I guess you would call the Kabbalistic versus what to most understanding of a tree of life would be something different, right? Which is what you're explaining.
It's just the upper and lower worlds, man. Like the thesis and the antithesis. It's not even about now Crowley and stuff, and those guys created and they attributed they attached like the names of demons that they pulled from the book of Enoch and the Watchers to those, and again, that's just
well, Crowley, I appreciate some of what Crowley did, some of it, and this would be more for a different episode, but like Crowley, I understand that everybody looks at the symbolism on his tarot cards, but what he realistically did was he actually fixed the system to back to the way it was in ancient days. The Rider Waite system that everybody uses, they turned it into a two-part system by changing, well, is it the 8 and the 11? I can't, I have to look it up, but it's 2 of the cards got changed. So it went from a 3-part system to a 2-part system, which is what we're going now, where it's more of a, where you understand that in a 2-part system, this is the opposition. We're in a 3-part system. This is reality. And what we're trying to do is synthesize these 2 opposing forces. Cause like 2 things that are going against each other, when you get them lined up, they're actually going the same. And this is what you're literally trying to do with yourself. They're only oppositional because they're facing against each other in a mirror effect. But if you were facing in the same direction, you're the same.
Yeah.
It's a principle of polarity. There would be no such thing as light without the dark. There would be no night without the day. It's just the polarity. It's just without it's understanding, the balance of even in even in the quantum mechanics, they're saying like this universe there has to be multiverses to balance, on the highest level of the balance of the understanding of the foundation of the necessity of the balance, right? This image right here is, they say, Assyrian, but the Assyrians got everything from
the Brotherhood of the Handbag.
And so, what?
The Brotherhood of the Handbag.
Oh, yeah, but this is also Zoroastrian, so I don't know exactly. That's actually Assyrian,
look at. It wasn't me being an asshole.
Yeah, that one's not a good.
If you look at the hand, he's carrying the handbag, and that symbol is one that they are desperately trying to figure out, because it's always these that handbag appears in numerous cultures, and it's always on these very divine figures carrying the handbag, so they've dubbed it the Brotherhood of the Handbag. With
the watches, wearing
and the watch. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is a good example. Let me see here. This is not. Why is this not? Okay, it's not zooming. Is that one? Well, this picture shows you, says trees and religions in the center. I don't know how authentic this is, but you see there's a tree of life in there. When they're depicting, by the way, on the outer, you're showing these men that have wings. When they have the wings, it's depicting gods, meaning that they were able to ascend to the heavens.
Right.
Each one of them are holding something, exactly the handbag. This, again, doesn't look like an authentic image, but they're holding something which could be like battery in their hand. Right. They're always putting behind them a pine cone. The pine cone symbolizes wisdom. The pineal gland is shaped like the pine cone. And the people in the centers are usually the king of those days. And they're always holding something. On the left, you notice he's holding like a crank, like almost like he's keeping the thing moving. And on the right, he's holding a scepter to represent he's a king. So on the left would be the priest, or the balance between the spiritual. And on the right would be the king, the balance between the power of force, right? And in the center, you see one of them. And then in this type of winged situation, that means the gods or the chariots from which they came, usually. Let's see here if we can see anything good. Yeah, I'm going to pull up Mesopotamian stuff because that's here's a good one. Can you guys see this? Okay, this is an actual, by the way. This is an actual image. Okay, look very carefully here, as what you can see. Obviously, there's a fucking spaceship. What is that? They're in the spaceship, dude. You see the guy on the right, how tall he is? He's coming in, giving the tree of life, and to the left, like, this is great, wild stuff. So, the ancient alien stuff, like, let's see here. They are Sumerian gods. Let's look up some Anunnaki situations. There'll be, here we go. Here's a great example. Yeah, those are just people. Yeah, sure. Those are just normal guys with drawing. They're just carving things into stone 6,500 BC because of nothing. Because it's not important, right? And so look at this. This is wild shit, and you always notice this right here, this image of this woman. Actually, this is a really good example. When we were just referring to the Shekhinah, and I mentioned to you that is in essence God's wife, Asherah, the queen of the heavens. This is Inanna, and Inanna is from Alchemet. The interesting part is you see in her hands, she's not holding like when they show Isis. Isis is holding the what is the staff of life called? The what is it called? Ankh, the Ankh, right? They're using the Ankh. But if you notice with her, she's holding a rod and a staff, she's holding a phallus and a circle, and her arm creates the Ankh, right? So that's another representation of the soul or the divine feminine of creation to go into the material to create. But we should do a whole episode, guys, about gods and depictions of that. That would be a good one. Inanna. Let's see if they even show. There'll be just a bunch of women trying to pretend. Too bad. It's oh yeah, I'm sure like a Sumerian goddess. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, they when they show these people, look how they're fucking huge. Look, this is a bull, dude. Look at it manhandling the bull. Like that's right. It's wild stuff. But yeah, that's a see right there on the that
like
Inanna.
that one's Ishtar, not Inanna.
No, that's Inanna. That's actual
Ishtar.
No, it's not. Trust me. That's actually that's
like
Inanna
look,
from
it's
Mesopotamia.
it's got the
Brother, it's tattooed on my arm. I did it. I made sure I know before I tattooed it on my arm. Trust me.
Well, I would hope so.
That's Inanna. It's literally like right here. See? It's the oldest actual carving into fixture, but the oldest symbol that we have of it is actually interesting. Watch this. The oldest statue, Inanna statue, is so small. It's like it looks like nothing. Yeah, it's small. It's like the one of the oldest statues we have. It's not all this shit. But yeah, Ishtar, as we went over before, Ishtar is completely copied. Yeah, hold on a second. The cat wants to talk. The cat's like, none of you, meow, none of you know any of this stuff.
This one's nesting because she's pregnant, so she's like claiming super ownership of me. And this one's my oldest cat by a lot, and so they're having like this war of ownership of me, and it's all happening right here. That right, Macho?
There you go.
This guy again. Oh my gosh, what?
And what about it?
That's what I'm saying. Like we tried reading them on the other shows, and it's like the dude's not even watching the show. He just comes in and spams random fucking non sequitur Bible verses, and then leaves for a while.
Which glory he had in his father before the foundations of the world.
Like I'm perfectly open to discussing, Bible verses and how they pertain to whatever we're talking about, but make it pertain to what we're talking about, you non-sequitur motherfucker.
Yeah, just connect it to something that actually has something to do with something we've talked about or are planning on talking about.
Or say something explaining why you just freaking typed out a Bible verse. We're in America. If I need to fucking find Bible verse, I'll go rent a hotel room.
Or go to jail.
Yeah. Like they're everywhere. It's we got it. Mary doesn't have an eternal womb.
That's the A needs an N, just so you know, guy. Just saying.
That's a disturbing thought. Why would you? What's up, Joe Cool? Why would your womb be eternal? That's so very witchcrafty like.
Someone said their womb is eternal.
You know what? Like I said, ignore that dude. That's all you do. You just ignore that fucking.
He said,
guy.
"Okay, Mary doesn't have an eternal womb." Yeah, because
why would she have an eternal womb?
Why would a human? Hold on. We're there. That's a really good point. Why would a woman have an eternal womb? And therefore, how could she give birth to eternal flesh without an eternal womb? So how is Jesus eternal flesh either? Right. So That
Mhm.
doesn't make any sense, but his soul certainly, for sure.
Just to
You know?
respond to Santa, yeah. Generally, like when people aren't yelling at me,
Is that Santa?
I'm ready to listen. Sure.
Andrew
Yeah.
Is that-
James Byrnes is Santa.
Oh,
Yeah.
No,
love
it's
listening.
this is not a debate show. That's the difference. We're not trying to be oppositional. We're trying to have a discussion. Sometimes it is a little bit oppositional, but it's never I'm trying to win said point. Like I'm like when Shaman and I we're going at I knew we were going to land in the land. We were just not quite getting each other and we're still bumping heads a little bit about that's all right, but it's not we're not trying to defeat each other. I'm not like I must defeat you and I win debate points. Like it's having understandings of things. Like Shaman's got an entirely different culture set that he drives from, and they're fascinating conversations, and mostly we're aligned. So they're awesome discussions. We're not trying to fight, and the same thing with Clay. This is not that type of show.
Yeah. And
So
and
we
tonight,
do-
yeah.
tonight's
we do drop
generally. Sorry.
We
Good.
do drop a link, and that's a thing that anybody that comes up needs to remember also. We're not trying to come in blood sport. Sorry, Jody. I realize you need some blood sporting. That this unfortunately is not the show for it. It's discussions, you know, keep it that way. It's a quest for truth. That's right, Joe motherfucking cool. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Clay.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead,
shot
brother.
and shout out real quick to Dusty, because Dusty is live at like every night, and he's definitely doing blood sports or open to it.
Yeah, exactly. Generally too, tonight's topic is more or less really Ben's topic. He wanted to make sure to cover this because this really falls into the alchemy stuff as well as the occult and esoteric stuff. So I mean, you know, it definitely we're going to cover a lot of subjects. And you know, we're choosing these very meticulously as we go through them. We want to make sure to cover each other's points so that, you know, of course, like Shaman brings up every single time, so that we can reach that higher understanding and just have that fullness of, you know, not just like our own personal, you know, beefs or beliefs to say it bluntly, but to have that understanding between men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're just trying to do is correlate when we say tree of life. Like most cultures had one, or they had one, and I think for me the idea is to piece them together and show the similarities of what they were trying to teach throughout time and space, language barriers and all that. There was like certain understandings and truths. If someone takes 312 and someone takes 12 and someone takes 19, for the most part, generally speaking, they're all going to be divided into or subdivided out of. So like if you're taking, you know, 12 and someone's like, oh, well, the Hindus have 36. Yeah, but 12 goes into 36 a few times. So they just broke things down a few more. They took one thing and explained it into three parts. Again, it's still the same argument. Like it's not argument. It's still the same points. Like they're still ultimately teaching the same thing. Someone says, shout out to Tudor Alexander. Yeah, definitely shout out to Tudor. He dropped something today. Something Catholics worship Mary. Mary doesn't have an eternal womb. Again, then this is the question. Then how could the not eternal give birth to
that weirdo? Nobody here's even Catholic, bro. None of us are Catholic.
Well, I'm just letting him know. Like then how could the not eternal give birth to the eternal?
Joe's got a better question. Joe has a better question for Ben.
Yeah.
What would the rolling up on the chasing the cops look like in alchemy?
What does that look like?
No. He's saying no. Oh, I thought he said. Oh, I thought he said I thought he's saying literally. I'm rolling up to the cops. Tell me about alchemy while I'm doing this.
So if you're talking about the alchemy part of the tree of life, like I was saying, like then this would be the salt tree, and the salt tree, just like the other two trees, they're all built exactly the same. And the salt tree would break down into three parts. Then you would have your sulfur tree, and your sulfur tree would attach right here at the heart center. And this would be your sulfur tree. And then your ego, which is your carbon body, is what's attaching those two things together, because these two things are polarized against each other. They naturally want to go against each other. And so this has, like, when you're looking at the oils, you're going to have 3 groupings of 4, which is going to be your 12. And like Shaman said, with the 36, with your carbon body, you're going to have three different. This one's going to be your water. This one's going to be carbon. This one's going to be cellular material. Now, when you're looking at the full tree of life, that one's so fascinating too, that part, because the water is on the etheric. Here's Midgard. The water's on the etheric side that rises. The cellular material is your ash that falls as an alchemist when you're making your alchemical, like a spagyrics, and you get it down to the ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's this one. Carbon doesn't act like either side, but acts like both sides. Carbon's so fucking weird. It's hard like a solid, like this side. But if you put too much heat to it, it vaporizes off and goes to this side. Well, that's because that's on Midgard. Midgard's this weird place where we're a mix of both sides. And so we get access to not only the God side, but the Titan side. And we can put them both together. This is why they're all naggy fuckers at us, because they can't do what we can do. We're right now closed to the fullness of our potential. But if we are able to open that up, we're stronger than either side, because we have the fullness of both sides in us and available. But you have to come to the purity of both sides and then put them back together. And that's not an easy trick. I read about Odin doing it.
No, Ben, I realize, because I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, obviously, without visuals, it's so abstract. Like, we really need to do a multi-part series, like, and have like the images like ready to go. Like for some reason,
what you're saying with the AI, you're 100% right.
We need a full series, bro, because I know what you're saying, and I'm like, there's no fucking way that it's landed on someone who's hearing this shit for even the 20th time. You can hear it 20 times without the visual, which, by the way,
it took a vision from a god for me to understand this shit.
But this is the interesting part. Maybe this you were pushing to have, because we were supposed to, we were considering doing like black and white magic, right? And Balderson was like, no, let's do the Tree of Life. But the Tree of Life, I think it was leading to what we're talking about now, which would be talking about like the true alchemy, but not just Salve Coagula, but like the action, or not just Salve Coagula and the 4 stages, but I'm talking about the actual correlation between the metals, the minerals, the planets. That right? We need like to do a full situation on complete alchemy. Like, we really need to, because
that AI video, I think, would be very good. I could probably work on something.
Oh, like it would be it would be 12-hour video. It would be a 12-hour to really get into it. It would be no joke, because I'm saying triangulating the entirety of alchemy. I'm wondering how much just Rosicrucian great work it, and then only like kind of put 2 pages on like the other stuff and not really teach it.
Dude,
I'm thinking of how much I can actually find on it online already that I can actually apply as well too. So
it's whole books.
Might be some other stuff.
No, you'll find a lot of books that are.
But I'm thinking of imagery, not necessarily the books themselves, but the imagery that is already available to use.
Oh no, I got them. I just came up with. I just thought of this right now. I have them I have like an abundance of this shit,
dude. Like for the oil side, so easy to explain to people. People get this one, fucking cannabis or any other plant, but people love it with cannabis because nobody gives a shit about what kind of oil's in your cabbage. But Matcha, you are such a naughty ass. THC, or actually, it's terpenes, CBD, THC. So when you're looking at it, and you can look this up, the terpenes, they burn off super easily because they're super chaotic. And when you're looking, then you got your diamond. But we all understand with THC, the THCA, THCB, blah, blah. We understand that THC goes through different stages, but it's all still THC. The same thing applies with CBD. The same thing applies with terpenes. Each of these, and that oil tree ties into the salt tree and dirt. And then the plant material that I burned off, the water was the first thing that left when I dried the plant. Then the carbon got burnt out during the nigredo, and the cellular material gets washed out when you're doing that. And that was what was locking them together. As an alchemist, you're going to take these two things and force them together into one thing that represents all of it. Because at the end, the stone of the great work, it exhibits both the masculine and feminine. So it's hard like carbon. That's why it's called the stone. But if you put it to heat, it will rise up and vaporize and dissipate out. So like, yeah, because literally salt is now locked into that. You can take and put fire to salt. That's what brings the salt together and makes it hard. It doesn't make it vaporize. But after the great work, it does.
And the correlation between talking about things on their fundamental level, which would be in the minerals, for example, or like our reality in the fundamental level, meaning the planets that things represent, everything, the correlation between everything collectively, the transmutation, when they use the fire means you're kind of burning away, right? So there's the degrees, the degrees of the concentration or heat of the fire, but inside in the great work, inside the internal fire would be the will, right? The will would be the force that transmutes or takes you on this alchemical journey. Let me see what I have here, guys. I just typed in, let's see if this can pull up anything that's going to be good. I just put in alchemy. Let's see what we have. What is this? What is this? Wikipedia.
Oh, earlier when you pulled up Omar,
this guy's fucked up. He's like, oh no,
that dude's having a good time.
Yeah, but it also could be the mistake of the spiritual alchemy, right? The unbalance.
If you don't blow your face off every now and then, you never have new fresh skin. That's how I have such a baby smooth face, and even though I'm 50.
Well, that's where I was looking at it from when you were explaining the Kabbalistic view of it. That's what I was envisioning. They're explaining. They're not explaining the actual alchemy that we experience here on the earth. They're doing like spiritual, internal, what's the word? Internal critique, more or less.
Like a spirit, spiritual. It's the spiritual,
right?
It's like the primordials and the titans. They're never getting into the gods, right?
Yeah.
The problem with that is that comes all of that comes from Carl Jung. And so this was
right.
So basically, when you're looking at what most people consider spiritual alchemy, it's just fucking psychology. And
don't give him that much credit.
Well, I think you were kind of right, Carl.
Don't give him that much credit.
Well, he probably read quite a bit about
of course,
the Kabbalistic view.
It's like giving Jordan Peterson so much credit for his psychology.
Look at the goddamn lobsters.
Yeah, you're preaching shit now on the modern day, but like you're not. Here's a perfect example, kind of. But you notice like the Earth, the Moon, the Mars, Jupiter, right? The top. Then you have variations. You have arsenic. You have different levels, and everything has a symbol. All right, and everything has an alchemical place. It's really in-depth stuff, but we're not even. I don't even, by the way, regarding the alchemical symbols. I know the correlations between like the waters and the planets, and so like I know like the basics, but I'm not. What is this? The alchemical table symbols.
Not to take you off on a
alchemical table of symbols.
You've seen this before?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
If you want to purchase old books and go through them, you need to be aware of the symbology, dude. You would be, and Clay's probably going to be a little bit surprised. Like I have. Do you know where my personal book is? My leather one.
You have a book?
Oh, I have. Yeah. Like a gajillion. No, I have like a book that's like. even got the Christian symbols, the Enochian symbols, the language of angels.
Which book?
My personal one, the leather-bound one that I write in. It's not a journal, for fuck's sake. It's a grimoire at the most. I don't like write my feelings down in it. Jesus Christ.
It's a personal journal.
We're gonna.
It's called the diary, dude. Stop.
I didn't call it a diary.
We're gonna put that.
A journal is just a diary for adults.
She doesn't know which book you're talking about. You should say, sweetheart, give me my diary. She knows exactly where, but you didn't want to say that.
Like the only things written in it, are different formulas and shit like that, and different
formulas of how you feel.
Yes.
We're gonna put that in a time capsule, and then in 100 years, they're gonna really know who Ben really is.
Right.
Mrs. Balderson said this.
Mrs. Balderson loves Mr. Balderson.
Goddamn cats.
Dude, just be in pains. Literally last night, this one, she curled up like right here, so the other one was on my chest and was hogging my beard. They fight over my beard. And she was
Beards
like,
are badass. That's
oh
why.
man, and Matcha, this is her beard. She as a kitten used to sit right here and nuzzle her head in it, and this was like her safe space. So she's getting ready to have kittens, so she's going and she's like, my beard, I need my beard. Which is okay when I'm not trying to sleep. Yeah, I go up there and write about my feelings for the day. Today the cow smashed me into a tree. I was real nice to it. I don't know why it was such a dick to me.
Consider it an honor. Remember, the Hindi.
Materia.
The Hindi would say that's honorable to be smashed by a cow.
Actually, the cows never do that, but the bulls. Sunshine will occasionally give you a horn waggle. She's got horns, so she'll take, and she knows all about her horns. She uses those things as tools. She's so smart, and she'll waggle it at you like, I got horns, but she never does anything.
Yeah,
maybe if you feed it the right oats, it'll turn into a female, and if it turns red, you can sacrifice it.
No, my cows are a red. At one point in time, Buttercup was my heifer, and she's just the most beautiful red heifer. And I was like,
completely.
Oh yeah.
It was fully red, not a blemish. We could sell it to the.
Well, I certainly didn't sit with a microscope or a magnifying glass and look at every hair on her body. That didn't happen.
We should dye her and sell her.
Right? No chance. You know what happened if a bunch of little small hats came and got my cow? I already am this close to war with those people anyways.
I mean, for the right price now. What do you?
Yeah, I'll sell that heifer in 1 second.
They're
buying if you're selling.
That's hilarious. What I just said. What the fuck?
Why does God allow it to die from hunger?
That's what would happen if they got my fucking beautiful cow. I would do that. I would go write that in the attic.
Bro, it's like this, red heifer.
My struggle, isn't that what that is? It's my struggle.
Yeah, that's what it means. Yeah, my struggle. What's this? Let's see here. We got this. Is it's going down. See, look, people think it's a joke. Look, this is them.
Yep. See, and Irish Dexters are beautiful red cows. Wyatt, I think that the atheists are usually in the church of scientism. My struggle with alpacas, yes, I have to learn what alpaca is in German so I can...
Look, this is what they want. They need this cow to sacrifice it so alpaca. It's crazy. Red heifer, dude.
I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with Ben on that one too. It's like, it's still a religion. I don't care what they say.
Oh, 100% it's a religion. They have beliefs that they take, they have faith in, that like even just the theory of gravity. It like they cannot prove gravity because they can't actually replicate it. They can't replicate the fucking theory of relativity. They consistently are adding other little theories and tweaking it. Even Einstein himself said that if you took ether into account, he made a theory of special relativity, which would try and account for ether, which would completely fuck up relativity, which is kind of where we're at. And so they take a lot on faith that, like gravity, all gravity is a downward bias. So there's a downward bias. That doesn't mean that that a dense mass and is warping the time space continuum that fucking
that part, the time thing, right? So they literally have to adjust their clocks, the ones that they supposedly put in space, to correct the time that we know of as the main clock, right? So they actually have to adjust it by like 0.08 seconds or 0.008 seconds every day. Like that part right there is going to tell you everything you need to know. So they don't understand time. They don't understand the way space works. They don't understand the way gravity works. These things that they have to adjust for every single time the new theory comes out, they still don't understand it.
Preach. Remember? Amen. By the way, we have scientific facts on the earth. Name me one universal scientific fact. There is not one. Nothing holds true universally in physics or any of these laws. The problem these people have is in my book, The Great Awakening, chapter 9, it says "Science, the Religion of Modern Man." I need to put that book out. But
dude, do way out lefty.
Huh?
Do way out lefty. Mine, Schweier Keinten, mit Apakas.
Oh man, you just gave your soul to. No.
That's my diary. My struggle with alpacas.
Oh my god. But the problem is, like, science itself, right, isn't a religion, right? But the problem is that it becomes people's religion. So people look at science at what is a religion? Religion is something that tells you the ultimate authority, the explanation of reality, predicts the future, and tells you morality. What's a religion? Religions are, right? It tells you where you came from, where you're going to go, what's good and bad. You better do this because we said so, and it's the ultimate authority. And that's
and
exactly
also to have faith on the things that we can't prove.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yes.
that's
fundamental.
Faith. No, the faith is that bottom dot in the Sefirot that moves through the whole thing, that gives it life. Because without your faith, then you don't believe in any one thing of it or all of it. You have to believe in all of it, and you have to continuously pump your faith. So if you're pumping your faith into this whole system, you have to defend it with your life, because otherwise your reality has been busted.
What's even wilder about that particular
I'm dropping the link, Omar. Drop it on your side too.
Please,
sir.
yeah. Sorry, yeah. Feel free.
Last week we went 45 minutes without, and Omar was bringing people up. This week we're like 2 hours and 17 minutes into it. We're still just like bam, 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 bam. Yeah, this was great. It was great.
Yeah. But yeah, that particular faith, the scientism, if you will, or the quote unquote realism or whatever. I don't
Scientology,
you know,
the science religion.
They will not admit that they have faith. That's the wild part about it. Like all these other religions, they say, we have faith to some degree. We want evidence, you know. But when you say no, we don't have faith. No, we don't believe it just because, you know, it's a leap. At some point, you do have to take a leap in order to believe some of these things. And to be quite honest with you, to believe that there is something that came from nothing is just goofier than something came from something. It's like every single time I observe it, something comes from something. I've never seen something come from nothing. So it's a bigger leap of faith.
Yeah, these science, physics, mathematics, these things are descriptors. They're not creators.
Yeah.
Physics wasn't created. We created physics to explain things that already exist.
Yeah, what we're seeing. Yeah.
It's a descriptor. Yeah. It's not it's
observable.
Not
it's an inaccurate descriptor, every single model so far has problems where they're like, even when you talk to them, they rely on 20 different models to try and well, this and this, this and this, because none of the models actually accurately describes the system yet.
And one last thing. Remember when I got that guy Darth Dawkins? What's up, Spin? Remember when I got that guy Darth Dawkins and he was like trying to pin me on some atheist shit? He was like losing his mind immediately, right? And the whole problem. I forgot why I brought that up.
Santa, I think you got a little bit of background noise, just so you're aware.
I said all faith is blind because it requires you to believe in something you've never experienced. And he lost his mind. It's like, I'm sorry. Have you met Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior in any way? He goes, no. Well, that's why you're catching it sensitive, because if you actually had a vision of the risen Jesus, let's just call it, or God, then you wouldn't have to have faith. I remember when I said, I don't have to have faith that I'm a man or that I have two legs. I don't have to have faith in something I know it to be true. Faith is something that you have to apply because it's called belief. You know what I mean? Like, and so he lost it. That's how he started losing his mind for the second time. That's why he left.
Belief, by the way.
Belief Erickson, if you can.
Okay, Anchor Baby. I've been listening to you spew bullshit for the last hour or two. Okay. Faith-based medicine.
Spin.
Medicine?
This is not the panel where we come in attacking like that.
I'm not attacking.
He is joking, I think.
Yeah, you better be.
I'm just fucking with him. I'm just fucking with him.
All right.
He's playing. The Spin, next time, just be the second person. Because if you start out like that, then everyone's going to set everyone else off. I know you're joking, by the way.
Yeah, I was joking.
I know.
Faith-based medicine.
I think faith-based medicine, that's basically like asking me, like, Omar, do you put a limit to the power of belief? And I'd say no. And the number one place that we can have the power of belief work is inside of our temple, which is us. So yeah, I do.
Okay, are you calling your body a temple?
It houses the soul, yes.
Okay, so
it's not meaning just real quick, meaning that not the stones of the temple is sacred, what's inside of it. So I'm not saying that flesh is sacred.
So explain what is inside the temple other than the soul.
The heart, the organs. What do you mean?
Okay, so what do you do when one of those organs has a problem?
And ain't the heart and the soul, the stones, the organs, the stones of the building?
I'm going to the hospital.
Okay, so you believe in science then?
Of course.
Okay, so do you believe in the power of prayer?
Yes, for sure.
And who are you specifically praying to?
I'm praying to the uncreated creator.
Crom.
Yeah. That would be a good one. But Crom was a god of war. So was Yahweh.
You're praying to who?
Yahweh is a man of war too, so I don't pray to a man of war.
Who do you pray to?
Every morning I go out in the sunlight and I pray to what you would call the Holy Father. And at night I go out to the moonlight and I pray to the Holy Mother. The same prayer.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Can you tell me more about who the Holy Father is and the Holy Mother? Without, I don't know.
What?
Just do it whatever you can. Who's the Holy Father and the Holy Mother in your eyes?
So in my book, I say God the Father, the seed of universal life. Yet in the womb of the eternal mother is where the seed and the atoms are combined.
Don't make me work so fucking hard.
The seed would be the universe. The universe would be all matter and space, right? So when you get a woman pregnant,
Father? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the material creation as the seed of the creator's seed, and the spirit, the reason why I'm alive, it would be the essence or the ruach, or what Christians would call the Holy Spirit. But that Holy Spirit's not what I'm talking about, because the Holy Spirit somehow has its own ideas and does its own stuff. I'm talking
I think you
about
answered my question adequately. I think I got you.
Yeah. So we got a clarification real quick. AMP proof says Jesus is black.
welcome in from your wonderful leader. What's his name? The guy,
Captain Saryak.
Captain
Yeah.
Zarek. No doubt you came over from him. Welcome in.
Yeah. By the way, someone said the
I'm
moon,
with you,
earth,
brother.
sun. Yeah, I'm not
I'm with
praying.
you.
I never said I'm praying to the earth or praying to the moon or praying to the sun. I'm not a pagan. I don't pray to any physical.
A
to
Captain
any-
Tazariak member.
Oh,
I came up at the right time.
I've got quite a few
Maybe.
of them. I've actually got quite a few of them. I get along with him just fine. Have black Jesus all you want. I'm good with it. I'm on your team.
Stan, I like where you were going, and I think he answered adequately. The guy saying he's spiritual, and not in no wacky way. And I'm wondering, Stan, if when you said, "Oh, so you believe in science," that struck me. You don't not believe in science, right, Stan?
I practiced emergency medicine for 26 years, so I believe in science. Trust me.
Very good. Give me a second.
yeah, remember the original. Joe, modern science was only in like the 1800s, and the father of modern science is Sir Isaac Newton, and he calls himself an alchemist, right? So, like I believe in science because science would be the word that we would use today that would encompass the spiritual science of the spiritual alchemy or the physical science of chemistry. We just use the word science.
So would you consider me an alchemist or a chemist by giving somebody medication?
Yeah, you would be on the chemist. But the person who made that medicine would be the
alchemy
alchemist.
specifically adds the spiritual element to the chemistry. So the two things are merged in alchemy. It's not just the raw chemistry of it. Like, to me, an easy example of that is, to me, the potassium derived from one source is not the same as the potassium derived from another source.
Okay,
even though molecularly they're the same, they're not the same because the spiritual element is different.
Physician would be the proper title, not alchemist or chemist, because if he doesn't understand the whole chemistry or alchemy of it, then physician is the best. Like that's too it goes to a higher level, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong.
So
with
when
that.
I mix epi and atropine together, that would make me a chemist.
Now that would make you a chemist.
Yes.
That would make you a monkey. Red direction.
That would be you're in two continents at the same time.
Hey, just because they're fucking pre-mixed and I have a cheat sheet doesn't mean shit. I'm still giving it to you.
That means that you're a monkey.
You're an apprentice.
Let's also clarify something though. Scientism is where people treat science as a religion as opposed to science. So there are a lot of people that are so absolute about science that they act like they don't have to prove anything. But anecdotal evidence is fine when they want it to be, but then say it's not valid when people who aren't using the scientific method. It's just a way of having their own miracles and not calling them miracles.
Yeah, Santa, I completely agree. Remember when I was doing the God or not God universe debate with the guy who called himself an atheist agnostic, which means why are you taking the debate? You're supposed to. Yeah, you're supposed
that was
to take
the thing that didn't make sense. Atheist, agnostic.
No, because if you take each one independently, it can merge together. But the point is, if I'm saying that a no God universe is illogical, you're supposed to say the antithesis. You're supposed to say God is not real. I'm ready to. He said, I don't know. Well, then what are you debating me? Because you've already defeated yourself, and you're not even the interlocutor. You're just basically giving me an internal critique. But what he did do, and if you remember, if you watched that, I suggest because he would affirm everything I said, but then his answer was not God. So you're just saying not God, where I'm saying God, which is like saying science, which is now your faith.
It's almost not God of the gaps. There's God of the gaps and then not God of the gaps. Wait. Really high-level physicists say, the really cool thing about science and religion, they all only need one miracle, and then the rest makes sense.
Yeah, but you guys are you're just mad. Oh my God.
Oh,
Chicken
we're
naked.
mad. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you
Howard, I
why.
need some proofism of
I'm
ant
gonna tell you
conspirators, sir.
why. I'm gonna
Proofism.
tell you
Let me
why.
I'm not
catch up
mad.
to
I'm
you, Joe.
stoned.
Let me catch up.
It'll
All
be
right,
easier
bro.
when motherfuckers stop talking, including you.
All right.
You're just mad because I'm not sure you're making a fair comparison. You guys are saying,
Really?
trying to draw a comparison that people who don't believe in God, who believe in science, it is their religion. But I think out of the things that the examples you just gave me, all you're saying is they don't believe in God,
No.
and they can't answer some questions. I don't think
No.
that makes science their God.
You
No,
misheard,
none of them
brother.
can answer. None of them can answer
You
all
misheard.
questions. That's where faith comes
Yeah.
in.
You
But do
No.
you have to be a? Do you,
Scientism is apart from the example, but the example can be part of scientism.
Yeah.
Scientism is
what
its
is
own
scientism?
religion of a sort. They just deny it.
Yeah, Joe, he's not
But-
saying
But
science.
no.
Joe,
Don't
he
just
said
restate that
scientism.
scientism is a thing.
Scientism, yeah.
Scientism
So
is. I'm saying,
scientism, Joe, is demanding that gravity is a law in a thing and not being able to prove it. Because science,
nonsense.
I got
That's
you. I
called
got you.
science. That's
no
called
science.
science.
What
You come with a
science
theory
is,
and you
Joe?
prove it later. That's
What
science. Give
science?
me
No
scientism
science.
as something different.
But I just
Right
said
here.
that you're claiming
Yeah.
it as a law, Joe. You
No,
can have
he's-
a
no, no,
theory.
he's-
I can have a
Yeah, let me
theory
read.
that of
Let me read the
anything.
definition.
That
So
in
he-
science, you go through a series of steps, which include having a hypothesis, then experimenting and proving the experiment, and then having other people do
Here,
it.
it's
Gravity
called affirming
is
the
not
conclusion.
an experiment that has been replicated.
Right.
They cannot replicate
has.
gravity.
Okay,
Sure
let's
it
is.
hold on. Let's make a foundation. Santa said scientism. So let me just read the definition. We can continue. So we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Scientism is the belief, right? Faith, the belief that natural science is the only valid way to discover truth and acquire knowledge. So if you about reality. Now, if you
That's
replace
different.
that, no, it's not. That's what we're talking about. It's not different. That's the exact subject. Santa said scientism. So if you replace Christianity, hold on, just last thing. If you replace Christianity, then you would say Christianity is the belief that Christianity is the only valid way to discover truth and acquire knowledge about reality, right? That's what he's talking about. The science is a religion. So
Well,
continue.
when you
Okay,
gave your
Omar,
example,
I have to go
hold
back
on.
for a minute.
When you gave your example
But let Joe
of
finish
a guy
because
who
I
did,
was just.
thank
Go
you.
ahead, Joe.
When you gave your example of a guy who did scientism, he said, "Is there a God?" He said, "I don't know." He didn't say the only way to discover truth is through science. And in fact,
Yeah,
no one would say that.
scientism.
No one would say that. I don't. That definition is not even a real thing because anybody smart enough to use science knows that you can get there through logic. You can find truth through logic. It must not be science. I have never met the man who thinks that science.
There are truths
Hold
that
on.
cannot
Let me
be found through
finish
logic.
anyway, even if you don't want to. I've never met the guy who doesn't believe that you can find truth and whatever the other thing is through logic and only through science.
There are truths that cannot be
so
found through logic.
so logic and reason and stuff are considered in the sciences, and most of the smartest atheist philosophers like T-Jump, he will rely directly on only logic, reason, and then move into the sciences where he'll tell you that the reason why you think you have a soul is because of chemicals in your flesh brain, right? So this, but to agree with you, Joe, I wasn't pinning that. So let me clarify. I wasn't saying Flying Spaghetti Auditor believes in scientism. I was saying that he is an atheist agnostic. So he's not saying no God exists. He's saying he doesn't know. Yeah, no, that's why I was trying to separate. I'm not trying to pin homeboy on the wrong thing.
I don't think. Can you give me an example of the person who believes in scientism where you can't reason through logic?
Bones of Doom.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and find that one guy. I don't think
Bones and
scientism is a real
I
word.
love,
If you gotta find.
No,
I know Ant knows that you can reach that there through reason and logic, that you can figure shit out through reason and logic without
using kind of an example, Joe? May I give you kind of an example? And I'll paraphrase this a little bit. So, science does not yet know where the origin for the stuff or the nothing, quote unquote, specialized physics term came from to start the Big Bang, the Big Boop, the Big Boppity Boop, whatever you want to call it. And they're not sure which one actually happened, but they're sure that God didn't happen. They're not using parallel logic.
Here's some examples, because this is good for everyone. So Richard Dawkins, very, very famous atheist, right? But he answers everything in science. Stephen Hawking's, physicists like Hawkins occasionally expressed views suggesting that philosophy was dead and that physics had taken over the role, answering traditional existential.
Now there's an argument.
Questions. Yeah, this is the thing. These are their prophets. This is what I'm trying. These are the atheist prophets if they're very smart and lean to science. Writing that the universe is governed by physical laws rather than a personal creator, which again, this is why this is my thing. Yes, the universe is ruled, so to speak, by physical laws, obviously, but where did those come from is the thing. So there's layers to it, you know.
And one more other thing, Joe, I actually worked as a scientist in a scientific lab. I'm
not shocked.
Yeah,
I'm not shocked.
It's not surprising. Yeah.
It makes sense, doesn't it, guys, with Santa?
Okay, I got to go back.
I gotta go
back. Can I reply to Omar first? But I'm also
Fuck him. Go ahead.
who's into the occult. I mean, because there needs to be a balance. My whole argument against scientism is there's no balance. And my whole thing against the New Age is there's not balance because they consider each other inferior. There could be something to learn from either or both.
I don't believe that just because you don't believe in God, that you believe that you can solve all things through science and it doesn't take God, that makes it equivalent to a religion. You guys,
that's science.
That's what scientism, Joe. That's what scientism is. It's basically their religion.
I don't think that under these restraints so far that I heard that, I'm sorry, there's a guy playing a fucking motorcycle playing music. I don't think that right now it's anything other than people don't believe God exists. And I believe science will be able to solve everything because every problem we attributed to God so far, which is everything from why a fart catches fire, we thought it was God, lightning and everything.
Except the soul.
We turned out that science can prove.
We don't know where the stuff for the beginning came from.
We don't know.
Their God.
There's some things in reality in the universe we will never know.
We just haven't done that, Joe. I love your faith.
The only one thing that matters is the soul to me.
And in physics, there are 20.
Wait, I'm not saying I believe that, Santa. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying what you talking about my faith. I haven't discussed my beliefs.
I'm saying people who are physicists are the ones saying the nice thing about religion and physics right now is they both only need one miracle. These are people in science.
So, what has we proven? Science has proven a billion things. What has religion proven?
Nothing.
They have a reason to believe that that science will prove a thing. We got to the moon and we're on cell phones.
There's evidence, as they would tell you.
Right.
Joe.
So it doesn't make it God. They don't believe in miracles. You do. That's what makes the distinction between believing that they're God.
We're defining
I'm
a
not
word.
tripping. I'm talking loud because you won't let me finish a sentence.
Okay. So, okay, you go.
No, you can go. Just let me finish what I'm talking.
Yeah, but I don't even know why religion or science has to prove itself right now. Like, this is not a debate about prove God exists over science. Like,
no, it's a debate whether scientism is equivalent to a religion, and I don't think you've proven that. It's like,
but it's really not a debate at all because we're up here to have a discussion.
No, because only for one reason, Joe. Because scientism, right, as a thing, means that even if we haven't proven something in science, they still believe that what we understand, whether it's physics, etc., that everything was created from that, even if we don't have the tools to prove that yet. The same thing a Christian would say about their faith in Jesus as their Lord and Savior, right? Or the same thing a Muslim would say about this and this and this. That's why, like, on a fundamental aspect of faith, I think what proves something as a religion would be the faith component, right? So it's like having faith in this over that and that. Like a religion has to have a few things, right? The first thing is it has
The
to have
faith component is faith that it'll happen and you have no reason to believe or something like that. Science would do the exact opposite.
But hold on, this is the thing though. But follow my train of thought for 1 second. What I'm saying is that the faith that this thing is the ultimate authority of the explanation of reality and everything else and so on, right? So that's where science is always
faith though. It's not faith. Faith is belief in the things unseen. Science has a billion seen things, which tells me that
that's a bad definition for faith. That's a horrible definition for faith. Faith requires evidence.
No, faith requires belief.
Faith requires belief, but it also requires evidence. Yes, thank you.
Go for that one, Omar.
Could faith also mean belief even when there is no evidence?
Well, belief does not require evidence. Belief does not require evidence. You can still believe something, but typically if you add in evidence, that's when we call it faith.
No, faith is belief without evidence.
Google it, somebody. I'm on one phone.
I can't do it.
I just pulled it. Yeah, bro, that's what faith is, man. Hold on. Faith is a strong belief or complete trust in someone or something, often without needing absolute proof
often without evidence. Because that's
come on, dude. Okay, definition. So semantics. So it's wrong because you decide to.
It's not the correct definition.
You go with fragment. So then, what should I use other than Google?
I would say
semantics. Tell me, Marian dictionary. Is that sufficient to you?
May I make a request without going back into this semantic?
Hold on, let's move past this semantic roadblock.
Okay.
Faith.
Because the Bible definition of faith is different than science definition of faith.
Bible
who cares about the Bible?
Insane, I think.
So anyway. if you search define faith science, it'll give you a different definition than Merriam-Webster's default.
I only care about the true objective.
Well, that's your Webster
definition.
Well, I mean, this is the same thing. What does nothing mean? Nothing means different between common usage and physics.
There's objective
we would
faith,
agree. I'm trying to say
there's objective faith. Well, objective faith is the external unchanging body of truth evidence that personal believes rather than the internal personal act of believing. So that's to go one step further. Or deeper into
so
it.
Define
but
faith,
again,
science, please.
Guys,
just please.
Faith in type what?
Definition, faith, space, science. Science would more likely call it confidence. But you get a different definition.
I think the common definition.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense
because and the unseen.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you with the quandary because you guys are using jargon and they don't agree. I mean,
we're trying to use the common definition that people.
No, the objection. We're on a tangent. No, the objection was saying that faith has evidence, and I'm saying that faith. You have to have faith in something. You can't. I don't have to have faith that I have a right hand.
Okay.
Because I have evidence that I have a right hand, so I have objective,
that
concrete reality.
Logical, right?
But I have faith that my prayer's going somewhere. I have faith that I'll wake up tomorrow morning. I have faith that everything.
So Omar, you want the Greek lexicon word? Pistis. Pistis. Pistis.
Greek
That's the Greek lexicon.
You guys are arguing jargon from different sources. That's why they're not gonna.
The most important thing would be to take it from the Greek lexicon because that's the best.
Again, it's the same definition, bro. Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, put it on.
It's the same definition.
Confidence, right there. Told you.
Yeah, trust, belief, confidence. Again, you're okay.
Confidence.
It's belief, man. To believe.
But the scientists, not scientists.
I don't need to believe that.
Scientists would say we have confidence in this thesis because of this evidence. That's good science.
Yeah, that's why.
You don't put fidelity in something that you don't have evidence for. It's really at the very core basic is fidelity.
No, people do all the time. No one has any proof that John Smith had the real visions because it's written down one time, but they have
then that would be called blind faith, right? So if you marry your spouse
that's
without fidelity,
the only people
that's
that ever
blind
have
faith.
an argument with why the only people that ever have an argument when I said that it's in my book, it says all faith is blind because it requires you to believe in something you have never experienced. So yes, your belief in God, my belief in God is a fucking blind faith. That's a faith. I'm saying all faith is blind because you don't have any evidence. You have faith. I have faith. I don't know. I don't even know what the real name of God is.
In that same sense, all knowledge is belief, right? So all belief is fiction, right? All
justified true belief. Remember, that's what your definition is.
Exactly. I know we're going to cover that eventually, but in the same sense. Yep. No, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, like I don't have to have faith that my name is Omar, right? I don't need to believe it.
Yep.
Or more importantly, whether I believe that we're alive right now or not. Like if I close my eyes and pretend that Clay's not alive, it doesn't change the reality.
Right.
But I have faith that I'm changing reality. It's like, and you open your eyes and you realize
my camera.
Yeah, no matter how much faith you have,
your faith may be right or wrong. Yeah, because that would mean by default that that would.
But when it comes to scientism, particularly the claim that they are not taking some sort of leap is just asinine. At some point, they take a leap.
They have faith that they're.
I'm not sure they have to take a leap at all.
Well, if I may, I'm sorry, Joe. Were you going? I didn't hear you first.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure they take a leap, Clay, because the whole idea of science is you saw something and you think if you combine it with something else, it's not a leap of faith. It's a leap of logic and reason type.
Well,
shit.
here's the biggest problem with that is, can something come from nothing?
Okay, before we go to the metaphysics,
because that'll be forever. Go ahead, Santa.
Yeah, because that one's metaphysic, right? But here's an example of science getting something wrong. They had confidence, they had evidence, but when more evidence came in, they realized their first assumptions or even logical conclusions were wrong. That's where science is good. That's where the scientific method can be excellent. It's when they're so confident in their assumptions without sufficient evidence. That's the only difference between scientism. It's just meant that they're kind of playing quick and easy with confidence, like some people play with faith. So it's not really putting anybody down. It's saying, really, one study with 5 people in it is better than 10 anecdotals? Maybe so. That's a game of statistics, though. That's all I was saying, Joe.
Perfect. So we got it figured out now, so that we can understand that at some point we all take a leap of belief, if you will. I mean,
sure,
everybody does.
Well, that's how the Salk vaccine.
That's why it's called a leap of faith.
Yeah.
What was it? Shit.
The etymology is a leap of faith. You're not. If I take a leap from one side of the floor to the other, that's not a leap of faith. The leap of faith is diving into the unknown.
Yes.
That's why it's called a leap of faith, because you have faith that it's going to be okay when you land. You don't even know where you're landing or how long it's going to be or any of that shit, and that's the problem with science, as a religion, not science itself, but anyone who puts all their faith. And we're humans. We have, by the way, the problem is we all have to have faith in stuff. I spend half my time just checking myself, putting faith into things that I'm not fully settled on, right? Like my trick is seeing something exciting and coming up with a concept and not putting my faith in it being I try to objectively dispel every idea that I come up with. I'm attacking my own ideas nonstop. I debate with myself.
Classic skeptic.
10.
Yeah.
It's
That's called tinfoil hat, sir. Tinfoil hat.
No, tinfoil hat is just accepting. You're oh my God, what if? And just put on the tinfoil hat dun, 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 dun.
I'm sorry we dropped you, Joe. Hopefully you can still hear this. I'll give you another one. Rene Descartes used his dream argument as the foundation for his philosophical work. So there are times when non-scientific method approaches are used to provide insight that later uses the scientific method to provide confidence for a conclusion.
Yeah,
some people just have a gut feeling. People just, they think about something subconsciously. It doesn't mean that everything has to start with a hypothesis. It's very common for anecdotal evidence, like my cousin said or whatever, to lead to a hypothesis that can be falsified. That's still good science.
Yeah, reasoning. Just reasoning alone.
Yeah.
If you even look, Isaac Newton, over half of the books that he ever had were all based around religion, metaphysics, ancient histories. Nikola Tesla put so much credit into his conversations with guru so-and-so. The 369 thing came up after he met that Indian, the guru of his time. I can't remember.
Not Maharaji, was it earlier?
No, he's famous.
I'm gonna look it up.
Guru Tesla met and wrote letters to, and so on. And but he started studying the Vedic practices and stuff. And he said he had lots of visions. Oh, Swami Vivekananda. Yeah, Vivekananda.
It's the only thing that's irritating to me with scientism in particular is that they deny that they're acting on faith and saying we're being 100% rational, and then
they won't admit it.
Yeah, it's turtles all the way down with both God and the nothing stuff that is the origin of all the physical matter we appear to be interacting with now. Yes, Ben, I just said appears to be here right now.
There's something I wanted to add on the faith thing. Are y'all familiar with an individual called Matt Dillahunty?
Yeah.
I've heard about them.
So there's this short that just got put in my recommendation because, of course, it says faith is the excuse people give when they don't have evidence. What do you? To me, that just sounds really shallow. So.
Well, it is shallow, but if you have faith in unseen laws like gravity or physics, or you have faith in the creator of your soul, there is a difference between your existence. If you believe you have a soul and your soul is eternally have a purpose, you have a much deeper experience in life. But if you think that you don't have a soul, and then you're very shallow life. That's the problem. That's why someone else's faith angers them so much. You see this like really good Christian guy who's like, brother, I just sit here and send prayers to you. And they mean it. You can see it in their eyes. It's glowing. Nothing angers the non-believing atheist think they have a soul than seeing someone with that joy. It pisses them off and triggers them. But the person who has the true faith inside of them in whatever religion it is, that person, they don't even care. They leave them alone. They don't even press them, But that's not the history, though, because history would say that religions completely come after the atheist scientists. So,
So to expound on that a little bit too. It requires hope. Hope is one of those things that also comes into play. I know that to me, that is one of my biggest issues with atheists when it comes to them asking questions about understanding. Like they'll ask a question and then you say, well, it's because I believe that this is the thing, or it's my opinion, or it's my worldview. And they say, well,
do you have the evidence for that? Do you have the evidence to back that up?
And they
skip over. On here. You're going to pay for that.
Yeah, but they skip over the why, right? And the why question is answered by hope, right? Obviously, I don't know. I don't have that evidence that would fill that God of the gaps, but I do have hope that part is true. And that's where, that's I think a lot of the frustration between, I would say even with them through us, right? For us to say, to them, well, why do you believe that every single time that gravity, that you jump, gravity will grab you and pull you back down? Well, it's because they hope it will.
Well, they have evidence.
And I recognize that, but the problem is I don't think that they do.
Well, so they don't have evidence. They have an observation.
There's an affirmed conclusion from,
they don't recognize
observations are evidence. That's empirical evidence.
Okay, real
No,
quick.
It's the reason that it's happening that we're arguing.
Observation is just
So when
why?
when you use the observation as the proof to back the reason for the proof, then it just becomes stupid, real bad.
Your science is not
okay,
very
so
improved.
before Ant drags us immediately
Omar,
into a blood sport about atheism, because by default, because you're going to trigger Clay and everybody else. Here's what. So hope. There's two little writings in my book with the word hope. The first one's very simple. It's less than 30 seconds. Where there is breath, there is life. Where there is life, there is always hope. Do I have proof of that? No. And then the second one is called dreams. Some dreams come true and some dreams do not. But the most important thing to never forget is from where dreams are born. Dreams are conceived within the heart of hope. Do I have evidence for that? No, I don't. So it's like, and they're like, okay, well, then I can't believe it. Okay.
Do nightmares come from hope? I mean, they're dreams.
Yeah. I don't know. Do they? I never said nightmares.
Well, you said dreams. Nightmares are a type of dream.
Nightmare's a nightmare.
You're establishing that dreams come from hope. Nightmares are a type of dream.
Yeah.
So do nightmares come from hope?
The hope of something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe your higher self trying to have you show you your fears so that we can wake up and realize that you have two balls that produce testosterone. And now you're going to go face that nightmare or get inspired to do that thing, right?
I don't pretend to know that much about dreams or dreaming. It's not my field of studies, and it's not even that well understood.
Again, maybe, but again, and this is why you and I ultimately don't get into like
that's a good point.
Level.
They're not
it's because
really
because
good,
maybe I'm only
understood well at all.
That's
why we shouldn't.
I'm saying things
put
that
science on
I
it.
have faith in because there's no scientific evidence of hope, and no one can. Someone could say hope is just chemicals in the brain, and someone releases more of that chemicals, and someone releases less, like depression. Okay, I think it's more than that, but that's my feeling. I have faith in that. That doesn't mean I have to be right. That's why it's not my religion. But if it was my religious belief, then I have to attack you, Ant, and then I have to defeat you in public. You know what I mean?
Okay, before Ant goes on a diatribe and triggers everybody, I mean, Clay would be the
you
first
invited
one to
me,
swear.
motherfucker.
Hey, listen, wait a minute. I am guilty of the invite, but they were bringing you up and talking about scientism, and I know that will trigger anybody, especially you. So
nobody was really talking about Ant. You were trying to stir shit because you can't handle a fucking actual panel where it's about.
I agree with that, Spin.
And so you were trying to start
saying shit, Ant. I'm happy.
Nobody was talking shit about Ant.
I didn't say they were talking shit.
Yeah. And like you demonstrated last time I was up on this. On this channel. There's a reason I don't come up here, Spin. I'm oil to the water in here. You get it?
No,
like we don't mix very well on this topic.
Hold on, and don't say that. That's not true at all. I was the one who mentioned you because we were talking about scientism, and then Joe said, "Name some people who would be," and we were naming people he doesn't know, and we said effigy. I said Ant, right?
Okay.
Because the explanation of things can be science, but the point, and I think the difference between us getting into big arguments or not is whether or not these things truly are our religion. Because if we have to aggressively defend science or aggressively defend the Bible, then it's your fucking religion. And ultimately have faith
science
in that.
Aggressively attacks and defends itself. That's the way science works. It's always looking at and testing theories with new evidence, new information, etc.
Sounds schizophrenic.
Well, that's where I wanted to go back to. That's what I wanted to go back to something. Hold on. Let me.
One last thing. Also, just remember, we've never ever since we've been doing this started and had a religious discussion. All of the things we're talking about is the great mysteries, which are alchemy, philosophy, spirit, all the things that there's no actual ultimate right answer that anyone can prove, right? So this is not a religious thing we're talking about.
Okay, so Omar, this question's for you, and then I got one for Ben. Okay. God. So, do you believe in a faith healer?
You asked me. I said I believe that
No, I never ask a faith healer.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I believe in the ability of a person to heal with their prayer of faith. But I know the reason it works is because someone's faith that they have that, right? So they tap in their belief in another to unlock that. And I believe that if you have 100 people with deep faith around that, yes, miracles can happen. I fully believe in miracles that beyond what your Christian miracles. I believe in miracles more than Christians.
So let me just get it straight. You believe that if I were to come and put my hands on you or pray over you or whatever, you're going to flop around on the floor like a dead fucking fish and you're automatically going to be healed.
So to answer
that's a faith healer.
Yeah, to answer your question, number one, no, I don't think you have that ability. No,
you believe anybody has that ability?
And number two is all those stupid ass Kundalini awakening videos that you see are all actors. That's all bullshit.
I know it's bullshit.
Yeah, so it's all that like Kundalini activation process. Those are just girls that are that's all. They're just trying to sell one-on-one sessions that escort services. Okay, because why would you if there's so much action in this thing? Why would you have your breast out? You'd have them strapped up like an athlete if this type of action is happening, right? So yeah,
I get this.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. But do I believe? I mean, listen, the most famous faith healer and putting hands on someone in the history of the world is Jesus Christ. So, if you don't believe in that, then you have a real problem squaring the circle of Jesus.
It was just a question.
Yeah. So do I believe? Listen, you have to remember
to be on topic because that was the topic.
No, I'm an ayahuasca.
Faith healing was not the topic. The tree of life was the topic.
No, okay. I spent over 12 years serving a tea that has 2 plants in it and serving it to people, and I can show you dozens and tens of and thousands of different things that have healed to this thing. The only difference between the faith healing and what I'm talking about would be they drank 2 to 4 ounces of a little substance. So you're asking the wrong person if I believe in these types of healings. The answer is 10,000% for sure.
Okay. So Ben, you believe, or your faith or Odinism or whatever, I'm ignorant to it. You believe Odin.
Amongst other things.
Fuck you, Ben. Every fucking time I got a serious fucking question for this fucking guy and he's got to fuck with me. It's all right.
No. Keep it going.
Okay, so you believe Odin created you, or some part of you?
No. Hold on, real quick. This is Spin.
There's a difference.
Dust,
no,
right? No, but here's the thing: Spin is asking powerful questions because they're so direct, and it makes people be honest. This is the best part. So
I try, and then I get fucked with by that fucking bald fuck up there.
Ben's messing with you. Hold on. How do I move these chats off of Santa's?
Love you, brother.
Sorry, Santa. You were covered with the chats.
No, but honestly,
Odin created Leif and Leifrasir. He created Ash and Embla and Leif and Leifrasir. He did not create me. My mom and dad did that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the unexplainable. It's explained the unexplainable, and the only thing there was someone had truth.
And Odin is not the all mother. Odin does not give me my soul. Odin had his own.
Then who gives you your soul?
The all mother.
Well, I don't think the point of science is to challenge beliefs. Sorry, I was talking about the super chat. Like, I think the point of science is to
definitely bring it up and we'll read it. As a scientist, retired, I would concede that some things happen that science can't explain, primarily because there is not money in researching. Science is a more reliable method to challenge beliefs.
And real quick,
backstage,
if someone sends
Omar.
in $50 of total donations to Benjamin Balderson's channel or anyone else's channel who can receive these things, I will reveal exactly who Andrew James Burns is on this panel live. Continue.
Omar, check backstage.
But I'm just going to push back a little because I don't think the purpose of science is to challenge beliefs. It's a way to explore and explain the natural world. It's got nothing to do with with trying to make people not believe something. I reject that premise entirely.
Okay, but Ant, you recognize that it could be the goal of a scientist, and science itself is made up of scientists.
Perhaps,
but scientists.
But does that individual represent every single scientist?
It depends
or all
on
science.
No one person.
No, because you're asking, you're trying to poison the whole bunch because one person, does this thing, so they must all do it, and that's wrong. That
the published papers do it.
Which published papers do what?
All of them.
What are you talking about? They have nothing to do
with
with
the published.
Which ones have to do with belief?
Are you going to ask the question and then just keep asking questions? Okay, go ahead.
Which papers have to do with with challenging beliefs? Like maybe scientific beliefs, because there are some things that are.
Okay, you're going to do it. You're going to do the thing. Spurg out. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Why even set up this thing? Why are we getting into a debate about science papers?
I just don't understand where he's going with this.
Meaning that we're going to go down a tangent. I'm saving us all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, Clay? Because I can feel it.
Yeah, moving on. Yeah.
I mean, it's a super chat. I certainly want to give it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, we have been talking about the Tree of Life, so we don't have to like.
Yeah,
but
do we all agree that easily that science or religion is made up of a bunch of individuals, and certainly some of these individuals' goals could be to dispel something else, like a person who believed in religion their whole life and then rejected and goes to science may spend their whole life trying to.
But they're not mutually exclusive. There's plenty of scientists who have religious convictions.
Yeah, but hold on, Bad Santa. That in itself, that statement is bullshit. That statement's bullshit because research is paid for. So, and you know that as well as I do. Bring it back up, Omar.
That's a good point.
But yeah,
okay, primary. Hold the fuck on, Santa. Hold the fuck on, Bad Santa. Science is paid for, and science is research. So how can you say that there is not money or no money,
right,
that can pay for it? That makes no logical fucking sense.
There is money that can pay for it, but the money in research is controlled by people who donate it. Most of the people who provide money for science and for scientific research are pharmaceuticals and others. Or there's a big bad.
Wait a minute. Stop. Because hold on.
You didn't work in it, so you're making a conjecture about.
I am not conjecture. I'm not making conjecture. Let me finish what I was saying.
Okay, you said there's no money. I didn't say that.
No, yes, you did. Bring it back up, Omar.
Yeah, no money in looking into what?
Bring that super chat back up, Omar.
Into looking into what, Spin? We like to be precise.
Research is paid for. Correct?
Yeah.
Hold
absolutely.
on. Let me read that fucking super chat again. Let me read that super chat again.
CDC funded.
You would concede that some things happen that science can't explain primarily because there is not money in researching. Well, wait a minute.
Researching them.
Oh, researching them. I'm sorry. I thought. Okay, I read it. I read it wrong.
Okay, and then science is a more reliable method to challenge beliefs. And then going to Ant, since we're all here, the second super chat that I shared, the scientific method challenges personal beliefs. Everybody comes with a bias, scientist or not. And
I'd agree with that.
The scientific method is reliable is the hypothesis you're trying to actually disprove your belief or falsify something, because that is the way you get the best reliable stuff. An example of that is Gregor Mendel, who came up with an outrageous 3-to-1 ratio on his phenotypes for his P's. And then they realized, oh, he didn't have enough controls. It's really, really close to 3-to-1, but it is not precisely 3-to-1. So the scientific method has controls in there to limit your beliefs, to isolate your beliefs, and either verify with some evidence for or contradict.
Okay. I think belief is doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Okay, but is there a belief is there a belief that doing the research brings proofism or proof?
Proofism?
Yeah,
proofism.
I'd recoil at proofism too. I mean, there is evidence in science.
Yeah, I was trying to make that point earlier.
Yeah,
right, and I knew that's what you were saying earlier, Ant. So if I have evidence that that a plant could cure the common cold,
sure. And
where do I
unless
get that evidence
company
from?
wants it, there's not going to be money to research it. I mean, there are thousands and maybe tens of thousands of articles about this spin. The things
he's trying to say that the government pays for 90+% of science, and they aren't interested in paying for that science. There is no money for that. Money to fucking find new bombs, things like that, all kinds of shit. Money for natural science, natural alternative healing.
That's not true at all.
They aren't investing into that.
That's not
it's 100%.
Do you guys remember when?
I didn't say they don't do any. I didn't say the 90%. I didn't say they didn't do any. But Old Man's Beard has been known for 2,000 years. You tell me the scientific papers about it, because it has antimicrobial and antibacterial properties.
Hey, real quick, guys, hold on 1 second, just to let you know, in Exodus 23:21.
Are you still paying attention to this fucking guy?
Beware of him and obey him. Do not rebel against him, for he will not forgive your transgressions. For my name is within him. Continue, gentlemen.
Now, for anyone
if we do a long enough show, this fucking guy will put every fucking Bible verse in the Bible in that chat.
We did a 10-hour one. Anyway,
now anybody
by
else?
The way,
yeah, sorry, go.
Do you got? No, I was gonna say, do you remember during the pandemic, COVID-19, and where people were like praying into Fauci, and there was like people were like singing songs, like this is like a. Yeah, Dr. Fauci, save us. Yeah, dude, and that's the thing. Like, not everybody, but there were people that were just like
and look at what's going on with that motherfucker right now. He's about ready to be fucking.
Pretty much admit that it was created, like he was pleading the 25th on everything.
Yes, motherfucker. Yes,
for real.
So science isn't perfect, and Ant's not saying it's perfect.
Other than pleading the fifth over 800 fucking times, yes.
Okay. But Fauci was the one handing out research dollars. Okay, let's not be naive. He was
handing research dollars out to his own fucking bank account.
Duh.
Just go look at the. Just go.
Okay, let's not go political, please.
Works. He had people by the little slippery parts, because their career meant that they had to continue stuff that was hot. It's nothing different than a music artist or whatever.
But would you concede at this point that there is money for research?
No, it's not fixed.
You just fucking said it.
We should move the subject.
There is money, but the money is allocated based on political things and the moneyed interest of pharmaceutical companies.
Okay.
I get it. Clay, I wasn't trying to take it political. I was trying to prove a
Let's move
point.
off the science. Everyone can go look at University of North Carolina, Peter Daszak.
Y'all just lucky. I don't got the fucking keys at all. I would have kicked Spin the fuck off, and all this shit would have ended. Like, this is bullshit.
Okay, let's move it. Let's
bullshit.
Move.
It's a fucking theology panel is about the tree of life where we just goddamn arguing about Fauci.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, we can move on.
Can we
did that.
Actually agree with Ben.
Can we get back to topic?
It's possible.
Yes. Thank God. Okay.
Howard,
hit us.
So with alchemy, though, here's where they are related.
Okay, go ahead, Santa.
Alchemy was the first science, and there were methods to improve it. But there are a lot of things that are shown through alchemical studies through the world's best scientists. I think you mentioned Newton before, Omar, and I mentioned Descartes. There are a lot of non-traditional ways that really good science gets started. I think that's a way to heal, frankly, a lot of people. They need to rely on this stuff. There are a lot of solutions to a lot of the health problems we're facing. And as we get back to these mysteries, we can recognize that many populations have known about them for thousands of years.
You can just see the difference between the natural plants and then the chemical extractions that are used from them. And understanding that the understanding itself of alchemy and the usage of plants as medicines transcended just the material or chemical component in it. It was the essence of the plant. That's why we have essential oils. And the understanding of both combined is the alchemy of the chemistry with the alchemy and the spiritual. But we have gotten away from that, and that's why we have done great things and extended our life in the last 200 years since 1887, let's say. But at the same time, shit's a lot worse because we're more disconnected in many ways too. So, you know, that's that tree of life up and down, right? And the quicker we get away from the essence of, look, when you go to Sacred Valley, Peru, go to Sacred Valley, land in Sacred Valley, right? Valle Sagrado. The first thing you do is when you get off the plane, you go from Lima, first, second little plane, you get off, there's big barrels, right? There would wooden barrels. You know what it's filled with? Mama coca leaves. You know why? Because they know you need it for the altitude. Everywhere you go, coca tea's free. Everywhere you go, coca leaves, right? And you have to buy these little black
even in candy
because they're stronger. The coca candies, exactly. We have to buy those, right? And those are my favorite. I'll put 3 or 4 of them like this with my nicotine lozenge, and I'm fucking ready to go climb the mountain, you know, and drink the ayahuasca at 6,000 foot altitude. But anyway, and then one of my teachers is there, Alonso del Rio, Gran Maestro, right, on the backside of the Machu Picchu. But anyway, the thing is that if you take the mama coca, the coca leaf, and you extract it, the first thing that happened when the conquistadors came to these plants, they saw these little people eating these fucking leaves and working 15 hours. Like, how are they doing it? And they saw them going to these leaves. So they said, what the fuck is this? And they start drinking tea. They take it back to Spain and Europe. And the first way was cocaine syrup, which was basically when you cook it down, thicken its syrup. Take 2 teaspoons if you can't wake up in the morning. Take 4 teaspoons if you need to go to sleep. Every answer, right? And then later, the syrup gets extracted more into a powder. And that was cocaine. Cocaine was right around World War I. That fueled all motherfucking World War I in Europe. And then you keep going. And then you extract with more chemical extractions, less of the essence, more of the chemical. And you have what? Crack. And what's the difference between
mix it with gasoline
and cocaine? The difference is greed, right? And a further and further extraction from the essence of the plant that they were using for thousands of years without problems. And this is a good analogy of our society and the way we go with things. You know what I mean?
So what I'm seeing too with that,
exactly,
you know, in reference to what Ben was bringing up earlier about people getting stuck in the lower portion of the tree and not that higher portion, right? So I'm wondering, like, because we see that generally today is that these young men are stuck in the lower portion, right? They're not trying to achieve that higher mind. Whereas prior to that, if you really kind of look at it, you know, all that sitting and praying and thinking that, you know, just prayer alone is going to save you and all of this, that would be stuck in that higher mind, right? And they weren't getting involved with the earth and the chemistry of it. Like, I think that's really kind of what I'm looking at whenever when I hear Ben talk about this stuff. It's like the balance or the understanding of where it is that you need to be on this tree of life, right? So if it's, you know, if you need to start working with the earth, with Mother Earth, or Father Earth, however you call it, whatever that is, the chemistry, the actual getting in the dirt of it versus getting into your thoughts, right? So if you're taking in these, you know, chemicals, or you're eating like this food that you need to eat, but then you need to allow that to digest. I think actually that's a perfect word for this, digestion, right?
Yeah.
Is that good?
That's a great word.
Okay.
May I reply to that, Clay? Because one of the things that used to be considered pseudoscience that is well proven with evidence now is grounding. And what they find is it helps you when you're putting your feet, especially in touch with the earth with bare feet, you can discharge a lot of that chaotic energy. Some people call it over energy, whatever, misdirected. There are a lot of different faith things about it. But when you look at the oldest traditions, and I don't know, Omar would know much better than I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Hebraic or Canaanite teaching about that. There are so many things about getting to the earth. It happens naturally if you're a farmer. So, maybe it wasn't the tradition in some of the Western societies, but yes, we have to get back. I call it creation because we're united with it already. We're the ones that get off kilter.
Yeah, this is where I make the case for us for as a society being stuck in the higher mind. Like you look at all these kids, they played video games about shit. I had a kid tell me how to fucking run my farm because that's how he did it on Farmville. Like, I shit you not. I'm sitting here and I'm just staring at this guy like he's a fucking retard because he was. Like, you did it on Farmville, so that's how it works here.
500 hours in that game, Ben.
Exactly. And these kids do everything in their head. Everything's in a video game. Everything's in a screen. They aren't out doing things. Even reading a book is higher minded. The difference between the higher mind, like I can read a Haynes manual, and don't get me wrong, if I'm working on a car I don't know, Haynes manual, phenomenal. But also, once you've worked on the car, you can find the things that are wrong in the Haynes manual because you're like, that's not how this shit works. Like, so it's this balance between, and these guys are typically lacking the actual family root. And I think that's been done on purpose because they've completely broken apart the family. Part of the root was literally your ancestral heritage.
Yeah, I was going to say the ancient cultures never said anything about grounding because they were already grounded. But what they did do is they knew very specifically where to do certain rituals, right? Collective grounding or to go, but they ground into the earth to go out. And what the floors of certain temples in certain areas were made of was also very specifically chosen as well.
Yeah.
I wanted to
add, it was really common to for families in pagan times, but in sort of modern times, to bury the family at the homestead, right, at where you live, right. But then and in pagan times you would bury the dead under trees and in groves and stuff. But then, not really throwing shade on Christianity, but the church basically came and no, you can't do that stuff anymore. That's weird. We're going to take your body, the body of your family, and we're going to move them to a church graveyard. And that's like a new idea. We were just talking about grounding, and I thought about that. But
maybe if you want to use the bodies and their DNA in certain areas of fucking pyramid,
there's some esoteric idea. With
not even just that, right? So you think
bodies in the ground and the church bells.
Arlington Cemetery. Look at how much authority is derived from a grave, right? And then compare that with the authority that would be derived through, or power, if you will, derived through the essence of a cemetery as big as Arlington Cemetery, and how that would drive an entire nation, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I grew up right. You know
what I'm saying?
Yep, I've seen Arlington Cemetery, I don't know, 15,000 times. I mean, I literally drove past it going to DC from Arlington, for how long? But the interesting part about the church, also the main reasons you had to bury the church is because you'd go to visit and you have to pay money, and then they charge you for flowers and prayers. And
I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
It was a control because if your ancestors are built there, then you always have to keep coming back. It's a lot harder because now I leave the church, but how am I going to go visit my grandfather?
I like your theory wave philosophy. I like it a lot. That's good shit.
Now, Omar, didn't the Hebrews or the Jews, didn't they have the resurrection of the dead bones? Because I understand that's where Christianity gets the model of the bodily resurrection.
Yeah, they believe in resurrection.
Yeah.
That was a good comment, by the way. Can you pull that up again?
And I agree, Fatty. Chilton's is a way superior book, but also way fewer people have heard of it. I was trying to hit the broad stroke on that one.
We were going pretty broad, but that's because, yeah, I think we were planning on. We need the right.
Well, Chilton's is more of a professional's book, where Haynes is what you pick up at fucking AutoZone or whatever.
No, we need the images, is what I'm trying to say. We need proper images so we can have proper display.
Oh, for the trees.
Just for anything that there's a reason why sigils, you know, said trying to talk something so abstract without, if we have the ability to have the visuals, you know, why would we not?
I mean, maybe not arguing over the semantics of words used differently in different contexts. Because like you described the triquetra, I have one on my chest and I have it on Turtle Island. Anybody who's familiar with the triquetra or the Turtle Island, they got it figured out. I mean, they might say it in different words. But yeah, that is the power of the sigil. You get to the meaning, not to the description.
Yeah, and the triquetra, you know, the main way I found about it first was through the Celtic, but it's through the Book of Kells. I remember I was 12 or 11. I was 11 or 12. But it tracks all the way back to freaking 500 BC, 600 BC. Like,
yeah. And it also fits into Taoist cosmology, because there's a transitional state between the binary and the quaternary.
Let's talk about
that's our
take
point,
a little trip. This is just when I talk about when I went to Northern Europe, how everybody would just talk to me and they wouldn't talk to the other guys. This is just because we have extreme Northern European blood. That's just to the max. We are probably not that far apart in relations.
Right. I found out just today that Saint Nick was the one who hit Arius. Is that true?
Oh, is it?
I was like, I tend to agree with Arius, but yeah, no, the Trinitarian. If people are asking.
Yeah, it says right here, according to tradition, Saint Nicholas slapped or punched the priest Arius in the face during the Council of Nicaea in 325 because he was angry that Arius denied the full divinity of Jesus and never became a saint. It's amazing.
Yeah. Nah, there wasn't any politics in that conference meeting. But, you know, I mean, there's politics in everything. I'm sure there's politics in Odinism. There's certainly in Taoism. One of the things that was big about 10 years ago was arguing whether somebody could be a Dao Jia or a Dao Chao, and essentially oversimplifying it like 500 times, that's essentially between philosophical and religious Taoism. And, you know, one of the greater writers in Taoism even went so far as to say, you can't be a true Taoist without being Chinese. And it follows not because of genetics, but because of the Western culture being so different than Eastern. But, you know, that's politics.
Yeah.
What did you find, Omar, in your studies, for example? I mean, I've heard you talk about some of the places you've gone to. I'm sure there were some opinions and some egos.
I've heard from, and I'm not talking about like just neophytes on the streets. I'm talking about inside of like proper like curanderos, like spending a week with them. You know, like I have heard Mother Nature in the form of Mother Ayahuasca described as a male. It's like, no, it's Father Ayahuasca. And I go, huh? And you know, so I just like to listen and like, and you know, I have my own, I guess, sigil of reality that I'm, you know, accepting or creating. But it's good to know. It's good to know all of them. And like you know, the Hinduism stuff kind of adds like every possible imagination. The when you go into the more
and creating your own sigil should be very personal, right? Stuff like that. Well,
coat of arms.
Yes, that's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. That's your family sigil, which most of the time you
Ancestral
didn't create.
linkages by a direct hypersigil, which is a physical heraldic like family crest, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should. This is going to be off topic, but I just wanted to, I was pulling up whatever you guys asked me to look up, and I saw there's when I get into the next conversation with these ortho bros and these Catholics, I'm going to be like, this is the head of Saint Nicholas. Is this a holy relic to you? And if they have to say yes, they'll say, okay, so you're a fucking pagan. Congratulations.
Right. Yeah.
It's real simple.
Yeah, the holy relics were.
Yeah, the holy relic. There's a hand of some. There's a fucking
right,
hand like this, and it's the hand of some
Catholic,
priest who allegedly touched someone one time, and then they fucking healed. But why would you desecrate this man's body and put this hand up? Like Clay's Christian. Clay, is this holy to you?
I mean,
blasphemy.
Not in the sense of like, is it like I don't know, what am I supposed to pray over it or something? No.
Yeah, you're supposed to fall to your knees and pray, thank the Lord. That I don't know why.
No.
Did you imagine?
Well, they almost reified him, right? I mean, it might not be God, but it was closer to being God along the lines that I interpret of how serious you were to get it. It was an indication.
It's just the thing is that it's confessions to projections.
It's basically
they were
voodoo,
Romans.
Voodoo,
they
right?
were Roman. They were Roman pagans. They were Roman pagans, bro. Of course, they had the most pagan culture in the history of. They were the most pagan. They wouldn't just take a skull of your ancestor and put it in your house. They would encase it in fucking gold and build monuments to it because the Egyptians did it, and that's where the Romans learned it from.
But isn't like we were talking about with the tree of life, the flower of life, that I believe is the symbol above the great mysteries icon. We like these symbols to answer questions that our mind cannot. I mean, faith seems very reasonable when you just lost your child and you're going, oh my God, I mean, what's the point of all this stuff? If you're not seeing things in cycles, and what can feed hope? I mean, I think that's one thing about pure scientism. Not all scientists, but pure scientism loses the fact that as humans, there are so many things about faith and religion. There is magic in it, whether or not it's magical. It helps people. It compels people. It's misused. I mean, there are these things where symbols are key to life, or at least culture. What do you guys think?
Well, I think
I got a question. What do you think about people that care more about animal life than human life? Because it seems like everybody's just
based.
Humans are up here.
I have an opinion if people don't.
They are delicious. That's what I got to say about it.
People that are doing that, it's a lot for social cred, to be honest. Because if you really care about animals that much, you would be saving insects as well.
Yeah, and trees.
Yeah,
and
I do that sometimes.
and
I refuse to kill
microbes.
roaches. Anytime
you would never brush your teeth.
I will catch it and put it outside.
Cockroach?
To just talk to it, like hang out with it.
Yes, I have had roaches.
Men in Black.
I will see a roach and I'll
Maybe don't
cuff
hang
it
out
and
with
put it
cockroaches.
outside.
I have two spiders
gross.
over my monitor. They take care of the ants. But mosquitoes and ants aren't really insects, are they? Oh, wait, my hypocrisy's kind of showing through. They shouldn't exist.
As long as they're getting fed, they don't
That's
eat you.
weird, right? Like ants are kind of like, I don't like ants, but I love all insects, but not ants.
You hear that, ant? Nobody
Dude,
likes
is it because they stink?
Yeah, they stink, but it's
Fuck
also just
yeah,
like,
bro. They stink so bad.
It's so bad, man. But like they have this like weird like structure. They're just like they're like drones. Like they don't have any individuality or free will in my.
I love them as a team, but not in my house.
So that begs the question: what about veganism?
Oh,
those
you know,
people are
if somebody's
crazy.
an atheist or a vegan, you don't have to ask them because they're going to tell you.
Yeah, that's their religion. They think they have a moral superiority because that's their religious ideology. There'll be an atheist vegan. There'll be an atheist vegan and think that they're morally superior because they don't eat animals. But then I would say, so you're saying that the life of a plant is less than an animal? I would say the opposite. On depending on the animal.
They're not like me. I'm a true plant rights activist.
Well,
all these
what's
wild
that
vegans
called?
killing Carb Jr. His dad got eaten on the way to work.
I'm sorry.
There are a lot of awesome people in both, though. I mean, all joking aside, there's some people that are really sincerely trying to do the best thing. They're just ill-informed.
Well, there's some people who have
anthropologist about our teeth. They would figure out we're not mean to be cattle.
There's some people who have to do it for their health as well, and and then there's some people who just do it just because, and that's not to say anything about the ones who do go out there and put it in your face. It's like, oh, I'm a better person. I'm moral. You're a Christian, but I'm moral.
Did you just say you were a plants rights activist?
Yes.
Ben's watching you, Spin. Now, one thing that I like, including atheism, I got nothing against people, anybody's religion, as long as they don't kill others. But one of the things that I like about the genuine atheists that I've met is they could listen to Ben's presentation and be curious. And I think that's what we need to give other people all the time, is that we may not agree on the details. We may not agree in the same general area, but curiosity is honorable, in my opinion.
Ben's thing wasn't also a religion. He was explaining like the metaphysical existence and like the alchemical. That's why if they can't listen, then that actually, Sandra, that's a great point, because if they can't listen, then that means the science is their religion. And anyone who's too religious can't listen to the thing, because it's like, and again, we're not even praying to the sigils. We're using them as descriptive. We're using them as teaching guides. We're not telling you get on your knees and mix blood with salt in the moonlight and it's not even, because then that would be some sort of religion.
So I mean, and that's quite honestly exactly why I personally like doing this particular show with Ben and Omar, is because we do listen to each other. Like, that part right there makes a world of difference when you're trying to understand someone's position. Obviously Ben's coming from a Norse plus alchemical understanding. Omar's coming from just kind of like a skeptical positioning, and I'm just coming from like a Christian trying to understand the people around me. And this right here is exactly in my opinion what these discussions really need to be. It's like understanding somebody else's position, and then if you want to go debate somebody because they are goofy as shit, then you can do that. But this particular panel, this is really why I like coming here and having these particular discussions. It's great.
We're building perspectives, right?
There are some vegan bodybuilders and MMA fighters, not the majority fatty. And the issue with the vegans is there's different minerals and whatnot that they have to supplement, and that wasn't something available 50 years ago. Like, so it's a very unnatural lifestyle. I'm actually a vegetarian, and most people don't even realize that about me. Been a vegetarian for a very long time. But there's vitamins that I get out of eggs, which have no life in them. Unless a chicken gets fertilized, there's no life that was ever going to be in that. That was just going to sit and rot. The chickens run around eating things out of the dirt, putting nice minerals in them eggs, and them eggs are delicious. The cows, my cows get treated like queens, and they like getting milk. They want to get that. They want to get that milk out of them tits. They're like, God, get that pressure out of there. And so all these things are symbiotic. Now, factory farming, I'm totally against. They're abusing animals. I get that. I would not want to be eating factory farm stuff.
Hey, Ben, it's delicious.
Again, the exceptions to the rules.
I see a lot of that on X. Like, people will be like, I'm vegan, and if you eat meat, you're a terrible person, or or milking cows is abuse, or inseminating them is
There are
abuse.
virtue
And it's
signals.
just
I'll tell you, I
virtue
was
signals?
250. I was 215 pounds. I moved to the jungle. I was 2.5 years vegan and went 10 months raw vegan. I went to the doctor. I was 158.6 pounds, and I was unhealthy. And then the first thing I did was eat a piece of lamb, and immediately my body goes.
Yeah, lamb is so good, bro.
It was a spiritual experience, and my ancestors were like, "Let my flesh." The blood goes doo-doom, doo-doom.
I ain't
And then
gonna lie,
my
bro.
balls started to shake, and they crashed into each other, but it didn't hurt because everything was strong. And then my body woke back up, and then now I'm like
Tender,
220.
juicy.
Yeah. So we have we have blood types, and so I think that you can eat according to your blood type. I think it's not even a mystery. Like, it's not even a morality thing. Because I have a friend who's vegan. She's vegan 12 years that I've known her. She runs marathons. She looks healthy. And there's other people I know that are vegan. They look like shit. So, yeah.
Right.
And by the way, back in the day, like, for example, like vegetarian, back in the day, like in the times of Jesus, vegetarians ate fish, specifically white fish. So when they say like, oh, Jesus didn't eat meat, he didn't eat meat and he was a vegetarian, but he was using milks, any forms of cheeses, and he was eating white fish. That's where in Judaism it went from the lambs or the white fish. The white fish was the substitute for the vegetarians. So even back, you know what I mean? So
still needed
the vegan say Jesus was a vegan. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, you still needed the fleshly protein either way.
Honestly, though, all I could recommend is lentil pea soup with bread.
Lentils are good.
Yeah, with lamb chops.
The Taoists tend to recommend an 80% to just about everything. And so being 80% vegetarian or extremity is
fish is great.
Unbalanced. And so there are a lot of pescatarians. I was a vegetarian for 25 years, and I was pretty healthy because
I'm sure you were healthiest in your life.
Huh?
I'm sure you were the healthiest you've ever been in your life. That's why Japanese people are so healthy.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to eat differently. You have to learn how food works. And then when I got the tumor in my face, my body said, nope, you got to eat meat for a while. So that's been what's really working for me. This is getting off of opiates weight. And when I get down to fighting weight, we'll see where my body wants to go again. But you got to learn these things. And that's what I think is good about occult teachings, is because they're really things for you to experiment with and find out really what works for you. It's not, it doesn't always mean that it's so prescriptive you don't have any place to journey. That may be different with the Odinists, but as I've just glossed over it, I'm like, oh, this is very consistent what I know.
Well, as a Gentile Christian, someone who has converted, I will tell you that bacon is a very important part of my diet. It's just never going to go away. I could only be part Jewish. Sorry.
Pull that up, Omar.
You know, a massively slept on food item? Dates. Dates
hold on, just real quick. Shout out to our friend Ike, just real quick. Because Ike, we'll do our religious thing and we'll go Paul, because you're saying that they were all of the ancestors ate Passover lamb. I eat lamb 5 days a week. Yes, just real quick. Believe on Messiah. Amen to you. And be in Paul. That's homosexual. Be in Paul.
Bro, I knew you were going to say that.
That was super gay.
I absolutely knew that you were going to take it there.
I'm going to just read it real quick. Well, because be inside of a man, I am a man. So that's
that Holy Spirit.
That's weird.
That Holy Ghost thing,
but
right?
This part here, you said Jesus ate lamb on the 14th night. Okay, Luke, your friend Luke, chapter 24, verse 24, 2442. Luke chapter 24, verse 42 specifically says that Jesus ate fish, and you're missing the point, buddy. Is the white fish is for the people who didn't eat the meat. Okay, and so Nazarenes, Nabateans, all the different priesthoods all around the Semitic lands, many of them never ate the meats. And so the substitutes for the flesh would be the fish. Generally speaking, was the white fish. So that has nothing to do. He said absolute foolishness. Okay. You're hold on. You're from North Carolina, bro. I'm from these fucking regions, dude. I don't have to study to learn our fucking ancestral eating habits, bro. Okay, let's just make that clear real quick. All right, so it is what it is, buddy. Shaman, who's Cain's wife? Great question. Does anyone know who Cain's wife was?
I'll pull this up though, Omar.
I'm in Florida too. I'm in Miami. But
pull the share screen. Put that share screen up.
I'm trying. Oh, that. Ike, hit me up. We'll do the Paul thing. Let's see. We have to respect the Wednesday panel now.
He also said, no, it's a Hebrew saying, be in a priest. So, like, I don't know, bro.
It's homosexual.
You're not making your case, Ike.
I'm saying it's homosexual anytime that you're going to castrate or prostrate yourself in front of another man or be inside of another man in any way. That to me is homosexual. I don't care what religion it is.
So this is right next to my front step where I was petting the cow because she loves me and wants me to pet her and hang out and milk her. And the bull got in the way. As you can see, I got the brush and everything. And the bull came up. And he's like, I need my petting times too. But these are obviously highly abused animals, as you can tell.
They look super abused. They're trying to get away from you. Those chains are so heavy they can't even stand up.
It's the extremity of how they're just trying to maximize every cent out of every square inch of land and feed that things become unhealthy. If they had the same livestock going over the abundant grass that's already there in California, for example, then it wouldn't have a lot of the same problems. I mean, don't you look at how many cows you can have based on how much land you have?
Yeah, you've got there's so many acres. Takes like 10 acres per cow, basically, if you want them to just forage.
Well, maybe I'm glad I didn't get those Scottish, the Highland cows.
Oh God, that's what I got it. That was a Dexter that was laying on the ground, and the Scottish Highland Dexter, and they are such good foragers. I give them some good orchard grass hay, but they'll go around and they'll eat up all the forage. They're so good about it. They're mountain cows, so they like scrub brush and all that kind of shit.
Is that orchard grass hay or is that orchard grass A?
Yeah.
Now, what about, if I may?
Do you grain finish?
All right, one last statement. Ike, go.
What's that, Jody?
John the Baptist meal was fucking locusts and honey. Most of these prophets, they didn't eat red meat, bro. I don't know what your argument is. They didn't eat red meat. Priests of all classes across all religions, they didn't eat the fucking flesh. Like, is that a mystery? Go ahead.
I would only give grain to a sick animal. I only grass feed.
We have a red fescue. Is that particularly good for sheep or?
No, I don't use that. Mostly it's Timothy grass or orchard grass.
Yep. Okay.
I just eat. I consume like I would say at least 1.5 pounds of lamb a day.
Wow.
My wife actually does. Well. Yeah. My wife does best on the carnivore diet, and and she does, and like she eats some rugged ass carnivore stuff. Like she does good on guts and things like that of animals.
Oh wow.
And in ground beef or bison.
She's like, this is my favorite one, and I'm like, the one that's all guts and like organs. She's like,
she's living on haggis.
And then I'm like, read the fucking label. That one's all organ meat.
Hot dog.
Chicken heart.
No, this is like high grade, like heart, liver and shit.
Pretty sure hot dogs
she's
far
an old
away
blood
from
type.
alchemy.
she's an O blood type and I'm an A blood type. Literally, scientifically, A blood types don't produce enough of the things to break down heavy portions of meat, and I extra don't produce them. So if I eat meat, I actually get sick from it. And
what about Black Irish?
And
Do you know that?
and my nails are very thick. I heal extremely well. My hair's obviously not there, but my wife, she was a vegetarian when I met her, and it actually almost it really caused her damage. All her nails were paper thin, her hair was falling out, her teeth just went to shit. She had to have all her teeth pulled because her teeth just lost all their
they would break.
They were breaking off and stuff. And when she eats meat, she just looks, if she eats nothing but meat for a while, she looks,
yeah.
Oh,
so
God,
some people quite literally are built for a carnivore diet.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and you can tell that's why you got to listen to your body. But on that alchemical thing, Ben, have you heard about anything about the Black Irish?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
No, I mean with diets.
Sounds like a drink.
Kind of diets.
Yes,
sounds like that Halloween costume from last night.
Is it?
I can't hear what he said.
Yeah, the Black Russian's my favorite, but I don't really drink anymore. So I was just wondering if you knew any that about the body types, because again, I'm resetting now 56. The body needs me to be more right in some of the guesses than going hog wild.
Yeah, it's a real weird thing because it's like, because we're such mixed people at this point in time,
right?
Where I don't really have that much mixing in my family history. We were pretty ridiculous about it. That's why Howard and I look the same. So I'm from a very agrarian people. So for me, living off vegetables, like literally, some people, like my wife, if you are an O blood type or somebody that needs to eat red meat, you probably don't produce the components to break down oxalic acid. Right. And if you don't break down oxalic acid, it's going to bind to calcium and you're going to end up with stones in your kidney, bladder, whatever. Gallbladder, you get stones.
That's why you have to drink the beer.
That was me, definitely. I've had like 6 or 7 of them. And then I went from being vegetarian, oddly enough, to the meat and stopped having them.
Yeah, it's because the oxalic acids, you don't have the pieces. You're like Christy, you need to eat fucking meat and not, especially leafy greens. Leafy greens, the worst.
Oh, damn, and they were my favorites too. Sorry,
rabbit food.
No, I was gonna say that what you're describing, because I looked it up, the Black Irish diet. That diet, like that's pretty much how I eat, like right there. That's and I'm, you see me, obviously I'm super healthy at 41, still gaining a little bit by a little bit, but nothing too crazy. I mean, it's all the fatty foods, they're not really there.
What is it called?
The worst Black Irish diet. The worst thing that I eat is too much bread. So
the grain, it's almost the opposite of it.
Bread will absolutely destroy all of that. Like, I mean, look, it's great. I love bread, bro. But
will you describe Black Irish for them, or I can?
Yeah, so this is what it says. It's like you get your dairy, your milk, butter, your sour milk, cheeses, that sort of thing. You get your grains, your oats, barley, rye, your porridges, gruels, that sort of stuff. Flatbreads is also in there. Yeah, and then you get your meats, pork and bacon. So that obviously is a big thing.
That's surprising too, man.
That way you can all of that meat can go through you quicker. Yeah. It's just a necessity with this diet. And then the forage and the vegetables, which is cabbages, onions, garlic, parsnip, wild berries, hazelnuts. Edible seaweed also is included in there, which I don't personally do that. But I would say, which I don't.
I'm sorry that I had to fucking jokingly react.
I don't see the mushrooms in here, but I would say that mushrooms would probably be a good additive to that, just in
medicinal or
proportion.
otherwise.
No, otherwise, no, just edible, just edible.
And just clarifying, Black Irish, it's generally people with once black hair or black hair, blue eyes. It's a very close thing to the typical Scottish look, but one of the genes was dominant rather than recessive for hair, and it tend to be the Celtic Gaelic more than the German Viking.
Yes, that I would say is probably a lot of my lineage right there. Yeah, absolutely. Because my father's, you could tell it. He's like English, looking the way he looks. And then my mother, certainly, I know that there was some very tiny, small amount of Spaniard there, probably coming from the Italian, but mostly Dane, Dutch, Irish, that whole thing. And so I mean that exactly what you're describing. Obviously, the dirty blonde,
garlic to kill the pork worms. A lot of that stuff was to kill that.
Keeps the vampires away too.
I love garlic and some.
I thought if you just cook pork, it killed the worms.
Black Irish is like, hello.
It does.
Like, my name is Scott, but the thing is I'm actually black.
I lived on a pig farm, and man, they weren't eating Odin method. We'd get, old sandwiches from the supermarket.
So many jokes.
And do all that stuff. And now I have a karmic debt, to get back to those.
Well, and what I'm basically, it's omnivorous. Omnivore.
Right.
So you're
that's what our teeth are.
Take all of it in, as opposed to trying to
I'm sure you take all of it in all the time.
Bro, are you gay?
Now, Ben or Omar, what have your occult teachings been teaching you about diet more specifically? If you said it before, I apologize.
No, I mean, the priest, the densities, right? So the same reason why you would have halal or kosher would be that you're going to sacrifice this animal in a way in which the fear and the pain of the chemicals released in the brain won't go through the blood and saturate the flesh, right? So you cut the throat, right? They of course applied prayers to that, but those prayers existed before the Abrahamic faith, right? And then, but a priest, right, like would not eat the flesh. They would not eat the denser, the bigger the meal, like the bigger the flesh, the denser. So they would never eat cow. They wouldn't eat ox. They wouldn't eat these things, right? They would, for the most part, there's like the ancient Egyptians had something called a light spectrum diet. And a light spectrum diet would be like a progression through a procession. Like the diet progresses as you have a procession to a ceremony, right? And shamanically, like in the Amazon, for the most part, like even today, if I were to serve ayahuasca, I'm going to cut out red meat and cheeses minimum 72 hours before that ceremony, because I want to take out the denser energies. Because if you were to, for example, eat a cow and then drink ayahuasca tomorrow, the first thing you have to purge out is the energy of the death of that cow first, right? The karma, you know what I mean? You have to release that out first, so it's highly unnecessary. But I mean, I stayed in that type of vegan, not even animal milk. I remember in 1 year I did 3 10-day dietas, which is 3 10 days of ayahuasca, and one of them was water. One was of course vegan, one was water, and one was coconut. And the coconut 10-day dieta with 10 days of ayahuasca was phenomenal because you're getting the sugars from the coconut, and you had like the small coconut and the big coconut. So I would eat the flesh of the coconut. Sure. So I would eat the pieces of the thick coconut in the day, and I would eat the small thigh, like the jelly, like a dessert. So in my mind, I was eating a fucking proper meal, right? So that wasn't even a challenge. Sure. I was flourishing. But after a while, you have to ground, whether it's through the spirit, which ties us back to what Balderson was saying. So, about 3 years into that stuff, 500-600 ayahuasca ceremonies and not eating any flesh for that time, like, you got to ground it back down, and then you have to like prepare to launch, So, but that constant prepare to launch thing is a difficult one. So a standardized priest isn't consuming, for the most part, very, 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 very powerful medicines twice a week. So they would eat the white fish, but they still would abstain from the flesh specifically because of the karmic aspect of the death of the flesh.
Sure,
They would
sure.
sustain on a vegetarian, but including the white fishes.
Yeah, I was learning with the, I'm learning more of the Lakota teachings. I'm now Hunka Lakota. And
oh, congrats.
Thank you. And, you know, there's a phrase, you know, in a good way. And in a good way really works for me because, you know, as you know, and others may, that one of the definitions for Tao is the way. It's also one of those for Christianity. And so when you're doing the way or the red road in a good way, you are avoiding.
You're not on camera.
Thanks. Hi, Jody.
Jody. Yeah, there you go.
But I found those very helpful. I'm more ignorant about the Odinistic. Sorry, did you have something, Omar?
No, I was going to say that the Lakota before ceremonies were especially the head guy, the Wachasa, the main guy at minimum is fasting, is avoiding any intoxicants and the alcohols, and is leading the prayers in the preparation before the ceremony with tobacco and other purification rituals, just like any other culture.
We all do that with the Tanupa and the Inipi ceremonies, and so there's purification for 4 days. Everything's really a cycle of 4. And then because of the medicine wheel, or Clay might notice that as a cross. But so that cycle of 4 is also true in the purification process. And then you go through the Sundance fasting and no water. And then, 4 days after the Sundance, you call your spirit back to you. So it's not in the arbor anymore. And I was wondering what analogies, if any, because as a Taoist, I'm more of a syncretist, which is, collecting little parts. I'm wondering if Clay, Benjamin, or Omar have any things that are analogous to that 12-day cycle. You mentioned that the leader might be stepping up on that. Omar, Balderson, or Clay, did you guys have any of that?
I don't really have anything as far as that goes. I don't with my practice and my faith, I don't really have like rituals or anything. I mean, I recognize something like fasting and what the benefits are of that from a actual physical or chemical perspective, or alchemical, if you will, and then also spiritual, which also alchemical, if you will, perspective. But the ritual part, I mean, the thing is like, of course, like the idea of, the commandments themselves from Jesus or God, because he left some commandments as well. That's about it as far as ritualistic to follow the commandments. But yeah, the extra stuff where they say, okay, now say 37 Hail Marys and do all this stuff, or fast this way this many days and drink this. Nah, I don't have anything like that.
So you're a heretic.
At least not a Catholic, right?
Hey, I'll tell you right now, if this thing lines up with J Dog, I'm gonna be pulling up fucking skulls and hands and be like, do you venerate Saint?
I was fucking up spin with that shit last week with all the Catholic witchcraft shit.
The Orthodox have worse, bro. The Orthodox have worse. The Orthodox say there's no icons, but what they like to pretend because they decide to cut it off. But before that, oh my God! Because they were pagan Russians, bro. They have the most amazing amounts of it. They have the legs of this person and the Eastern has.
People don't realize that the Baltic areas,
they got whole bodies.
Paganism. Bro. There was crusades against the Baltic areas all the way up to the 1700s.
Now this is something, and I know that obviously he's a little bit of a spurg. I give you guys that, but if you really want to talk to somebody about that type of history, particularly, Casper is very knowledgeable about the histories of that area. I will give him
I
that.
did not ban Casper.
Yeah.
I just kicked him out that night because he was spurging and
because he spurgs. Yeah.
Stop. And I was like, dude, this is not the show to do that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I love that he has all that knowledge, but yeah, that's the the problem with being very intelligent is that you have to be able to tell people, and it becomes very difficult sometimes. I mean, he's like,
being truly intelligent is when you break down really hard concepts simply, so
yeah,
true,
dumb people can understand it.
That.
But
yeah.
Ben also talked about that you can look at it in a reverse sense too, right? Ben, you mentioned something like that once, like how you have a flaw being really smart, because it like you can get too much in your head, but like
I think eclectic is the right word for it.
Right, but you're like, you are intelligent, you know you're intelligent, but you lack the capacity to actually
wisdom
information as wisdom.
Well, they lacked. So where the problem comes is what this is
yeah.
There's two components to that whole. Everybody talks about when somebody's stupid and thinks that they're smart, and that's certainly part of it. But the part that they,
right?
the Dunning-Kruger effect, what they don't realize is there's also the opposite side of that. And it's super smart people like my buddy Steve that co-hosts with me. When he comes on the show, he sounds a little crazy to people. That's because they don't know the insane amount of fucking things that guy already put into the thought that he assumed all of you fuckers knew. Like
he's Christian too,
exactly
right?
The same, by the way.
Yeah, that's why the ability to communicate like true wisdom is the embodiment of the knowledge, meaning that you can explain something so complex to anybody, right? Like that's its own art. That's the problem when people get too smart. Like there's scientists, like you see some of these scientists trying to talk, they can barely talk, but they're fucking triple geniuses. Like, it's
here's another guy that I actually appreciate. Even though I don't agree with him, Dr. Greg. I don't agree with.
I think it's that the guy with the dyed gray hair, silver hair.
And then the guy that came out with the fucking cape and everything.
But he's able he's able to explain his position. He's wrong in my opinion.
Sign me up for the debate.
That guy, dude.
Hell yeah.
Dude, he is one of my top 5 favorite guys to fucking be on a panel with.
Please, Sarah, because he's making these
Tazariak, right?
Little like leftist guys. Yeah, it's hilarious. I agree. Yeah. It's funny to watch, but the problem is anyway. He's probably a nice guy. I don't know him. I just heard him on that panel making fun of like people, and I was like, he's like whatever.
Dude, when this guy
goes probably
from being a CRISPR doctor and everything's very technical and he's very proper to all of a sudden all the panel got shitty with him. He walks away, he comes back with a cape and a fucking hat on. Is like,
yeah, that's the thing. Though.
I was like, fuck yeah.
He reminds me of he gives me Andrew Wilson energy. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what bothers me of him. So we'll go Santa. And by the way, someone just put here something about faith is a hell of a drug. Yeah. The funny part is that Santa was talking about the 12 days and everyone's talking about this festival and so on. And the most, the first 12-day cycle I heard about is the Akitu festival in ancient Sumeria, right? Which starts on the month of Nisanu, which in Hebrew is Nisan, right? Which is March. And it's a 12-day cycle where during this 12 days, you can reset political, social, and family orders, but also you can reset the cosmic order for the coming year, meaning you can clean the collective. And what is the Jewish holiday? That you repent, right? Where did it come from? Babylonian exile, okay? Because it's been written about thousands of years. This 3500 BC written.
It's not Red Day.
Yeah.
I thought it was Bill Day that Jews repented.
No,
I did not do that. I did not charge that.
No, it's what the Jewish holiday. the Jewish holiday of repent. It's Yom Kippur, right? And then, when they have the temple, they'd they do big sacrifices.
Doesn't Yom Kippur mean I'm not paying that bill?
Now they just spin the chicken. You know what I mean? They spin the chicken, but they got it from Babylon. That had thousands of years before, thousands, not decades, thousands of years before. Don't tell me that they came up with it. Okay, you were exiled in Babylon for a considerable amount of time. Okay, you picked up all the holidays and then learned, and then rewrote them for your own history,
comes around,
just like everyone else. Spinning the chicken is because they're not allowed to do the other parts.
Can we stop saying spinning anything?
It's spin Balderson, man.
That way philosophy's comment. The way and it's interesting because the Russian Orthodox is specifically from Constantinople, and it's from Saint Olga. So her husband was killed by a competing tribe in the Baltics, and so she went to Constantinople and agreed to become the Orthodox and carry that with her. And this happened quite often back in the day. And so once she converted, they sent an army with her, and then they destroyed the entire tribes and went around and tried to force convert as many people as they could. But like I said, the wars in the Baltics lasted all the way up to the 1700s.
They did.
Yeah.
Orthodox.
Now I've seen the Caduceus, or wasn't it the staff of Hermes? That's one snake.
No, that's two with Hermes. The Asclepius.
Oh, okay.
It's Asclepius is the one.
The seal of.
Thank you.
This is
I got to reload some of this stuff back in.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but this is
that's the one from Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, but by the way, this is the Eastern Orthodox. But I don't see anything wrong with that at all, because if you get into the Catholic Church, and their satanic imagery, it's wild as fuck.
The gargoyles.
Dude, my favorite thing in the Catholic Church is immurement. Look up immurement.
Look at this.
For the Catholic.
Tell me this ain't fucking evil. Look at this.
Yeah, it's
you got to pull up the top of that picture. The top of that. There it is.
Look at that.
There it is.
Yeah, that's Lucifer. Fucking. They're like, oh no, that's Jesus escaping hell. No, that's Lucifer commanding from hell. That's taken from the book from the 1500s, buddy.
Wow.
They credited the creator credited the book. Don't fucking make up that bullshit. They credited
Lucifer
the book about
is my
Lucifer
favorite
to that
angel.
fucking image.
Jody
there you go. We've converted you to Christianity in some way, I think.
fuck Gabriel and all those other cocksuckers.
Satanist is a Christian, right?
Gay vampires, bro. Gay vampires.
Today's Wednesday group panel with me, Balderson, and Clay. We can't go religious.
We're going super speed
round.
We'll
see if we'll do it Friday or Saturday. No, he wants to do the Paul thing.
Who's Ike, man?
And by the way, it's not because I need to study or something. I go off the top of the dome with this stuff. You've seen my 3-hour on it, and I didn't even give the guy. I kept out 30% of my aggressive debate, which I'm assuming you're going to bring out of me. So
yeah, this is the chill.
You know what we're going to get stuck on?
Chill day.
We're going to get stuck on if I never met Steve. Is it logically coherent for you to accept my opinion of what Steve said if I never met him? And the answer is obviously not.
No,
but you have to say yes. So he'll be like, but what if you found the letter that Steve, well, I never said I found the fucking letter because Jesus died 3 years at closest till Paul converted. So, we got a problem here. So
don't you know that Steve left all the Blue's Clues?
No, Steve's Ben's friend.
No, Mike, you're missing
That's making a joke.
This is not theology. We can't do it. It'd be disrespectful to the panel and the point of people watching it. We'll set our own time.
Well, I can come back, right?
No, it's not about space. It's about topic. We have a commitment to each other to keep the show going, right? in an energy, right? And
Yeah.
And I'm now not going to. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay,
if he wanted to come up and talk about the subject matter, that's a different story.
Tonight is specifically theology, and it's not a debate, and
not
it's
theology.
a discussion.
Yeah.
No blood sports.
It's not about learning. You're cool, buddy. That's why I'm even pulling your chats up here. It's not about that. It's about we have to do things in the right shows.
Ben. And
like we've got 5 other days a week, at least myself, that we do debate panels.
Yeah.
That, and they're great. I'm not even criticizing, even the political debates, not even criticizing.
Yeah.
We do that 5 nights a week. Tonight is not one of those nights.
No. But what we will do is we'll organize it. You and I will talk first, and then we'll bring everyone up, and you'll have a lot of people coming to support your position with Paul. For sure.
Yep.
But buddy, there's 2
You should bring Jay Dyer.
There's 2 billion Christians on the earth. 1,970,000,000 believe in Paul. Okay, so you're on the majority on that. Okay, Jay Dyer. I'm telling you guys. I promise. I'm telling you, 30 seconds max. I'm telling you, rage quit. Worse than Dark Dawkins.
Jay Dyer is such a little pig.
I'm telling you, I have the ultimate trap. You have no idea how it's like the honey and locust combined that John the Baptist was because he was such a fucking master. It's like if you could taste the nectar and I'm telling you right now, the guy, I'm telling you, he will go. He is gonna slip and call me a N-word. So fast. Because he's going to get triggered so hard, man.
Yeah.
He's the only person I've studied the person.
Yeah.
I've studied the person. I've psychologically broke him down. I know what religion he believed in 2006. I know when he changed it. I know his entire. It's over. Okay, how can we take you serious?
You're gonna make him
serious about the ultimate truth.
Friend.
2.5 years ago. No, I actually like the guy a lot on everything he talks about, other than theology. I like his philosophy. I like his secret society. Alex Jones is one of the biggest patriots in the world. In America.
Jay Dyer, no, he's an absolute cunt through and through.
He's a goof.
Yeah, but I get along with assholes.
He's a complete piece of shit that you should never ever let anywhere near anything that you love. He's got no problem stealing and taking credit for your work. He's got no problem stealing your old lady. He's got no problem doing all kinds of shit like that. He's a dirty, dirty little bitch, and he's a pretty and pink fucking cunt. Straight out.
Well, Balderson definitely dislikes him a lot more than I do. I just see him as the head of a snake, and I'm going to cut the head off that snake.
Well, before he was the head of that snake, the way he got all of his information that he became well known for and got in with Alex Jones and all them was because of a guy named Freeman Fly, who he took his work and then pawned it off as his own. Yeah. Also took his old lady, so his old lady is not his. Like Mr. Honor, do the right thing, ortho bro, moral high horse. Where'd you get your old lady from, bro? Where'd you get your old lady from, you fucking cunt?
Bring out those books. Hold on. Keep going.
We're going aggressive here. Bring aggressive.
Freeman's books are? I think they're stuck inside or on top of something like a shelf.
Right here. Here we go. Yeah, you want the good information. You want the not Jay Dyer bitch information. You go see the fucking OG, the real man. You get the Hollywood weird stuff, all the different information. The guy who called out 9/11 before it happened. Go see the real guy. Dyer is a pretend ass fucking man. If I was him, I'd need Jesus too, because fucking he certainly ain't ever gonna redeem himself.
I didn't know that until you pulled that out. My just to be real clear, my beef with him is that he represents the head of a snake, and that is the ortho bros. Who, what bothers me the most about them, more than anything else, is the fact that I watch them berate and attack God-fearing, Jesus-believing Christians as if they're pagan Satanist. He attacks them worse than he attacks Satanists, and I find that to be repulsive. Because you think your brand of Christianity that you've been in for 3.5 years is better than the version that you were in the majority of your life, and they happen to be in right now. I think that's a prick move, right? So that's where my end. But Balderson has much different feeling about this guy on much deeper level.
Well, see, unlike guys that pretend like they have morals and sit on that moral high horse judging everybody, I actually have some morals and honor. And that dude don't. And neither do any of the other ortho bros. Is the funny thing. We're all watching the disintegration of the little piece of shit Andrew Wilson is. Like the ortho bros, and this is part of why I've always been against them. And funny enough, every other dude that's an actual manly man, they're looking at these guys and going, what the fuck is this? Who are these little jokes?
Yeah, but he's their Lancelot. He's not their King Arthur. Their King Arthur in debates is Jay Dyer.
Yep.
You know, and the reason why I use Camelot is because it's a mythical place that never existed, just like their fucking position.
Don't say that word. Ben's gonna get mad.
Hey, Santa, I think there's a way for you to pull up whatever imagery, and then I can add it to the.
Yeah, you got to do the share, Santa.
Do you know how to do that? You're muted, brother.
You're muted.
See,
you're muted.
Someone they
you're muted.
Jay Dyer wouldn't be able to be up here and have this conversation, even though he has studied philosophy, and I believe that truly he has. But he studied philosophy and apply it to affirm his conclusion, and he only found the philosophical arguments, which was a new philosophy that was created over 400 years since the Nicene Council. That type of philosophy that affirms the orthodox positions started really forming deeply around 800-900, right? That's how long they spent trying to create new philosophical terms, you know. So he wouldn't be able to have a philosophical conversation with us because he'd always have to go back and try to say, well, what are you grounded it in? It's like, well, I can ground it in a Honda Mazda.
Yeah, no, they don't understand anything. Actually, like guys like him and Brother Augustine and guys like that, they're rejects from occult schools. Like, I tried to do the occult thing and blah blah. You guys just didn't understand any of it. 100%. Like, and you went, oh well, a church father telling me what to do and me licking his nuts is much easier and more manly than me figuring it out.
I was really stuck how you were talking about the one part of the tree only being one side of the reflection. You know, the difference between yin and yang is nothing other than where the sun is.
Yeah.
Broken down. And so, you know, a lot of these things, if I don't see that balance, then I'm skeptical, because it seems like the true faith, the true paths have this duality, even though non-dual, but there is that pattern to things in creation.
Yeah. Yeah. You see that oscillation, and that oscillation has to be equal on both sides.
Yep. I mean, I think the one with the Dalji 2 as a tree was a little new agey, but still true. I mean, just because the new age did something right doesn't mean the symbol's wrong.
Yeah.
Now, do you have a problem that with Odinism and people using those things? Yeah, see the Dalche 2, you look, there are overlays with this. And may I go off on this one for a second?
Yeah, which image do you want me to zoom in on?
You can use the one with the tree overlay.
This one?
The tree of life over the regular Daichi 2. Yeah, either one is fine. This took me a number of years to really learn. But one of the drawings I wanted to do, you had an oscillating sine wave, Ben.
Yeah.
And that same oscillating sine wave is the middle. That's right. It's not so much a barrier as a current.
Yeah, yeah.
And then if one of the things I was going to do to draw this out for folks, I guess you guys can, I can describe it on here. Sorry. So you might see this similar symbol with koi. And what this symbol is actually conveying is the 3-dimensional rotation of this. And so it's not 2-dimensional. It's actually 3-dimensional and climbing. It is the same waves as the DNA. It's those same things. And one of the Western thoughts is, oh, there's darkness in the light. A better way to understand it is that there's light in the darkness. You know, it doesn't become nighttime in an instant. It gradually becomes nighttime. It gradually becomes daytime. And so those are indicating the dynamic dance, if you will.
Yeah.
This is how nature works. It's the circle of life. It's all these things. And then the boundary beyond it, and there are different schools that have slightly different views, but the boundary around it is the Wu Ji. And the Wu Ji, some people say that it's the origin before differentiation, and a lot of people say it's the I. The Christian analog would be I am, and meaning that literal sense translated. Not the philosopher, the biblical understanding of that. And so I was referring to the cosmology. The flower of life that you have up is also the same signal in a way, because the Wu Ji becomes the 1, becomes the 2 is the Dai Chi. The Dai Chi 2 just means Dai Chi symbol. And then it has this transition phase, which is like the triquetra. And then it becomes the 4 hexagrams. Hexagrams is just a mass symbol. And then what happens after the hexagrams becomes the Ba Kwa, and the Ba Kwa represents our energetic interaction with creation. So hope that helps somebody. I know I don't believe the earth is flat.
It's tetrahexagon. I like that.
Yeah. And so
I like that. That's what I've been saying. I've literally been saying tetrahexagon for probably a good 10 years now. When people ask me, that's the shape.
Right. And I go back. The reason I have the Tanakh. Oh, I'm sorry, Jody. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I apologize. I thought you were done.
Well, let me reply to him. The reason that I have the Tanakh is I was taught a lot of stuff in church that wasn't true. And so then I started going back and say, well, is this quote accurate? And then I'd go to the Greek. What is that? The exegesis and the other one, I forget. But I was just like, if I can't trust that there's wisdom here because there's some sleight of hand, I'm not going to rely on it. And that's why I eventually joined Omar, or was with Omar, where Paul just doesn't pass the cake for me. It doesn't mean I can't learn from that. But gee, there were 12 apostles. They cast lots, or had 2 fingers. They cast lot. They added Matthias. There's nothing scriptural that I've seen where there would be 13. But I know we're not going on that. But thank you, Clay, for saying that, because I think that there's a lot more harmony in these things, especially when we go back to the occult teachings and get away from what has accreted because of people over time. Thank you.
Just somebody's authority is all of a sudden the authority. Like, wait a minute, I'm observing something different. So reason alone dictates that that's wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
And it happens in Taoism too. I mean, it's just in every group that I've seen.
Yeah.
Kind of like that fucking demon fucking preacher with the blue eyes making millions of dollars.
What?
Yeah.
If there's not if you don't believe in fucking spirits, that guy's a fucking demon. And I don't believe in
I don't believe in
the Copeland. The Copeland guy.
Okay, Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland. That guy's psycho.
Tyler Perry made it so cheap.
I mean,
he's
something else, man.
He's intentionally doing what is bad.
Dude, the COVID video with him is fucking hilarious. The COVID-19, like that video is hilarious.
Kenneth Copeland touched me in the back closet on October 13th, 2025 at 5:35 in the afternoon.
I don't mean to laugh at your troubles. I'm sorry.
I mean, I make fun of Spin all the time for being, a Catholic boy.
Well, I mean, he's devout.
Well, immurement is still the worst one in my opinion. So immurement was the Catholics would take, and if they wanted to make like a bridge or a building holy and like sanctify it, they would fucking brick a person into a room, sometimes multiple people, and then just leave them there. Like they're just gonna die of starvation or lack of water or whatever, and they're just gonna hang out dead people in this fucking little room under a bridge and shit. You're like, Jesus.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's some ideas about like burying people inside of like structural pillars in buildings.
Yeah, that's called immurement.
As sacrifices to make the constitution. Yeah. Making the constant, but it's ancient. It's also in like Oriental places.
That's
where it's like,
haunting.
Well, the Orientals were just didn't know what else to do with the body.
For the it's the constitution of the building, but it's also like spiritual protection or something. I don't know.
What about spiritual architecture?
That is silly because
messed up.
In reference to what a human being is, it is literally the dust or clay. This is my reference, obviously. So if you build a house on sand or clay, it is bound to fall. So they are very silly to do this, and I can say that probably the foundation will crack.
Well, those dead people are the border between the stones.
Yeah. What's your stance on like the catacombs?
Freaky as hell, something living down there.
Yeah, just
it's also a very different time, though. I mean, that looks very macabre for us, but it was a very different time. These are people that lived with death every day. So,
dude, we are so squeamish as a society.
Yeah.
Like you look at things that were supposed to amuse children from fucking 100 years ago, like the Easter Bunny. You're like, why does it look like a demon Easter Bunny? Why do those kids look like the kids are standing next to it like
Chuck E. Cheese? Now, let me tell you something. Chuck E. Cheese is a scary creature.
Dude,
you're such a fucking pussy,
the
dude.
only time, I'm a roughneck motherfucker. My wife and I have slept in some like fucking rough places. The only time she's ever told me no, she's gonna go elsewhere. I went to go check into this motel, and it wasn't on purpose. Tonopah, Nevada. We pulled into town, first hotel. It was a clown motel. I didn't think nothing.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You ever slept in the trenches underneath another man?
I know exactly what motel you're talking about. Yeah, the clown.
I heard that motel was like a gimmick.
Ever hid under a pile of bodies and only to fall asleep and wake up the next day, sir?
I don't have clownophobia, but I would not want to stay there either.
Yeah, Christy said no. I'm gonna go sleep up the road. I'm like, what?
I sleep in the truck.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not even sleeping in the parking lot. I'll be up the road a little ways. I'm like,
I don't typically get paranoid or anything about certain things or sketched out or anything, but there are two places that I won't go. One of them is the deep water, and the other one is the deep earth. I'm not going underground. I'm not going underwater.
I'm with Clay up here.
How about Baghdad?
No, there either. Yeah, I'm gonna stay in the mainland for sure.
I'm also not going to no fucking desert. Get out of here with that Baghdad.
Fine. How about Kabul, Afghanistan?
No,
Fuck
nowhere
that.
outside of the.
I would go to
anyways.
Afghanistan with you, Omar.
Yeah, whatever you're going with me, what's gonna happen?
I
Oh,
would go.
man.
I would go to.
Yeah,
Although if you tried to drag me out into a deserty part, we're fighting.
There's no deserts in Afghanistan. It's like not even 2% of the land. The deserts
It's
are
like the southern area, more
close to
towards
being
Iran.
called a sand
no,
in.
it's simple, guys. Look, here's Arabia, right? So here's Israel. It's all desert,
It's
and then
hilly,
it gets
though.
less and less. Then even Baghdad and Iraq's all desert. Then Persia has 30% deserts or so, and then by the time you get to Afghanistan, there's no desert. It's mountains, and
It's
then
all
you get
mountains.
into-
Yeah, it's actually
you're getting
beautiful.
into the we call them the Solomon Mountains, the Hindu Kush, which then goes into right. So then there's no.
See,
There's no
I'll go
deserts
hang
there.
out with you in Hindu Kush all day. I ain't
Yeah.
going to no desert.
The only freaky ass
We'll be
place I've ever
strapped.
been to,
By the
I
way,
did
hey, by the way,
camping.
we'll be fucking strapped.
Why-
I
Yeah,
have 120
better
first cousins. You understand, right? We'll be fucking strapped.
Yeah, no.
I've been
we could
camping in a
invade
forest that
Pakistan.
had a
We
history
could
of
take 2
suicide.
cities in Pakistan with my actual blood relatives alone and hold it for a while.
Why do you
anyway.
think that? Why do you
Yeah.
think that it took so
For a
long for
while.
us to
Yeah.
even just take over a little bit of Afghanistan? Because it's all
Who's we?
it's all
Yeah.
Who's
rocky.
we?
Well,
Ben,
the
it's
United
going to be
States.
just like the res. You're going to be
Afghanistan's
the white
never
guy
been
up
conquered.
there. You'll be fresh meat. You know, don't fall asleep. One eye open.
There is.
I carried the weed with me. I was welcome on the res.
I'm playing Omar, but you know, the
Pine
joke
Pine
on the
Ridge,
res-
fucking Rosebud. It didn't matter. You're welcome if you're the white guy with the cheap weed. That's good. Like, oh, he's the weed man. Leave him alone.
Yeah. How
Him,
he's cool.
him, weed man.
He's got good medicine.
Yeah, he
Well,
medicine
honestly,
man.
Yeah. We called it that a few times. I mean, I was already prepared for ceremony, so I didn't. But yeah, that's exactly one of the phrases. And it's nice though seeing people who are using it for medicine. I mean, there are a lot of chemicals in there I don't understand, and then
pull
just
something.
observing their behavior.
I'm gonna pull something up here real quick. You guys know my last name, right?
No.
Akbar.
It's not there.
Bin Laden.
It's
Akbar
Arabic,
bin Laden.
buddy.
I'm sorry, dude.
Arabic.
I'm coping. All right. I'm dealing with stuff. I'm
Okay.
deflecting.
It's like
I
calling
apologize.
someone from Spain Mexican. That's like they're gonna catch the feelings too. Anyway,
Bro, that
Jody,
is
Jody,
don't apologize. That was
Jody, and
epic.
I'm not gonna try and turn this into a thing because I understand
Look.
trying to deflect, but that's the
Just
worst.
look at
thing
this real
ever,
quick.
bro. I get
just
it.
look at this. Just look at this real quick. What
Yeah.
year? What year did the Soviets invade Afghanistan? It's called
79.
1979. Okay, and,
To
right?
89.
Okay, right. And so you see this. This is called a great uncle. And who was the last president after right after the right? So this is called my uncle, right? So what I'm
Right.
trying to tell you is we're gonna be straight when we go to Afghanistan. We got
That's
Taliban
cool.
and not Taliban. We got everybody.
Yeah.
We got
Oh
first
my
cousin
God. I wasn't worried
Talibans that are
about the
ruling half the
Taliban.
country, and then we have
No.
anti-Taliban cousins. We have literally everybody.
The
I
Northern
Oh,
wasn't
Alliance.
making a
protected,
bad
bro.
joke, Omar.
They'll-
About
No,
they'll-
no,
I'll
no.
get there and they'll realize
didn't
how
hear
I
you
grow weed and they won't let me leave.
Bro,
They'll be like,
you're a
"No,
Viking.
we're
They're gonna love
Protected,
you.
bro. Hell yeah.
They're gonna.
But
they
I
think you're a
salute your
Viking.
ancestors there, Omar.
No, all
Don't worry.
ancestors, all ancestors. They're gonna see me if I don't have my beard grown proper. They're gonna think I'm a fucking
Yeah.
suspect, regardless of last
Yeah.
names and all
So
that
you was
shit.
the CIA. Yeah.
My
Dude,
dad's
dude,
there.
I
My
wouldn't
dad's
even go
there.
with
They're
you
gonna
if
look
you didn't
twice
have
at
your
me.
beard growing
No,
out because
I'm
I
not
kind
gonna
of think
go.
you're a
I'm not
tranny
going.
right now.
No, I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna go. There are certain parts of Afghanistan that tribes like men, and that's in the very, very north. Like we're not gonna go.
Oh
near
yeah,
there, but
that is
God
a new
forbid.
thing.
God
Those
forbid
are the
I
ones
go.
that shave their faces.
Those are the ones. Those are the ones.
They gotta have the
Those are
hijab,
the
right?
no. Those are the ones that helped America, bro. Though I wouldn't call them necessarily Afghan.
The Northern Alliance.
Yeah.
Now, those are more like
No.
warlords and shit.
So
No, Northern
if you
Alliance
guys-
are
yeah.
no Northern Alliance are Uzbek and Tajik
Yeah.
Mongolian descendants. So they've never been treated as equals because their ancestors were fucked by the Mongolians. So we know already. So they're already considered lesser because the whole world is truly racist. And that's true everywhere you go, including in tribes of one land called Afghanistan. There's no such thing as Afghanistan. There's a bunch of tribes of which the Pashtun are the largest. The only time you see Afghanistan is when someone invades. And these tribes who love fighting each other, by the way, the number one pastime is fighting each other. they come together like fucking Voltron when the infidel invades. Okay, and they fight together, and then when the infidel leaves, they fight each other until the next infidel comes. Okay, it's real simple shit. So I'm not going there, even with the name, even with my father there right now is the oldest Pashtun elder in the fucking Paktia, because they're gonna still look at me sideways because of my fucking American ass.
Well, you're American,
I'll
so you're
say
an infidel
Indian
now.
racism is unmatched.
Indian racism?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Sir, you cannot do that. You are Dalit. I am Brahmin.
Yeah, the caste
Why
system.
did you retain the card?
The caste
Azrun
system
would
is something
agree.
else.
Yeah,
Go to South
Azrun will
America.
come up and tell you that it is bad.
Go to South America. The darker you are, then you work outside. The lighter you are, get to work in the hotels.
Yeah. Japan
The
does
lighter
it.
you are, you
Japan
get
does
to
it
work.
too.
You get they're all white. No, the whiter they bleach to go whiter and whiter. And
Nah,
whiter.
Africa. Did you hear? There's the clan just genocided the Hutu clan. 20,000 dead.
Bro.
I'm not surprised. Africa has been assaulting Africa since the beginning of known Africa.
Right.
This does not help their tree of life.
No.
They're one day they're gonna wake up and be like, hold on a second. We're in Nigeria. How come we make less than 10% of our oil? And we go, hold on a second. Oh, those damn Royal Dutch Shell. Like how are they still giving the oil? And the answer is because they put the person in charge, right, in Nigeria. And how's Nigeria? I almost feel like going there and starting a revolution. Like, listen, obviously I'm not Nigerian, but let's get this going.
Out a little bit, yeah.
Let's go.
I'll tell you,
I'll grow my beard out.
Knowledge of history, man, lets you do a lot of things and know a lot of things, how to do those things, man.
Royal Dutch Shell. It's every drop of shell gas and oil you see is all taken from Nigeria, and the Nigerians still let it happen.
Wow,
shocking.
Like
the French were getting.
Yeah.
What percentage of Nigerians know that little
Put a man on the moon, but you can't.
Yeah, I don't know about that man on the moon.
Allegedly, Clay.
I don't buy that shit at all.
I don't either.
Could put a man.
It was filmed in Nigeria.
If I were able to have more, not able, I'm certainly able.
Why are you gay?
Hold on. Don't worry, my literal Hebrew beard will make you
gay.
Ike.
Stop it, Ike.
Ike.
Stop it.
Stop playing with us with that shit. What is that?
Bro, you came straight out of Georgia with that shit. Come on now.
Ike. Your Hebrew beard.
I'm talking about the South, boy. You straight out of that South.
I mean, although the majority, you'd be shocked how many percentages of these prophets all had red hair. Like Ike. Your beard looks, I mean, no offense, Ike, it looks like you got a red beard, okay? But Muhammad had red hair. Nabatean meant red. So the Nabateans are supposed to be red. Those are the ones with Petra.
Did they have souls?
The prophets were red.
Wasn't it Isaac? No, was it Jacob's brother?
What's his name? Oh yeah, hold on,
Yeah, he had a red beard, right?
They say that David himself had a red.
David, yeah, ruddy. He had David had ruddy hair. Elijah, Muhammad.
What kind of movie is this, Balderson?
A cat's ass.
Hey, Howard's beard looks majestical, man. You look like it's like contour. Look at Balderson. Come close to the screen.
Not the cat's ass.
The cat's ass. That's a blessing. That we just got blessed. Yeah. Balderson's is looking kind of, he brushed that out for Wednesday. Okay, so both of you have well done.
That's because we're sons of Odin.
When you say that hit a nerve.
What did you claiming that you had a beard? What the hell is that thing that you got on there?
Yeah. Everybody's ripping him on that. I was like, wasn't there space right here?
I'll tell you what, man. I've had my hair long and it was up like a Japanese samurai and a fucking long beard. And then I cut the beard off, and then I cut the hair off, and then I grew the beard back and grew the hair back and cut it off and grew it back. The only thing I had come to learn through those processes had absolutely nothing to do with my spirituality.
Yeah.
It affected nothing.
Every time he shaves his face, though, like it does have to do with his heterosexuality and his lack thereof.
Playing both sides of the field. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Balance.
I think what it
I appreciate it. I just giving you shit. He's the one that he's the one that looks like a tranny up here. He's like, that's why we don't invite him on TED Talks.
Who?
Like what the hell you doing?
What you're laughing at, W? You look like you just came.
He can't grow a beard yet. You can't give him shit.
I
Right
get
up. He ain't
it.
shaving.
It gets all patchy and shit. It gets all patchy and it makes it look like a neck beard. It makes it look like a neck beard, so I
He
shave
puts
it.
some cream on his face and lets the cat lick that fuzz off. He ain't shaving.
Nah, it's because it grows out and it looks like a neck beard, and I'm trying not to look like a Redditor.
Does your mom know you're online right now?
Oh no, she was in another state.
Oh no, I'm just being an ass.
Why are you making fun of me, man?
And I'm with you, Ike. I like Paul. He's the one that said don't get circumcised. I'm with that.
Sorry, Jew stole mine though. The rabbi took it.
See, that's how you land a joke right here.
Someone said, luckily, logic is greater than scapegoats. That's hilarious.
W, you with us? Are you with us?
He made that fucking joke and he fell off his fucking
He's
bed,
like,
bro.
I'm so funny. Look at me. No, it was landed. Yeah.
It was good. It was well done. And it was better that you cracked up harder than everybody else had it. That made it like priceless.
That sold it.
Bro, my chops are fucking hurting now. What the fuck?
He said, watch this. I got you, dude. He said beards, bro. Fucking beards. Hold on. I'll just type my name in here real quick.
Yeah, I even made a song up for Paul.
What's up, dude?
See, look, he looks epic with the fucking beard.
How is this?
Why would you take that away? Why would you?
Bro,
why
let me ask you a question, honestly, Balderson, be realistic. If you lived in 2026 in America, would you walk around being Omar John Ahmadzeh with this fucking look, brother? Honestly,
Dude, I would walk everywhere with you looking like that, brother.
I'm doing all real estate deals with Jewish people, bro. Like,
that's fine. I'll walk security. You'll be cool.
I'm gonna grow the beard out.
You don't think that? Do you think honestly, when you're interacting with your clients, that they are reserved or more reserved because of it?
To be completely honest, if I grew the beard out, they'd love it more because they already think I'm a Jew.
Yeah. Okay. I see that. I was kind of surprised to hear that. Yeah.
Goy beard.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I need to grow the beard back out.
Well, it favors your face too. Yes, that's the third thing that I said. That sounds totally. I get it.
Bro, I had the beard crazy before.
We already thought that about you, Santa. You haven't done anything that raised that any notches.
Okay, well, that's cool.
That was cold-blooded. I need soundboard, man.
Oh yeah, to go through this.
No, I need a soundboard to make funny sounds when someone says something hilarious.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because all I have is shit like this.
Where you can do it with your keyboard. You can buy those or something.
Yeah.
No, I need like
you should be able to upload. Yeah, you should be able to upload.
Basically, I need all black sounds. Like I need like Basically, because they're really only the cool. They're the only ones who really say really cool
Gotcha,
shit.
bitch.
To be completely,
Yeah,
it's like
what's his
that's
name?
your ass, motherfucker.
Dave
Like,
Chappelle.
I need like
I'm stroking my dick.
all
I
of
got
them. Black
lotion on
people
my
are
dick.
black people are funnier than all people combined, bro. I'm sorry. They make better music. They get like just the whole. They just got. I don't know. Maybe I just grew up in this era, but
cocaine is a hell of a drug.
you can't even compare. Like we do have some amazing ones, but like
the
rest of the world.
Patrice O'Neill is arguably the funniest comedian that ever lived. I will give it that.
And he didn't even have to try.
Yeah, he's hardcore. He'll mess you up, make you laugh about it.
I'll show you. I met Patrice O'Neill, and I'll find the pictures and the video.
Carlin, better than Carlin?
No. That's the thing. Carlin is a master. George Carlin's a master of masters, right?
Yeah.
But like for every one Carlin, like there's the rest of them. Like
I don't know. I think Richard Pryor's up there too.
Yeah, he wasn't bad back in the 80s. He wasn't bad. He wasn't great.
Robin Williams,
timeless.
He was funny. I still wouldn't put him in that upper echelon of stand-up comedians.
Richard Pryor against.
Yeah, he was an actor. Yeah. Williams was an actor, whereas Carlin was a straight-up comedian.
Yeah,
like
Carlin
impressions,
hardcore too. Yeah. I'm sorry, Omar. You said
no. I was just gonna say that if you go like impressions and stuff, maybe it's closer. Maybe it's like 50-50 white and black people. But if you're just talking about straight up stand-up comedians, I mean, it's
Chappelle,
the black,
right?
Chappelle, Chris Rock, Chappelle.
Yeah,
there's a million. Patrice O'Neill.
I like Dick Gregory.
Dick Gregory. What about what's his name? Who wrote for all of them?
Sam Hyde.
The big Paul something.
Oh. Yeah, he's like he goes, I got a story. I got a movie for you. He goes, The Last Nigga Alive, starring Tom Hanks. Remember?
Starring Tom Hanks. Yeah.
He goes. He's talking about he's announcing movies, and they're like, we have The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise. He goes, oh, come on, man. He goes, when are white people going to stop? He goes, they steal everything from us. Paul Mooney. He goes, they steal everything from us. Now they're coming after the Asians. Yeah. He goes, The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. Let's see if Hollywood will pick this one up. I'll write the script. He goes, The Last Nigga Alive starring Tom Hanks. Dead.
No. They do an Obama biopic, but he's white.
Bro, he does. No, but he was doing this thing. It was called Paul Mooney, Critic of Hollywood. They just randomly ask him and show him things off the top of his head. He's saying shit that's so memorable that I'm quoting it here. That you know what I mean? It's just like you can't compete, man. Black music.
I would say current Shane Gillis is probably top of the comedian fucking totem.
I don't think he's funny. I really feel like I heard he's super cool, but he's like kind of like I don't know.
Shane Gillis is goddamn hilarious, dude.
The white college comedy I've never like laughed at, like Dane Cook, the whole
he's not like
Dane college Cook. Circuit.
That guy sucks. He's not that type of comedian at all.
I've just never heard. I've heard him funny on interviews. I've just never heard his funny stand up. Like, what did he say? Can we find a clip?
And dude, he's got because every fucking clip of Shane Gillis, YouTube will nail us fucking like.
Oh, really?
Girl that's taking drugs. Yeah. Like, dude, he's got one though. It's hilarious. He goes, racism isn't either an on or off thing. I don't even understand the conversation. He's like, racism is more like if you're hungry. Well, I'm not now. He goes, but as soon as you're out in traffic and driving and a cheeseburger falls in front of you, now all of a sudden you're racist. And he's like, yes, and the cheeseburger is a Jew.
Okay, is that like newer stuff? Because I guess I saw some of his older stuff, and it was just like this like college bro humor, hamburgers and hot dogs and shit.
Oh, he's hilarious. Yeah, that one's fair. That one's fairly new.
By the way, Dave Chappelle, I didn't really like so much of his old weed stuff so much, but like he started to grow, so everyone can change.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, dude, the funniest racist skit. The funniest racist skit of all time is fucking what is it? Fucking
the black white supremacist.
Yeah, the black white supremacist. What the fuck is his name? Clayton Biggs.
Clayton Biggs. He goes,
yeah, that shit was so fucking hilarious.
But you know who Clayton Bigsby is today? Charleston White.
What?
That's hilarious.
That's very true.
Charleston White's like, I hate everybody. I hate black people, white people. He's like, I hate everybody. I think he's playing that role. I think he's being Clayton Bigsby today, and he's made himself very famous. He said he hates everybody.
Yeah, he's smart for doing it.
They said, look, Charleston White.
He's the right guy to do it too.
Yeah. Best. Watch this. Best.
Now, it's straight up just Uncle Ruckus. You know,
dude.
He goes, oh, watch this shit. Oh my God. He goes, he says he hates everybody, and he makes fun of everyone. See, I love the racial stuff, but as long as you're hitting everybody, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Or don't play that. Don't play it. Don't play it.
Be careful how
you'll
much
get
you
us
play
dinged.
These guys.
This,
you know.
Yeah, you'll get us dinged.
I know.
Even their voices, bro. It will.
I thought you can play if you're commentating. How? No,
dude, no. It's real weird. The commentator shows like somehow get away with it, and I don't understand how. Like if you play like a 10
video
reaction,
yeah,
and it's got to be like
reaction.
a extremely heavily disclaimered, and a lot of times they still get hit, and then it ends up that they send in that it's. You know, it's a video that they're commentating on, and so they still get hit. You know, this like it's worth it for them.
You can't do it during a live
because they have that following that comes afterward. But for your channel, no,
it'll get you popped and take us right out of the algorithm because then they'll claim it's somebody else. And Kurt Metzger is freaking hilarious. He's good friends with Steve. Metzger's hilarious.
Yeah,
nice.
He's great. And yeah.
I like Jim Carrey personally.
Jim Carrey's a master of masters, bro. Like,
yeah,
that's what I was saying. The
my
impression
favorite
stuff, white people may have it.
I don't recall him doing much stand-up though.
Yeah, that was how he launched his career, was to stand up, and then he went to SNL. Yeah,
in Living Color.
No, he was in Living Color. Yeah,
and he did some SNL. He didn't do a whole lot, but
after he became famous, he came back and did guest spots.
But it was and it was actually the brothers that put him on too, right?
The Wayans brothers,
right? Yeah. So there you go. Back to what
I still think Sam Hyde is the GOAT.
Guys, you know.
Yeah, but even if you look at everyone from In Living Color, you had Jim Carrey, which became like obviously huge. But you had Jamie Foxx, you had the Wayans brothers weddings, you had Damon Wayans, you had the whole In Living Color panel was genius, and that show killed Saturday Night Live. Like that was so good. And,
bro,
and guess what? Paul Mooney was one of the first writers for Richard Pryor, and he was a writer for In Living Color, and he was one of the main writers for Chappelle Show. To be a genius like that it's crazy.
Yeah, one of my favorite is the police skit where they're going through and they're like, Jim Carrey comes first. He pulls up the last one is the little girl, and or no, it was the guy with the camera. That's the one that gets me, because it's the guy with the camera. As soon as you take that guy out, then you can just waste everybody else. That is my favorite skit of all time. For real,
I wouldn't have said that it dominated. Go ahead, Jody.
Are we talking black comics?
Well, we're just talking who is good comics, and I wouldn't have said In Living Color dominated SNL during that era. That era was just a good era for comedy because that was like the Mike Myers, Chris Farley, and all those guys. Saturday Night Live,
epic era, epic era. But In Living Color, like Jim Carrey, like dude, this like Jim Carrey alone had like 7 all-time characters. Vera Cosa.
Yeah, Adam Sandler was on Saturday Night Live though.
I don't think he was that. To me, Adam Sandler and the whole Jimmy Kimmel type of those motherfuckers not that funny to me.
Yeah, they're not.
He's not funny anymore. But fucking Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore and Waterboy were all just goddamn hilarious. He's not really funny anymore, but back then,
the longest
Chris Farley and David Spade. Are you kidding me?
Now, Chris,
they did pretty good.
I was in the minority. I thought all those movies. I thought all of those Adam Sandler movies were fucking stupid. And all my friends loved it, and no matter how
that's Jew on Jew crime, right there, dude.
But I went nuts with Jim Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
Oh my god,
that shit,
dude!
Yes. And
I was supposed to meet Finkelstein at the last Flattoberfest, and the fucking hurricane destroyed the fucking event, dude. Came right through the event area.
And Finkel is Einstein.
Yeah, dude. Einhorn is Finkel, and Finkel is I was supposed to meet her, and I mean, she's
Laces
also
out.
fucking like like she was fucking Cheney from Dune. She was in Blade Runner, like fucking so many movies, and I was like, and Freeman Fly was coming. And he was bringing her, and I was like, "Are you serious right now?"
The OG trans. OG.
Did you guys
trans.
see?
Shout out,
Did you guys see his portrayal of Count Olaf in Lemony Snicket?
Yeah.
Bro, that absolute perfect, in my opinion, just genius. When he's coming down the stairs.
Are you talking about Jim Carrey?
Dude, the role that nobody knows that he was in, though, that he was good in, was he was in that fucking superhero, that Kick-Ass movie. And people don't even know that it was him. Like,
how are we
straight
not
out.
going to talk about Jimmy Yang?
Funny, dude.
Who?
The guy that said I was brutally molested every summer by men with Down syndrome.
Yeah, time to
Jimmy
switch
Yang.
subjects, buddy. We're not talking about that type of shit. Someone always
I
has
just
to go
wanted
gay
to
on
point out
panel.
the black comics. Like nobody mentioned Key and Pill.
That's because we're not. That's because we're not doing an.
That's because we're not 12, Jody.
I do like Key and Pill, though. I do like their
Man,
sketches.
he went there, Jody. I'm with you.
Now that we've gone over every comics that we all like.
You started.
I didn't.
It's good for your.
No, I love comedy. Anyone who doesn't love comedy is.
What about Red Fox? What about Red Fox?
Yeah. Red Fox was hilarious.
He was all right, but yeah, he was pretty old.
What do you mean, you big dummy? Hey, Santa Claus.
You're calling me young for fucking for shouting out Key and Pill, but I'm old for shouting out Red Fox. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That was the one I was trying to think of.
I literally grew up watching Sanford and Son. I watched Sanford and Son with my dad.
You know who was a really funny comic? It was Will Smith when he was crying about how he got bastardized for hitting Chris Rock at the Grammys.
Or getting cucked by his fucking son's friend. That was fucking
that too. Yeah. I mean, hey, look, dude. Look, I am going to 100% say this. That Will Smith definitely kind of shit the bed on things. But when it comes to Chris Rock, also he's a little bitch for not like fighting back. Like
just
got hit by a grown ass.
Hold on, real quick, Clay. I'm zeroing out of my YouTube channel. We'll keep this going. Balderson, you're live, right?
No, if you end it, then it ends it. I'm not. I don't have.
I don't want all this weird shit. Yeah, I can't have all this weird shit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, you know what? I think it's.
I can't be hearing. As soon as I hear the M word or whatever the fuck word, then it opens on the doors, and we're talking about children being touched. It always comes up, so that's when I know it's time to cut it off.
Yeah, it's fine. It's time anyway, so I think it's a good time to.
It's usually like someone's like, "Did you hear the story about the guy who got molested?" And I go, "Okay."
You want to do a round robin of final thoughts, and then no weird shit in final thoughts. You want to do that? Final thoughts.
What do you think, Ben? Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's 2:30 for me. I gotta go to bed soon too. Anyway, it's probably
That's a good time to cut out and all
Everyone
that.
believes it's legit.
So
Katie
we'll do a
killed- yeah,
round
because you-
robin. We'll do a round robin. We'll start
Alright.
from Jody and then go through the guys and then we'll do ours. Jody, go ahead. Do your thing.
Sorry, guys.
I just want to take a moment to thank you guys for spreading acknowledgement, and you guys are really putting out good word and trying to inspire people. So anybody that's in chat that's interested in deep thinking and trying to expand your brain, I highly recommend that you follow Shaman Omar and Benjamin Balderson. Drop a like and follow and subscribe, because they're really not out here to debate or debunk. They're just here trying to explain certain breakdowns of life and beliefs. So I'll lay on that.
Nice. W, no weird stuff. Closing thoughts.
It really opened my mind's eye, and I enjoy learning new stuff all the time.
Thank you, sir. Salty Deist. Go ahead, sir.
I like having beliefs from what you study, and then I enjoy more hearing other people's perspectives, because we're facing the same planet and there's a lot of things going on. So I tend to learn more about what I study from other people as they describe theirs. So that I think this is a great resource, you three, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Santa. Salty Taoist, Mr. Taoist. Thank you, Howard. What's your
Salty Taoist?
Salty Taoist. I love it. Yeah,
Oh,
I like
what's
that.
his name? I see. That's a good.
I
one.
like that better than Santa.
That's a
better.
good one. So the Salty Taoist is perfect.
Yeah, Howard. Which you got anything, sir? Or are you able to chime in? Yeah, I think he might have fallen asleep. He did say he had to get some sleep earlier. So
there it went.
Flying saucer. He might be back too. So flying saucer, sir. I know you didn't get much chance to chime in, but anything on the panel tonight or whatever.
Hail Cain.
I love it. All right, I'll give my final, and then you guys can do yours, and we'll get the heck out of here. So I appreciate you guys. It's always really fun having these types of conversations. For anybody who's just tuning in or has watched through the evening and tunes in later, these are discussions. These are conversations that we have here over with Omar and Ben, and Omar is essentially in charge of the panel now. We're gonna have to work on getting him the intro outro. We'll make sure to get it sorted out for the next week, which will be Wednesday, I'm assuming, again around the same time. And
same bad time.
Yeah. Hey, look, this one right here, the understanding of Tree of Life. There were definitely some things I learned. I appreciate that, Ben, certainly. And then Omar's ability to connect it through other understandings within like religious understandings and that sort of thing. Obviously I'm just a Christian up here, or believer in Christ and that sort of thing. So I'm going to ask more questions and having any understanding of it to spread. So I appreciate that. And yeah, guys, great panel. Thank you so much.
This one was a real good time. They all are. I appreciate the conversations. This one was important for me because as we move on, I'm going to bang on about a lot of the things from this one fairly consistently. That this is one of the ways that I ground my understandings, because all of these things I can also do in a lab. And I think that the occult world had a severe break from that. And so there's a lot of very broken understandings. Like when I was explaining earlier about the elements, when you look at the earth as a zero and everything going up as becoming more chaotic and everything going down is becoming more stable and structured, then it starts making sense. And it's just the way it works in labs. So I will regularly bang back to that, like I explained with the whole free will thing. This is why I say they don't have free will, because on the tree of life, that particular tree of beings doesn't reach down far enough to attain that. And so that's where a lot of these occult understandings start getting flushed through. You got to have something to ground you. But it's always a pleasure, and it's awesome being able to weigh and measure against Omar, who has a very different understanding from a different area of the world. So it's very comparative, very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. The tree of life thing is the key. I think it opened the door, no pun intended, for us to dive into the stuff. Also, I'm going to start pulling up. For some reason, I pulled up a bunch of stuff like images today, and I'm not able to load an image. I'm only able to share screen, which is a little odd, but we'll figure that out.
We are not tech wizards.
Yeah, but it's getting better every week. But, you know, the best part is that a lot of people are tech wizards and have absolutely no substance or fucking depth to what they're saying, nor do they have any idea what the fuck they're talking about. The majority of people, as far as I can see, are either just read something for the first time or are learning about something in real time and watching a video and telling you know what I mean? So at least we have the hard part figured out.
Yeah.
You know, collectively speaking, you know, and we'll move forward. And I think that to give props Balderson for sure, like this is a smart topic. It doesn't, but it opens up the door for us to do two things. Number one is to make sure that we do our best to get some sigils, some visual guides, and then we'll come back and dive back around into this thing with like the proper visual guides, right?
That's going to be fire, dude.
We'll create a bunch of stuff. No, I'll like, you just send me like things and we'll like load it up, and then you will confirm the images, and then I'll be able to load them up like while we're talking and do something that's a little bit more, you know what I mean? Like one step deeper or further into other than words. Cause it's hard to, even me, I'm listening to what you're saying and I'm like tapping into like, okay, the third, you know, I'm like remembering in real time because we have to brush the dust off this stuff. And there were some people at the very end that were trying to get in this chat, but this is like the end of it. Next week, there's Howard. Boom. Yeah, next week. Yeah, Howard's here. Next week, what are we touching? Magic?
Man. Yeah, I thought you wanted to do good and evil next week.
Good versus evil, white and black magic. And this will be because it's going to be a good one, right? Like methodologies and stuff, how to spot it. Historical cases where people think it's something that's like psychological, but clearly was something bigger, you know, but what's the difference? Like, you know, you can say like an ideology that infested or took over a nation of people at the same time. Was it words? Was it psychology? Or was it magic massed through, you know, patterns of abracadabra? If you create a science of magic and call it psychology and then label it a type of psychology, that's just a fucking chapter in the book of fucking magic. Because you could do it good or bad. You know what I mean? So we'll dive into all that stuff
before we
Wednesday.
Thank you, Mandy Kush.
Yeah, there you go. Super chat. There.
We got Howard. Oh,
thank you, Mandy. Yeah, a nice super chat came in. $10.
Oh, mine $10
make a holler. The question that you guys were like, or
just your closing statements, Howard.
So it's like, yeah. But yeah. Let's see.
Parting words, Howard.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
He's higher than a giraffe's pussy.
Joe Rogan, whose first specials were ultimate.
Final thought. No, I'm just keep the love, guys. Final thought. Keep the
hell yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Right. That's
love you guys.
Don't worry about the intro. You just send us off. Thanks, guys.
Next Wednesday.
Into
we're
it
gonna
next
go
week, dude.
Black
Good,
magic, white
good,
magic.
evil. Hell yeah.
Good versus evil, which is the origination and how and why people decided to start coming up with it, the history of it, the proof of it, the usage of it, the how societies have masked. Like somehow we live in a world where people are like, the magic's not real, while everyone's under the biggest spells of global catastrophe. Like we're under like a global spell that's never had the opportunity to have global spells, but somehow magic doesn't exist. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, they're
We believe in
broadcasting
magic.
from the Hollywood.
We believe in magic less than ever, and everyone's on a bigger. For the first time in the world, the whole world's under certain spells, but somehow we believe in magic less than ever. It's shocking.
Right.
Can't
Look
wait till
forward
next
to it,
week.
brother.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Abracadabra, over and out.
Thank you.